We are live here on the Nature Sports Network, man. This was a crazy day. Day four, man. Day four, day four. I know everybody got something to say about things that done went down here on day four. I'm gonna get y'all caught up on what exactly took place today. Um, Day four, Sam Howell is traded to the Seattle Seahawks. And it was a swap of picks. I believe like maybe it was the fourth or fifth round. I think Seattle receives the Redskins received the third round. Seattle might receive the fourth round. And I think we received the fifth, or it was a swap of picks. I'm gonna get the
Hold
exact
on,
details.
Fourth
I
and
can give you.
sixth and the third and fifth. They got the
Yeah, I
fourth
can
and
give
the
you
sixth.
details.
We got the third and the fifth.
Okay, we got the third and fifth, they got the fourth and the sixth. I think we did sign a player
And
today.
and
I want to
hold
get
up.
the yeah.
Before you go, I just want to say that those numbers are the we received the number 78 pick and a number 152nd pick, and the Seahawks received the 102nd pick and the 179th pick. So we moved up in both of those rounds, basically.
Okay, okay. Um, and we also signed a player as well today, Anthony Pittman from the Detroit Lions. He is a linebacker. We also signed Anthony Pittman today from the Detroit Lions. So, with the Sam Howell trade, that sort of, I mean, in my opinion, and the guys can give off. In fact, let's go around the table. What y'all got on the trade today? Let's get the juice started early, baby. Let's get the juice started early.
I want to start because I ain't been starting too much. So look, what I'm gonna say is I how I think that me personally, I think that it was not the right time to make the trade. I think if you are making the trade, you hold that to close to draft day. You keep your leverage. You keep everything basically in house until you're ready to make your move. I feel like this is a bit early because now this shuffles the board a whole lot. This changes things a whole lot, you know? And even if you were going to pick Jaden Daniels anyway or Caleb Williams, say you want to pick either one of them anyway, right? Now your division foes now know this. Now you know what I mean? It just changes everybody behind you. And me personally, um, I think that is too early to do that. As far as the pick swaps and all of that, that's cool. Going up 30 spots, I think that's pretty decent for a player. I would have liked because he has a small sample size and he started throughout a whole year, which means he's a bit of a durable quarterback. I would have liked to get a little bit more, but I understand the trade. I just think it was a really bad time.
All right, round the table, round the table. Who next?
You go ahead, Big Sam.
Um, Honestly, I'm upset with the pick because now it means that's a strong possibility that Kayla Williams is in the picture. Now, I don't really want Kayla Williams. I don't think that he will mesh well with the locker room, especially with all the antics and he want percentage of the team like he Jordan or something. You nowhere near it, my man. Like you far from it. Like when you were playing top tier competition, you disappeared. That's the only the not the only, but that's the biggest breakdown between you and Jaden Daniels to me. When Jaden Daniels played tough competition, he
Ooh,
he might have got beat, but he still showed up. He
ooh,
didn't disappear. You know what I'm saying? So
ooh.
frankly, quite frankly, I do not like it at all. The fact that we traded Sam Howell, and I mean we got back. Then we picked Sam Howell up in like the fourth or fifth round,
Fourth.
something like that. We got a fifth round back for him, but still, like, I just don't agree with the move. I don't like it at all.
We got a third for him.
The third,
Yes.
okay, I still don't like the move.
All right. So for me, I got a couple of things. One, I was a little surprised by the move. because I thought with what they had already set up that maybe they would decide to keep him for competition. But I read a few things today that gave me an understanding of why that trade was made. Um, I personally, and I'm not necessarily the fan favorite for this. I do understand why you would keep a Sam Howell, but I personally did not see the future in Sam Howell. Whether a few games that he's played well, all good. At the end of the day, I did not see the quarterback that I see in some other quarterbacks that are going in the right direction. Was he dealt a bad hand? That's neither here nor there because nothing I could do about that. And we can't tell outside of record. If it wasn't for the record, we can't really tell that. Me. Um, the problem I do have with that, and where I do understand what Leo is saying, is that it was done too early. But now that I think about it, you don't want the teams that are looking for quarterbacks to start getting quarterbacks off of the free agency, or you don't want to wait long enough that the pro days are had and these teams can get in somebody to interview one of these young guys where they don't want to take that offer with Sam Howell. Number three, I think that you got really good value for a quarterback that threw 21 interceptions. Um, for the fact that he's a fourth round pick, he started the whole year, which is something that everyone mentions, and that's fine. But did anybody remember how many times he was benched this year? Because you don't get benched if you're playing well, whether you're a starter or not. You get benched because you're playing bad. You got benched twice, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say close to three times, but I'll say I know it was two for sure.
No, it
And
was two. You're right.
right,
It was two.
two for sure, and that doesn't happen to good quarterbacks, in my opinion. It can happen on y'all watch, and that's okay. It may be somebody that has done it, and I won't knock that. I have not done the research to say look at that particular stat to see if that's one thing that's going to win for me or not. The trade and the value that you got for him, I think you won on that because you moved up 30 spots. If you go with quarterback with the very first pick, then you're going to put your team, I believe, in the same situation that you were already in, which was trying to see if Sam was going to be able to do it this year, which means that Sam was going to have to learn a new offense, just like our former quarterback, Jason Campbell, who never seemed to get that right. And I believe that Jason Campbell had far more accolades coming out of college than Sam Howell did. Not stats, accolades, wins, quality wins, trophies from awards and everything like that to Sam Howell being good. And I just don't, me personally, I just don't see anybody from North Carolina really tearing the league up. The ACC is tough, and the tougher teams in the ACC still haven't produced quarterbacks that have shined through in the NFL on a regular basis. Um, I think that would be it right now, and I'll let some guys go in. But I definitely didn't think that it was too soon, Leo, only because of that reason, for the fact that you don't want guys to get those pro days in with some of the guys that you might be looking at early, and if you don't go with quarterback with the very first pick.
I
Okay.
mean, but
Uh,
hold on before you go, Ro. What's the likeliness of them not going with a quarterback though, in your opinion, V? Before we keep going.
A lot because because the 49ers and Adam Peters didn't pick Purdy with the first pick. They tried that already with Trey Lance, and they had to trade that pick away. So I think that they'll really consider if if Caleb is available, because like I said, I don't think that they're going to trade up. I think you lose too much value when you've signed it. Now this will play a lot into what Rowe has his eyes on based on the owner and everything like that. Now I'll probably totally agree with him if you trade up to pick Caleb. I don't think that it's worth trading up. I think that any quarterback that you get and know if you pick one in the first 2 to 3 rounds, because you have that many picks, if you pick one in the first 3 rounds, I believe that you can get a quarterback that is just as talented as Sam Howell. The only thing is that you have to figure out if he's going to be the guy or if he's another Sam Howell that you're going to have to coach through a season. Either one, both of them are going to be inexperienced in this offense. The only one that would be experienced in this offense would be Caleb Williams because he has experience via the coach. Um,
Kingsbury did the same thing in Arizona. So
Yeah, but Kingsbury was the head coach.
and he's the head of the offense. So I think
He's,
that
he's not the offensive head coach, and he's not the head coach. So I don't. I think whoever, first of all, Kingsbury, I don't believe is. I don't think that why Magic swayed him just to get Caleb. I think that they believe that Kingsbury is a quarterback whisperer, and I feel like they're using him as an identifier of what quarterback to get. If they get Caleb, I think that there's a few things that I could name of why that would be a good pick statistically and not yards and stuff like that. I'm talking about measurables, not the height. I'm talking about his statistics on the field, his passes from 0 to 10 yards, from 10 to 20, and his deep ball from 20. I mean, from 20 to 40 yards and up. Is better than everybody's on the board. Drake is actually the second closest, and even his are bad in the 10-yard range. You know what I'm saying? Like he can't throw to the right. Drake May can't throw to the right a curl route. A curl route to the right side is less than 40. It's like 40 something percent. I think these numbers are on Twitter. I can pull them up for you guys a little bit later in this while somebody else is talking. But his numbers to the right side are very bad, and his numbers on the short pass are like 17% from the highest guy. I think Jaden Daniels had the highest short. Him and Bo Nix might have had the highest short pass, Joan. But Caleb is within everybody's range, within a point or two of everybody in the low range. In the middle, he has a problem with hitting the left side deep ball. But the right side deep ball, the middle deep ball, and the mid level throws, he's got a green light in all of those areas. Every other quarterback has an area that they need to work on via throws, and all of these are labeled out to how many throws they made to their percentage on each of these throws. And last but not least, to Caleb Williams not beating the top teams, he's only played top five teams in his college career so far. So his record is 78-7 against everybody else, and against top five teams, he's something in five. I'm trying to find it again real quick, but I just seen it.
For me, it is with the Sam Howell trade. That is classic Redskins doing classic bonehead stuff. That's just my opinion. I feel like, and again, I said this from the very minute that Josh Hurst bought the team. He has a history of tanking on purpose, and I feel like this was a tanking move. I mean, everybody can feel the way they feel. I do not see this team winning with a rookie quarterback in a division that had 10 plus game winners in this division. One of them went to the Super Bowl over the last 2 years. I do not. I cannot see a rookie quarterback coming in and winning more than 5 games, maybe
I
six.
call Cap.
It's
I
for a
call Cap. I
stretch.
want you to remind me calling you out when you finish. Please finish though.
Okay, yeah. I just don't see that happening.
Based on y'all.
They have. I think that the NFC East, especially when you look at the quarterbacks that's on the board, you look at K. I don't think this was the year to do that. If you was going to pick a quarterback, I'm not. I don't. This quarterback class is very weak. In my opinion, super weak. In my opinion, to me, the quarterbacks that's at the bottom half of the list have outplayed the quarterbacks that's at the top, y'all quote unquote top half of the list. The Bo Nixes. Bo Nix outplayed Caleb Williams when they played against each other by far. Bo Nix made him look stupid out there, score wise too. So I just feel like the bottom half might even be better than the top half of quarterbacks. I feel like when you gave up Sam Howell, you also gave up Marvin Harrison Jr. and an opportunity to get Joe Alt. It sort of entrapped you into having to pick a quarterback. And I don't feel like that they would necessarily, quarterbacks are necessarily the best players on the board. So more than anything, I'm disappointed because I feel like Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best player on the board, and you would have had a chance to pick him, or you could have potentially had a chance to pick him. And not only did you give away Sam Howell, but you gave away Marvin Harrison Jr., and you gave away an opportunity to get maybe even Joe Alt. which I feel like Joe Alt and Marvin Harrison Jr. are better players than Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, if you ask me. So that was one of the reasons. But again, I'm not when you look at what you have Marcus Mariota. He is horrible. He's terrible. He can't get the ball to the sidelines. That's why his tight ends have over 100 receiving, 100 catches receiving every year. He's played nearly when he played 16 games. Delaney Walker was the highest receiver on the board for him. He had over 144 targets 1 year, because Marcus Mariota can't get the ball to the sidelines. And so I just feel like if you was going to do that, you didn't give yourself really good options. I feel like this is a inexperienced ownership or a tanking ownership, one or the other. Either they're tanking or inexperienced, but I think this was a rookie move for a rookie staff. I feel like if Peters made the call, that was a rookie GM making a rookie move. If it was Dan Quinn who made the call, that was a coach who has never developed a quarterback ever in his career, who has no history of developing quarterbacks ever in his career, and don't even have a history of picking good quarterbacks ever in his career.
Ooh,
Dan Quinn, ever in his career. I don't view this as a something that I don't even think either one of them are good at even judging quarterbacks at this point. So I just feel like it was a horrible move by bad organization, a tanking organization, a purposely tanking organization. And I see this as what I've always seen it from, and from day one, they are not trying to win. If you bring Sam Howell back and you draft Marvin Harrison Jr., and with what you have now, even with what you have now, you would have been expected to compete. And I feel like this gives them 3 more years, or they feel like it gives them 3 more years, to where if they lose, nobody can say anything. Hey, we are trying to rebuild. We're trying to, even though, and this is another reason I have an issue with it, because when Dan Quinn walked through this door, his first press conference, he said several times, "We are not rebuilding, we are recalibrating. We are not rebuilding, we are recalibrating. We
This
are
is
not rebuilding, we are recalibrating." Well, what is it when you draft a rookie quarterback? You are rebuilding. I don't know nobody who drafted a rookie quarterback who hasn't rebuilt. And again, Houston went to the playoffs their first season. Well, they have a second season. We'll see what they do in the second season.
but
But if for the majority of everyone
did
else,
too.
when you draft a rookie quarterback, that screams rebuilding. That does not scream recalibrating. If you were going to recalibrate, you definitely would. If you were going to pick a quarterback, you would have waited for a better draft than this one to pick one, because this, again, like I said, this quarterback class is super shaky. So I just feel like it was classic bonehead Redskins doing bonehead Redskins stuff. I don't see this no different from Daniel Snyder era.
you are entitled to feel that. I just have quick points. Mariota with the Titans did have AJ Brown 1 year. He was over 1,000 yards.
No, he didn't have.
No. Excuse me. He didn't have AJ Brown. That was my argument. I apologize with that.
Oh,
Mariota didn't have any receivers. That's why Delaney Walker had over 1,000 yards most of the time that he was there. The Titans have had a problem with finding an outside receiver for a long time. You can go back and look. Sam Howell, you said that you don't believe that the Redskins could get
A playoff with a rookie quarterback that you don't see them winning more than 5 games. Sam
no.
Howell was essentially a rookie last year, and you said on air and yesterday and on air previously that you thought that Sam Howell could have took this team to the playoffs.
Yes.
Coming back and again, so I don't see how a rookie quarterback couldn't do it if you thought Sam Howell could do it and he was a rookie last year. Next, Cliff Kingsbury, when he was a head coach with Arizona, if he does get Caleb Williams, he was able to take Kyler Murray to the playoffs 2 years, his first 2 seasons as a coach, as a head coach. So picking his quarterback, he doesn't necessarily have failing seasons immediately. So he does have success early with those quarterbacks with him in his particular system.
I
I only mention those things because we're giving Sam Howell way too much credit. If they tank the
I
season,
just it wasn't just about Sam Howell though. It was about Marvin Harrison Jr. as well, or Joe Alt.
why?
So it's
Listen,
not just
hold
about
on.
them.
I know, I
Okay.
got you. That's my last point. The last point is that our draft positioning does not change. You do not have to pick a quarterback with the first pick because if everybody has their feelings about Caleb Williams, remember what I said. I think it's a dangerous pick if we pick him because you're going to get hunted. If he survives this, you're going to have a pretty good quarterback. All right, because of what they're going to have to go through to try to protect them. But you don't have to pick Caleb Williams with this pick. If this draft has 5 to 7 quarterbacks that could play when the season starts. Now, would that be forced for some of them? I would totally agree. But the Bo Nix, even the Jaden Daniels outside of his size, can play right away because of their age. Their age happens to give them the little bit of extra experience that I feel like they could be put in a good situation to play right away. They're whether they fail to succeed
I
based
gotta
on the
correct you on
situation.
something. I gotta correct you on something. Cliff Kingsbury was horrible with the Cardinals. He has 1-11-6 season. Other than that, he never won. He had a 13. He had a 4-13 season. He had
That was the season that Kyler Murray got hurt. That was the
yeah
last year.
that he had a 8-8 season, and then he had a hold on. His first season he was 5-10. So no, he only went to the playoffs once. That was in Kyler Murray's third year, not in his first.
They went twice. The 8-8 season, they went to the playoffs too. Their whole division was trash that year.
Hold on. Let me look. Let me
Kyler Murray
look.
got playoffs.
Let me make sure. On the 8-8. Let me see. They finished third. Hold on, maybe. Maybe.
I think their division went. A lot of other teams was bad that year.
Hold on, let me check. I'm looking for results. Let me see. No, they didn't. Yeah, let me make sure. Wasn't the play? Nah, they didn't go to the playoffs. They lost to the last. They lost. Let me see. Is that a playoff game? Do say January 3rd. Is that a playoff game? No, that's not a playoff game. They finished third in the division. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that they didn't go to the playoffs.
Hold on, I got it right here. They went the 9-5 season.
No, they wasn't 9-5. When
No,
was Cliff King? Oh, he was 11-6. That was the playoff year.
no, I know Kyler Murray got hurt in 2 of those games. I was talking about his record. He was 9-5. They went
Oh,
the 6 in that year.
yeah. Cliff Kingsbury, I just don't. I don't think. I mean, again, I
So,
mean,
what I'm saying is that the quarterback wasn't the reason why they were bad. His numbers, his first year, 5-10-1, the record. He's 65% completion, 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and he's got what? How many rushing yards? He got a rack of rushing yards. He got a decent amount of rushing yards. I think 400 rushing yards. Let me go look for sure. His rushing was 544 yards the first year, 819 the second year. He went to the Pro Bowl the second year. He won Rookie of the Year the first year. The team we have today is a better team than the Arizona Cardinals had the first year Cliff Kingsbury had the quarterback. I mean, had as a head coach. He's not the head coach. He's just coaching the offense.
how did he look last year with Caleb Williams? He looked horrible.
With you said with Caleb
With Caleb
Williams,
Williams, yeah. With
their
Caleb
team,
Williams,
bruh,
they looked horrible. He looked
how
horrible out
many?
there with Caleb Williams.
So name another quarterback that had a defense in the top 100 of the NCAA that had a good year last year.
I don't know what their defense was. I haven't looked that up.
I told y'all. I said the defense his first year when they went 11-2, they were 93rd. Last year they were 102nd or 103rd in defense.
Okay, so from 93rd to 103rd ain't too far of a drop off.
They got worse, and 93rd is the back end of college teams,
You went
bro.
11-2.
Because they had a better team. They had Jordan Addison or Brendan Rice was a freshman there. They had somebody else that they had playing that got hurt that was not playing this entire season.
I saw the Pac-12 get better. I saw the division he was in get better when
And their
Dion
team,
came over.
their team lost most
I'd
of their
rather have
seniors the
JJ.
year
I'm
before.
not gonna hold you. I like I'd rather have J.J. McCarthy in the later
And you
rounds
can still get
and
Marvin
get
Harrison.
Marvin
You,
Harrison Jr.
yes, you
That's
can.
what I'm
I don't.
saying.
That's what I was saying. I
Yeah,
think that
yeah,
everybody feels like we're going to trade that pickup, and to me, I am going to totally agree with everybody that disagrees with this trade. Literally, if they trade up to get Caleb Williams,
yeah,
I don't want that. If that happens, then
yeah,
all of this is not worth it because that doesn't make any sense to me at all to gain extra draft picks to give them away for one player when you already had a quarterback. Not that he
yeah,
was better than Caleb Williams, you just already had a young quarterback.
yeah.
Now, like I said, if you don't move out of that number 2 spot, I believe whatever you pick right there, even if you pick a quarterback, I feel like y'all feel, not me, and I'm talking about y'all, meaning the coaches, that they feel like that's the piece that they need. I have to at least look at what they're trying to build and say, okay, I can see that. Because if you don't trade out of that, you still have 5 now, not 4. You got 5 more picks in the top 102 or 103 row. Like, I mean, a point you said the last one was like 103rd or 102nd pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got 5 more picks in the top 100 basically.
Yeah,
Those first 2
you
picks
got a
go
lot
for
of
both.
good picks in the top 100.
But
Yeah,
I
so
don't think, but they just picks right now. So they have to still turn into players, and I'm not confident in this team's ability to evaluate talent right now. I'll be honest.
they haven't. What are you talking about? Did you see?
Yeah, nah, I disagree with that.
We
That's
I
just
just
disagree
me.
with
gave
that.
them praise on the free agency list that they put together.
Honestly, now when we looked at the numbers, and Big Son not on air right now. I wish he was. Austin Eckler has more fumbles than Antonio Gibson.
That's bad. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Austin, you talk about in his
Austin
career?
Eckler, no, the last 3 years, Austin Eckler has 15 fumbles the last 3 years. 10 of them were lost.
Okay, he also got way more touches than Antonio
You
Gibson.
got more touches, but it's still a fumbling problem there.
I agree with that.
I give you that.
Yeah.
I agree with
So
that.
so
That's a
that
problem.
so and again, this is no knock to Eckler. You know what I mean? It's no knock to Eckler. And
Did
uh,
those fumbles cost them the game? Because Gibson's fumbles cost us the game.
right. I
All of
don't
his all of
I
his
gotta go
fumbles,
watch the film to know exactly, when they took place. You know what I
all of
mean?
Gibson's fumbles came at times that we did not need a fumble to happen. Every single one. It is
Right.
not a fumble he got on a regular time when it was like, oh, damn, all right, we can recover from this. Is no problem. All right, damn, he messed up. No, he fumbles on our side of the field. He fumbles on thirds or fourth downs. He fumbles when we are down by 3 and we in position to score. He fumbles on scoring drives that you need to win. Like, he fumbles at the wrong time every time.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying, I've been saying this the whole time. Unless we're going to use Brian Robinson as one of our main backs, I do not think Austin Eckler should be the main back. I think we bring him here to be like what McKissick did.
I
Pass.
like McKissick.
I feel
Yeah.
like the reason why they going to do a little bit with what Rose said, which is use both of them at the same time. Because if you look at when Kyler Murray was there, they
Yeah,
definitely had what's his name,
that dual back set.
Kenyon Drake and whoever they had at first
Mm-hmm.
to be back there. Not Kenyon Drake. It was another small guy like Arrington. They had Arrington at the time. Arrington and somebody else.
They had the guy that's in Buffalo who just went somewhere else. I forgot his name. That's who they had.
Number 31. I can't think of his name right
The
now.
guy
Yeah.
that went, that was in
So
Buffalo.
So you either looking at it as them using them like that, and if you do, you still have Brian Robinson somewhat as your main back. And if you like fake the handoff, you got Eckler as an option as a passer. It just depends on the type of. First of all, I feel like we're going to see an actual offense. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't.
I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't feel like we got any receivers. I got to see what they do at the receiver position. I think
You
that
only
is
don't have one person.
no. I was. It's not just about. It wasn't just about Howell for me. It was about Harrison Jr. as well. What did I
We
say
still
from the
do got,
beginning?
still got
Hold on,
some.
hear me out. What did I say from the beginning? That I was concerned about the receiver position too because of Curtis Samuel not coming back. That's it. So
you have
that doesn't change.
so you have to sign one player to replace Curtis Samuels. You don't know
I
what
don't think you have a quarterback either, though. I can see what Hal could do. I don't think you have a quarterback either right now.
So
And
you're ignoring the 21 interceptions.
Because I feel like I'm gonna tell you why I'm ignoring them. Because you released you fired Eric Bieniemy, you released the center Gates, you released Gates, you got rid of Leno, You got rid of people, so obviously he wasn't the problem, or you felt like these guys were a big enough problem
You got
to
rid
where
of
you had to get rid
him
of them.
too. They got rid
So
of him too.
you said no. I'm saying so to me, you felt like them guys. If those guys were a problem, your offensive coordinator, your left tackle, and your center, then how could you blame the quarterback? That's just my take. If you felt
Because
like them
those
guys were a
21
big enough problem,
because he didn't
you know,
hold the ball and just get sacked and not throw 21 interceptions. He threw 21 interceptions.
that's why
If you go look at what I sent you on Twitter, they're bad picks. They're not like trying to make a play picks. They're bad interceptions.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
And you got it's a whole Twitter feed I sent you on there probably about 30 messages ago of all Howell's 21 interceptions, because these are Seahawk fans saying, damn, look at what we got. Thanks, Washington. Look at what we got. That is exactly what the Twitter Jones says. This is from a Seahawks fan. It's not from
I'll go look at him. I'll go look at him. But but Powell never had any interceptions like that in college. So he only had 9 picks, was the most he's had in the season in college. So I mean, and that's on bad teams. On bad teams.
My thing is that even with Howell, right? He threw some interceptions and he didn't play his best. My opinion with Howell, I can't give him but so much knock on that. We was tanking.
That's
we
my
really
thing
was.
too.
We definitely was tanking. And Eric Bieniemy literally didn't run the ball.
And he didn't run the ball.
You know what I'm saying?
He didn't even use
So
Howell's
don't get me
legs.
wrong. I do agree with you, V, where you say, what we said in the chat, where you was like, well, he didn't do enough to make his spot, solidified. And I can agree with you on that.
Well, they got rid of Martez Sweat too. I guess Martez Sweat ain't doing enough either. They traded him too.
No,
they didn't trade him.
I don't think Peters.
That was Josh Harris's move. That was Josh Harris's move. I'm talking about this staff's moves. I'm not talking about nothing that Josh Harris did before this staff got in place.
Yeah,
okay. That was Josh Harris's moves with Sweat and Young.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying is I just think it's a tank move. I think they tanking, man. I think they ain't gonna win more than 5 games. They just trying to find some early excuses, find a way to sell some tickets and not win. That's what I think that this whole regime is about. Until I see different, until I feel like, okay, yeah, they doing something to trying to win. Even with Bobby Wagner, he's a good player. Don't get it twisted. He's a great player, not good. He's a great top end player. I just think that's to sell some tickets. I'm not.
Yeah, but you gotta think about it like this. Dan Quinn is. I don't know if he puts his reputation and future coaching on the line by botching it on purpose.
I mean, you going in here with a rookie quarterback. You know, goodness well, you ain't never developed no quarterback.
Sam was a rookie last year. Rivera.
That's not what I just said. He's not one this year.
I'm saying that Rivera was on his last year of his contract, knowing that this was probably going to be the last.
He agreed to tank. So he didn't care. He agreed to tank. He didn't care. He agreed to tank. He took the money to tank.
You said so you believe that he agreed to tank from the very beginning of the season?
Yes, absolutely. He knew he was tanking from day one. Him and Eric Bieniemy knew they was tanking from day one.
So guess what, bro? With what you said, guess what? They started Sam Howell on purpose.
Right. Yeah, to sell tickets. I'm not disputing that.
So that if they put him in on purpose to tank, that means that it was a good thing we traded him. What you're saying doesn't.
No, they didn't put him in because he won. He went up going 2-0. If we forgot.
No, you said
he started off 2-0.
You said the idea was the tank. So why are you counting the wins? It's
all they didn't realize what he could do. So what? The play calling switched. Hold up. So, after he started off 2-0. They thought he was a bum. He started off 2-0. The play calling.
How did they think he was a bum when he was 1-0 and then 3-0 in the preseason?
They thought he was a bum, like you said. They put him in it with the idea to tank, but he started off 2-0. Now the play calling switching up. Now you're not running the ball. Now
they wasn't running the ball the first 2 games. They wasn't running the ball a whole year.
In the Arizona game, they ran the ball a little bit.
They ran the ball a little bit all year.
Nah,
they don't have no game running the ball 25 times, 20 times.
Hold on.
Yeah, they wasn't running the ball at all. For the most part, they did have a couple games that they did run the ball though. I will say that,
like 15 times the entire game.
Nah, they had a couple games more than that.
All right,
I'm just saying. You know, Brian Robinson had 19 carries that first game against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
19 carries that first game against the Cardinals.
How many a game?
Huh?
How many Denver games?
Hold on, I'm gonna go to it.
Probably like
Go.
11.
I'm gonna go to it. Let's see. Now you start winning. Now you start winning. Now it's okay. Hold up. We didn't know he was gonna win.
I
He
don't
supposed
think
to be
they tank it
tanking.
though. I don't think Dan Quinn is
18. He had 18 the second game, and they won again. He won that one. They won that one too. He had 18 curries that second game against the Broncos. Hold on. I continue on. Then against the Bills. Ironically, hold on. Let me go back. Let me see what he had against the Bills. Then against the Bills, he had 10 curries. He went from 18, 19 to 10. Okay.
I mean, the
After you
Bills
go
will
2
probably
and
pick
0.
him out,
After
but
you go
right.
2 and 0 though. After you
So they,
go
so,
2
so
and
they, so
0.
they, so they tanked against the Bills. They tanked against the top 5 team. They
Then he
tanked.
had 14. Then he came back and had 14.
That's under 15.
Right? Against the
14
Eagles.
is a
That was
good
the
number
Eagles
though.
game. That's against the Eagles. 14. He only against the Eagles. Then he only Sam Howell against the Bears. Sam Howell had the most courage with 4. So the play calling changed, like I said, after they went 2 and 0.
But
That's clear. That's clear.
that's the game that Sweat and Young was playing good. I thought
But what that sweating y'all got to do with it?
they the niggas that
I'm
got
talking about
traded.
the play calling. I'm talking about the play calling change.
How did the play calling change outside of them looking bad
10
against the
curries. Then
Bears?
10 curries after that. It's 10 curries against the Falcons. 10 curries after that. He had after we won them first 2 games, Brian Robinson never had, I don't think he had over 15 curries in one game after that for the rest of the season.
So you go 2-0 and then you start tanking from there.
Because again, okay, against the Giants, 7 curries was the leading rusher on the Redskins side.
They
7
were
curries.
losing. They were
Now, it's
losing.
14-7. They lost 14-7. That's the final score.
Yeah, I
Huh?
know, but nothing was going well. Sam was not
Oh my
completing any
God.
passes. What's Sam Howell's number?
Rodriguez had 7 curries for 31 yards. That's a 6-yard average.
What's the
That's a
passing for
5-yard
Howell?
average.
What's the passing for Howell against the
How
Giants?
had 249?
What's his passing? What's the attempts and the completions?
22 for 30, 22 for 42, 249, and a touchdown. No, and an interception.
20 incompletions and a turnover against the Giants.
You
And
only
you
lost
think
14-7.
against the Giants and you think he threw 20 incompletions on purpose. What futures does that give
You're
him?
not running
What
the
what
ball.
what future?
42
I'm
passes,
asking a
right?
question. I'm asking a
And
question.
7
I'm
runs.
asking a question. What future does that promise for you at this team if you throw 20 incompletions in a division game against a backup quarterback and you throw a interception? You tell me
One
what that does
interception.
for your future. It's not.
42 passes, 1
It's
interception.
20
And there's
incompletions.
no threat to the run, though. It's
It's
no threat. Let me finish.
20
No,
incompletions.
you have 42 passes and 7 curries. There's no threat to the run. No threat.
I got
No
a question.
balance.
To
42 passes and 7 curries.
you want to go
Listen.
look at how many times Mahomes
All
throw
right.
the ball in
Come
the
on
game?
We've
now.
been
Come
talking
on
about this a
now.
lot, but hold on.
Come
Sam
on
Howell
now.
was traded, right? He's gone
Come
at
on
this
now.
point, right? Whether you
Yep.
like it, whether you don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
They tanked purposely.
Hold on,
Now
no,
I
no,
know it even more.
hold on. You ain't
I'm
let me
just
ask the
saying.
question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask the question. If you were Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, what do you do if you are them? What do you do? Because you know Sam ain't your guy. He gone. We knew we was gonna trade him. God, boom, we got him out. This is what we got back for him. From this point, what do you do? Seeing the roster moves that's been made,
I go get a
seeing the
veteran
landscape,
quarterback. I don't
huh?
draft none of these quarterbacks. That's if it's me, I'm not drafting either one of these quarterbacks. I think they bums. So I'm gonna go find me a veteran quarterback to bring in. That's me. Or
Well,
trade
what
for,
veteran
or
quarterback? What
trade,
do you
or
do?
trade for a veteran quarterback. That's
So
just
you
me.
go so you trade. What do you trade for the quarterback?
I might trade a third rounder or one of them mid round picks. I'm gonna go find me a quarterback. I wouldn't go with these guys.
Who? I'm
I
asking who. The
I'm not
question is
sure who. I'm not sure who. I haven't thought about that, but I'm going to find a veteran. I don't
all
like
right.
these quarterbacks are not. I don't think they up to par. So I wouldn't.
All
No,
right.
no, no.
That's me.
If
I
you
wouldn't
feel
use
like
one of these
Sam
quarterbacks.
Howell was the guy, you should be able to think about anybody that's a veteran quarterback. Right?
Who?
If
I
you
mean,
thought
I
Sam
thought
Howell was the guy with 21 picks and the way he played, tanking or
no.
not, you should be able to think about any
You
veteran
you wasn't
quarterback
running the
right now.
ball though. You wasn't running the
You
ball
should
at
be
all.
able
You
to think,
changed your.
but
You tanked purposely. So
he said with
All right,
this
all right,
coaching
nah,
staff
nah. He
and
said he
Adam
don't know. All
Peters
right.
and
So what do
Quinn.
you do with the pick? What do you do with the pick?
I still draft Marvin Harrison Jr. because I feel like he's the best player in the draft.
Okay.
And I go
All
get
right.
a veteran quarterback that can get him the ball. Because I think
All
if you
right.
pair him with Terry McLaurin, you unstoppable. That's why I think it was silly
Who's
what
the
they
veteran
did.
quarterback that has an arm right now that you would trust to come in and not tank?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I
That's a
don't
very
know.
good
I would have
question.
to go look. I would have to go look at who's out there. I would have literally have to go look at who's out there, but it would not be
You know
none of
who
these
I
rookies.
wouldn't trust? I wouldn't trust Kirk Cousins.
No, no,
He don't
no.
have it. Well, wait a minute. Y'all can disagree with me all you like, but anybody that's a number one receiver, that's a good number one receiver, like a real tall one and gifted one that has like different abilities, has always been successful under Kurt. He just sucks everywhere else.
Look.
He's gotten Stephon the
Uh,
ball. He's gotten Thielen the ball. He's gotten McLaurin the ball. He's gotten, not McLaurin. He's gotten Jackson and Garcon the ball, and he's gotten Addison the ball and Jet. He get the top guys the ball. It's everybody else that somehow just doesn't seem to work out right like that.
no, he just don't know how to win a game.
Well,
My
I mean,
opinion.
that's what I'm saying. I don't
You know,
know. Now here's the thing. I don't believe his arm is strong enough to throw to a Marvin Harrison Jr. I really don't think it's strong enough to throw to a Jet. That's why I think that they were able to say it's all right to let him go. I do think that they wanted to keep him because of the fans, and you know what, we are kind of close with Kurt if he can stay on the
yeah.
field. But I don't think the injury is all that it was. I think the fact that his arm, you're getting older, you're in your 40s, and I don't know if you got the arm strength to get the ball downfield for guys that got the speed to really get down there.
Do y'all know that Kirk Cousins is the fifth highest paid player in NFL history?
I mean, the way money is, that's understandable.
No, bruh. Fuck no. Listen, everybody else on that list, the top 10 list,
I agree. There ain't no
has
way.
been to a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. Everybody else.
Y'all do know that he played with the Redskins, right? And y'all do know that the Redskins do some stupid stuff financially under the Dan Snyder era. So that was a move.
No. The
That was
Redskins
a
ain't do. Listen, the Redskins ain't do that much.
yes.
He
They
made
did. They started
400.
this. They
Listen,
started this with Kurt. If they didn't start that crap with Kurt, would have signed him. He would have never ever got paid this much money.
I,
Okay.
I
I
would
can
trade for
agree with
Justin
you there.
Fields. I would trade for Justin Fields. That's me. I
What?
would trade for Justin Fields
All right.
and take my chances.
All right. I'm gonna let you hear that one.
I might. I would trade for Justin Fields and
What
take my
would you
chances.
trade for Justin Fields? Because
I say
they're
if I
not
can
winning.
get, oh, they go. If it's got to be, I wouldn't give him a first round or nothing like that. I might trade. You know what? I would trade for Derek Carr. I might trade for Derek Carr. Yeah, I would trade for Derek Carr. That's one.
I don't know. Carmichael could work out in this system.
I can fuck with that. Nah.
Yeah,
I can fuck with that, bro. I ain't
yeah,
gonna.
Yeah,
yeah. I might could like that. Yeah, that's all right.
yeah. I
Yeah,
trade for
that's
Derek
a good
Carr.
name. Hey, look, you came up with a name.
Yeah,
You
there you
pulled one.
go. There
Yeah,
you go.
Hey,
That's all
yeah,
I asked. That's all I
hey,
asked.
yeah,
hey,
yeah,
he pulled that rabbit out the hat, didn't he? You know what I'm
yeah,
Did he?
saying?
What did
yeah,
he?
yeah. You know. I mean, I'm just saying.
And that's somebody that you could probably
I
trade
want to
for
win
too.
now, and that's my biggest thing. I want
Even
to
though you
win
named somebody that
now.
no picks too, but I
No,
got
Derek Carr only had
Nah,
8 picks
nah.
last year. He only
no, no,
had
no,
8 picks.
no. Derek Carr, my man. I was
Yeah,
Derek Carr, my
Yeah,
man.
yeah. He only had
I,
8
I
picks.
would be happy about that. I ain't gonna lie. If we traded right now for Derek Carr, and got Marvin Harrison Jr., I would be ecstatic. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
If
gonna
we
lie.
got Derek Carr and Michael Thomas, I wouldn't be mad if we got Joe Alt with the second pick.
Yeah, yeah. We don't even have to. This is the thing though. like you were saying,
I
B,
want Marvin
it is
Harrison
a
Jr.
lot.
though too though, bro. I
It
That
really
is
do
so that's
because
where my
it
disappointment
is a
coming in.
lot. But this is what
yeah,
I'm saying. It is a lot, a whole lot of wide receivers in this draft.
But
You
I'm to
can
see to be
none
able
of
to
them
see
are Marvin
Harrison
Harrison.
Jr. with
Listen.
McLaurin though. With McLaurin though, I
I don't think they're gonna do that because you still threaten to have to pay both of those guys $100+ million at some point in time.
but
Like
this what
McLaurin,
I'm gonna say this. Let me ask you this: if we had Justin Jefferson right now, would you be complaining about it?
Nah.
it's not that. It's what can you do once that much money is gone, bro. You have to win. It's no ifs ands about it. You can't play for nothing else but winning, or you wasting money. You know what
But
I'm saying?
that's
That's what we got stuck with the line. That was the whole point of trading Sweat and Young. It wasn't because they was sorry or they wasn't getting it done. It was the fact that that line had been getting paid so much money, and together they only did it 1 year. And yes, you could hope that they could keep them together because they wasn't healthy at all times. This, that, and the third. It's a business, bro, and it's a season. And because players are available, you got to try to move forward with some things. Yes, you're
well.
gonna miss them.
Let me ask you this: do you think McLaurin would have restructured if he saw it work? McLaurin is a guy; he's a captain. I see him restructuring to make it work.
If I don't know if I mean, maybe, but like I said, he have to take on the identity of Chris Carter, and you'd have to have a quarterback
Yeah.
that hold on, you'd have to have a quarterback that can get both of those the guys the ball. Now, this is where a point was being funny, but a Kirk Cousins would be able to get both of those guys the ball. Now, he still would throw interceptions at the wrong time, and we would probably lose and not go. But Marvin Harrison Jr., if we all agree, is such a game changer. Hold on. Marvin Harrison Jr. is such a game changer, and Terry McLaurin gives you such balance like a Chris Carter that I automatically feel like Kurt would be able to get to the playoffs. It'd just be us cussing him out because he wouldn't get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you see that my thing is with my thing with Kirk. You know, before we keep going, the reason I look at Kirk this way is because I look at when you pay a player, they perform at elite levels, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That's that, and what I see from Kirk Cousins is a 9-win quarterback.
yeah. It's not an elite
At,
level.
at yeah, I
I
mean
agree with
that's
y'all there. I
you
agree.
know
It's
so
not an elite level.
yeah, that's not an elite level. You know, you getting paid this amount of money, but and you saying it's quarterback market and quarterback this and quarterback that. But what your agent should get is a fucking Oscar for being the best actor of all time.
Oh no,
To
no, no!
be
You ain't hear
honest.
what Cam Newton said. Cam Newton was like, "Who is your agent? Please, like, let me
Yeah,
know, like, because something is wrong that I don't have a job or I only got paid this, and I want an MVP. Like, you ain't never done
But you
nothing,
know
boy."
what? I'm gonna be honest with you. What I think.
exactly.
I'm gonna be honest with you. What I think. Why did I think this is? And it goes back to what I was saying. See, when Cam Newton would get down in a game, he's trying to win the game. So he's taking off running. He's doing certain things to win the game. Kirk Cousins don't care. I need my stats. He's playing for stats. Kirk Cousins is even when he was in Washington. If y'all want to go back and look at those games, when
Yeah,
he would get that, he's playing for stats. He's not playing. He's playing like boxers. Some boxers they say ain't trying to win the fight. They just playing the scorecard.
yeah.
Well, that's
Throwing.
the type of quarterback I feel that Kirk Cousins is. He
Well,
just
guess what? If he no longer here, guess what? I'm glad he's doing that in Minnesota and doing that in that.
right,
Me
right,
Like,
too.
you know what I'm saying? I
right.
Me too.
and honestly, like I said, I want someone here that wants to win.
Right.
Exactly.
I personally, and on air, I will say it until I've been proven wrong, which I'm okay with admitting if I'm wrong or not. You know what I'm saying? But if Caleb Williams is drafted here, the only way that I'm going to like this pick is if he has to do what everybody thinks that he can't do because he's so arrogant and because he wants this or wants that. Even though I don't think that the team is going to give him a part of the team, that's just what he wants. You can ask for whatever you want to. It doesn't mean you're going to get it. But again, if the team signs him, he has to do so much to prove everybody wrong that I kind of want someone with that type of chip on their shoulder. I'm not saying that I want him. Please make it clear. I'm not saying that I want him, but I do want someone that with that type of chip on their shoulder. I personally, right now, if you're going to pick a Marvin Harrison Jr., you can get guaranteed a Joe Milton the third with the next pick. And he is
Exactly.
somebody who can throw the ball
I
the
agree with that.
entire field, bro.
I agree with that.
Somebody that you're gonna need to get out there to that 4.2, 4.3 speed He can throw the entire
I
field.
agree with that. I agree with that. And that's my only, and that's more than anything. I just didn't want them to lock themselves into a quarter, having to pick a quarterback in the first two picks, because I really don't think that either one of these quarterbacks are worth a number two overall. And that's including Caleb Williams. And it's no knock to him. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
that
yeah.
I don't think you're worth
Yeah.
a number two overall. I really think Marvin Harrison Jr. is worth that. So I was trying to
No, I do
bait
think
us
this is the
in.
thing. Hear me out though. Hear me out. I do agree. I do think differently with that. I would say I think he could be worth a number two overall. I think he could potentially pan out. But the problem with him is more of his attitude. You know, he's got a lot of talent, a lot of arm talent, but who wants to follow somebody with a fucking attitude? You know what I'm saying?
But if you
So,
Michael Jordan, you play on that nigga team. Pardon my French. If you Michael Jordan, if let's say that we Scottie Pippen and that's Michael Jordan, you deal with his attitude because he's really that guy. If that's the case, so like Jameis Winston is one of the corniest guys in the NFL to me, but he
Right.
is such a leader in the right way that I don't know when he playing or when he's serious. So that's why it'd be corny to me. But that
but
attitude can get annoying. That's why I
but
feel like
but
he
I would
never
say
really
not.
stuck
But see,
anywhere.
football is different though. See,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
basketball you can get away with that.
Well, well, well,
Basketball,
well,
listen,
well.
basketball you can
I
get away
don't
with that.
know. I don't know. Brett Favre is not necessarily the best teammate, and he's got away with it a lot because he was a heck of a football player at his time. Whether he threw a rack of picks and all that, yes, he was a risk taker, and that was the way that he got defined. So they allowed him to do that. But he made for some really great games, and whatever his role was on his team, he was good at it. It didn't always get along with all his teammates, coaches, and everything like that. But
All right,
sometimes you stick it out with those players because they benefit your franchise. And
all right. So
Even Tom,
he's a
like
one he's a one Super Bowl winning guy. Now we can go to Tom, which you was going to me is a multiple Super Bowl winning guy. But you got to think about his bond with he didn't get along with everybody, but guess who he did get along with? The motherfuckers that helped him win.
think about
The
AB.
Gronk.
Think about AB. AB gotta have had an attitude problem. Just think about AB with the Steelers. All right.
Yeah,
But AB was the man. Okay.
yeah,
And his teammates loved him. Your attitude is fine because when we get on the field, you show improve. Your
yeah.
attitude is affected by your play. T.O. T.O.
But
is another guy.
what happened when they started losing? It all fell apart real fast.
But did they get to a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. But
that's
but
that's what
but
I'm
this
saying.
the thing. But this is my thing with franchise quarterbacks, right? So my thing with franchise quarterbacks is your goal isn't to win one Super Bowl. It's great to win the first one, so that's the first goal. But your
Leo,
goal isn't to win one;
we
it's to
command
win two
we
in a couple.
command the fans. We Redskins / Commander fans. Isn't our goal right now today to get a Super Bowl?
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying
That's
that's
what
the
I'm.
initial goal.
Yeah,
But
So even though you want
longevity. Hold up,
multiple
hold
as
up,
a
hold up, hold up. But sustainability and longevity is actually what we want as well. So
but
it's not just getting to the Super
what I'm
Bowl.
saying is that you asked Roethlisberger today, would he have given up Antonio Brown to try to get multiple Super Bowls over having the attitude of an Antonio Brown and getting to the Super Bowl? You asked McNabb if he'll take T.O. on his team and with a broken ankle in the playoffs, getting back to playing the Super Bowl, or do you give him Freddie Mitchell and us try to get to the Super Bowl? Because those trying years got to NFC championships and losses. T.O. got him to the Super Bowl. So that
Yeah,
attitude, even though it caused the fight the next year, is just because Hugh Douglas and them, just like maybe some things that are going on in Philly today, ego.
but
Ego
but
can't get
it
in
was
the way
McNabb.
of the
But
mission.
from what I hear though, bro, it wasn't as much To as it was McNabb. McNabb was a bitch. So
But
that was the problem.
But if
McNabb
your
was a bitch
defense,
ass.
but hold on,
McNabb,
if your defense is speaking up for their quarterback when they know that the wide receiver is right, and mind you, T.O. was never trying to punk McNabb. He never was trying to
yeah,
punk that. T.O. is not a bully. T.O. is just big
nope,
on himself. He's big on himself. And if you can deal with someone being confident about it, because that's what's wrong with us as black people, is that we're not
yep,
used to seeing ourselves confident about
yep.
ourselves. All right. So that's a mental thing. And I'm not going to
but
break them down as if they wrongful. It's just something that we need to
but
understand that we got to be
but
more confident about. I mean, we got to be more open to if someone's confident about their gifts that you don't knock that. You try to figure out why they so confident about this and you start becoming
Yeah,
confident about yours because y'all on the same level. Y'all both in the same league.
let me
exactly.
hold on. Let me say this when it comes to Caleb Williams though. He hasn't earned his stripes, and so it's really an insult to come in a certain way when you haven't done anything in the league. You haven't even taken one snap. You ever heard of Brian Bosworth? He did
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah,
same thing. He did the same thing, and Bo
yeah,
Jackson ran him over. I mean, he
And why
made
you
a
think I
total
said that
mockery
I
of
don't want?
himself.
Why you think I said that it's gonna be such a target on his back? I'm
yeah,
not sure that I want him to be the starter. That's why I felt like
Yeah,
if you was gonna pick him, I would have kept Sam Howell.
yeah,
By
that's
getting rid of
yeah.
Sam Howell, it, I'm Mariota's fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm cool with Mariota if you get someone that can go downfield. I do think that the Titans didn't have anybody outside for Mariota to really get to. I do understand what you're saying, and I do agree with it. But his when he was with the Raiders, he did play a little bit better as far as getting passes outside. But he's way more comfortable across the middle. Guess what? Terry McLaurin is comfortable across the middle. Dotson is in the seams. So
Yeah,
those are things I'm not necessarily worried about him
yeah.
being a hit, but the outside pass, I do feel you on that.
But see, that's
yeah.
why.
Hopefully,
Don't get me
what
wrong. I would like for us to get Marvin Harrison Jr., but there are other options out there. If we get Joe Alt, that's
right.
my only thing. My thing
And
is if we're not gonna get Harrison, there's only one other player to get, and that's Joe Alt, and that's because with Joe Alt and your pickups, all you really got to do is get one more lineman. And you got second round picks, you got third round picks, you got a lot of options to get a lineman. You could trade
but
for one. You know what I'm saying?
but this is my thing too, is I look at when you building the team, right? You got two options of building the team. Either you're gonna do the Patrick Mahomes thing where you build around the quarterback. And usually
No,
in the beginning of like
Pat came into a built
no, this
situation.
what I about no. I about to say, even with Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, you have to build the team around them first and then put them in a good. That's how Ben Roethlisberger also did it.
Yeah, bet.
Is
Bet, bet as
the
well.
quarterbacks who've had success early, they have a
Yeah.
good sustainable team around them, and you plug them in. And you have to have great coaching, of
Russell
course.
Wilson.
Russell Wilson, another one. Yeah. So Joe Theismann, if you want to go all the way back there, you know what I'm saying? You have to have the pieces around them. I think with you giving up that number 2 pick and having to spend it on the quarterback, it's going to hurt what you put around that quarterback.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
yeah.
yes.
And I agree with that. And
You
I
know what I'm
agree with that
saying?
Because if
wholeheartedly.
you essentially give up 4 picks and something next year for one spot, first of
Yeah,
all, you're going to be called an idiot. You
Yeah.
know
yeah,
what I'm saying? That you don't pay a king's ransom for one spot. If you had to
Mm-hmm.
move up 5, 6, and maybe 7, 8,
Mm-hmm.
9 spots, I completely understand what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally feel like you would already have had the team for a year and have built them up to see what you had to make that type of move.
Right.
I don't
Right.
feel like getting rid of you. First of all, if you told everybody, Adam Peters, that you felt comfortable and confident about building through the draft, trading your picks for one player doesn't make sense. Number
yeah,
two, number two, if you trade all of these picks for one player and that player doesn't turn out, again, you remind everybody about the RG3 pick, and then you
yeah.
remind everybody about Dan Snyder, and you make your owner look like he is doing all the everything that Roe is saying, which nobody would disagree with at that point. And not saying that I feel sorry for you, everybody be asking for you to be fired.
Yeah.
Do you know what I would do though? Like I said, me personally, I did it twice in my mock drafts. Um, right behind us, right directly behind us, is the New England Patriots. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know how much New England Patriots like Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams. But what I did is I traded with them to the number 3 pick. I think you said this yesterday, V, and I took your word. I said, all right, I'm gonna do this trade with them. I traded and I ended up getting the 34th pick as well. So I moved one spot back and got the
But
34th
I
pick.
don't got the Patriots doing that.
And I was able to get Marvin Harrison Jr. because they wanted Caleb Williams.
Or they're gonna get Drake May.
Or they
And
wanted, or not even Drake May. Even if Drake May or Jaden Daniels, one of them, they wanted one of them. It was Caleb Williams the first time, and the second time it was Jaden Daniels. So I did it with both, and that's how I accumulated some picks because I had
And,
leverage, and and think about it. That's because I had Sam Howell. That's leverage.
Right.
You get
Right.
what I
That's
mean?
another thing too. And I'm gonna be honest
And
with y'all too.
that's
Go ahead. My bad.
that's what I think we lost in this trade. Despite how all of the, I think getting moving up 30 spots is a great thing. That's moving up a whole round. You know what I'm saying? I think that's
Hmm.
amazing. You know, moving up 30 spots. But in reality of it, I think it still lost. We lost some steam there. Bad move.
Well, so go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and this is my fear too. Out of every draft, you might have 5 quarterbacks who get picked who essentially have an opportunity to start or play a lot of playing time in their first, in their first year, where everybody is really looking for them to kind of come in and take the reins. But normally, only one of them pan out. This is what made the '83 draft so good because you had Jim Kelly and Dan Marino and John Elway. You had all these different guys who ended up panning out. That's rare. That is rare. No, even with the RG3 draft, only person really panned out was Russell Wilson, and he was late, and maybe Kirk Cousins. These are 3rd and 4th round picks. RG3 is not playing no more. Andrew Luck is not playing no more. Remember all of these? Remember all of that? The Ryan Tannehill panned out for a little minute. He had a decent career. But it really,
That wasn't no Hall of Fame class though. That wasn't no
but it was
96
supposed to be. If you remember, it was
It was.
supposed
It
to
was.
be.
No,
It was.
yes.
You know,
It was.
it was supposed to. Even last
I
year,
mean,
when you take last year,
Cam Newton came out the year before,
right,
Yeah,
2011,
right,
and
right,
to me, see, this the thing. This is my thing right now. Is what I want people to understand. This is how I look at football, right? So we could look back to 2011. Cam Newton comes out, boom. Now 2012. Now you got the Andrew Luck and RG3 craze, boom. They come out, but like you said, Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, a couple other people, Ryan Tannehill. I forgot it was one more person that came out around that time too. So you got them right now with Cam Newton. If you do the right thing with Cam Newton, he is one game away from winning the Super Bowl.
right.
You get what I'm saying? With RG3, he does if he doesn't get hurt, or say he does get hurt, you let him heal back 100%, and you put him back out there. You could have let Kurt play that whole time. Let him
yep,
heal 100% and then get back out there. Because now you could have trade value for Kurt. If you do the right thing,
yep.
it can work
But
out.
even when you do the right thing,
It can
sometimes it
work
still
out.
don't work out. Look at
But
Jimmy
no,
Garoppolo.
They
what was
didn't do
wrong
the
with
right
Jim?
thing.
No, hold. Wait a minute.
He did get to a Super
What,
Bowl,
I'm about to
but
say, what was wrong with
he
Jimmy?
did get to a Super Bowl.
Yes.
And
I'm
that's
not
why
the
I said they
Patriots.
did. He did. The Patriots did a great thing with him. The San Francisco even did the great thing with him. But he is not their quarterback 3 years later. He's
But
no
listen,
longer their
hold.
quarterback.
He went to a Super Bowl with the Patriots, and he went to a
Yeah,
Super Bowl with the 49ers.
Right.
yeah.
And
Right.
they
He
and they
And
got
what more do you need?
hold on. And the 49ers team was in shape when they traded him. So when they
Yep,
got Brock Purdy, even though they tried Trey Lance that they drafted before that,
right.
and he
yep,
didn't work out, they put in Purdy and it worked out. They got to a
yep.
Super Bowl again. They didn't win, but they got to another
I'm
Super Bowl.
I'm not
Yeah.
disputing that. I'm just saying that it's rare that, and it's not an exact science. You are risking when you pick them top end quarterbacks. It is very, very risky. Look at last year. Look, you had Bryce Young, horrible. CJ Stroud panned out. That was the number 2 overall pick.
Richardson panned out as
Richardson
well.
that did not pan out. I don't think so.
No, he
Not
did
in my
not.
book.
He did
They were
not.
one.
He did not.
They were a half a game away. They were one game away from making it to the playoffs. They if they would have beat the Texans, they would have
I'm,
made it to the playoffs.
I'm gonna
I
say
don't know
this.
about
I'm gonna
that.
say this. I'm gonna say this. I feel like he didn't pan out because we didn't get a whole sample size of him. You got to last 16 games. That's the one thing Bryce Young did for the most part. Do um, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta last. For me, availability is the best ability. You know what I'm saying? That's
True.
one thing that I learned from RG3. I fucked with RG3. That was a man. I really rocked with RG3. Thought he was a great player. But if you can't be available,
Yep.
then it's nothing we can do for you. It is really nothing we can do for you. So, like with me, in my opinion, even because I don't know if you did y'all, I sent to y'all should have listened to the Marlon Humphreys podcast last night. He RG3 was on there. He was talking about Washington and basically how when he walked into the building when he got
No, bro.
drafted.
Gardner Minshew took that team where they was at. Gardner Minshew had 3,300 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Anthony Richardson only had 500 yards in four
Yeah, that's
games.
what I was saying. He got hurt.
In 4 games, yeah,
He
that was
got hurt.
Gardner Minshew. Yeah,
Got hurt. It was
Got
a
hurt.
sample size. You get what I'm saying? So
He
I
played.
can't
He
say he
played good in
pulled
this
out.
though.
I
Richardson is
don't call 500 yards in 4 games good.
No, I said he played good in the 4 games. That he had a lot of rushing yards too.
yeah.
Yeah, he right there. Let me see what his rushing numbers look like. But I'm just saying, I don't. Do you see him having a long-term career out there?
Yeah, he had to play early because they decided to play the young quarterback early.
Yeah.
I think that they should have went with Garner Minshew because I was telling y'all that Garner Minshew,
Yeah.
when he was with the Eagles, had worked out the whole offseason into being a better quarterback. So I thought that they should have started the veteran. The veteran
I
ended up
agree.
having to play because he got hurt, and he ended up showing them that, hey, y'all should have started me. Now that Garner Minshew has left because they are going to go with Richardson this year instead of Minshew because the team is trying to get better. They put Minshew over in Oakland.
Yeah.
Right, right,
Minshew
right,
got signed by Oakland, but that's
right.
Yeah.
because he played good.
He played very
Gives
well.
now that gives Oakland the leverage that Leo was talking about for us because do they have to pick a quarterback with the first pick because they got a 3,300-yard quarterback
Right.
Nope. They
and
don't.
they don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Mariota was with Atlanta last year and he didn't start. Well, no, he wasn't with Atlanta last year. He was in Atlanta the year before. And when he started, his numbers aren't 3,300 yards.
No, no, no.
Yeah. So that's what I've been saying about the pick. That's why I think it's bad because we lost so much leverage, man. That was just stupid. But moving forward, I've been saying it, and I know you've been saying Penix no and Bo Nix no. You know what I'm saying? But and Milrow to me another option. You know what I'm saying?
I think you got to draft 2 quarterbacks now. That's
No,
just
you
me.
don't.
No,
As just
no, no.
I would,
No,
can't,
you don't.
you can't
I
do
would.
no. Here's the thing. And this is what I just my opinion. This is what I realistically think can happen. All right. If they tank, and I do not agree with that, bro. So I'm saying
Right,
live on air. I do not
right.
agree with if they tank. So if they do, I'm gonna have to give you your praise on calling that out way,
Yeah,
way, way earlier than anybody could. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that they tank. If they do, it will be because to me, either of the running back position or the quarterback position. And that will be either via injury or the quarterback will play bad. If the
right,
quarterback plays bad, you have the opportunity to pick in what you feel like is a better quarterback draft.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right,
Also, you'll have a opportunity for your team to be able to draft again, hopefully seeing that we can draft. Let's see what this staff does in drafting in this draft. If they have a
Yeah.
good draft, then you may have about 5 or 6 players that pan out to help the team. If all you need next year is a quarterback, maybe you don't have to go plug and play with a rookie quarterback. Maybe you can use your first round pick to trade for a veteran who has gone out and shown proof this year, like a Josh Allen who might be out of his contract next year. You got nah, you wouldn't want him. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. And Gino, you might get a Gino, you know what I'm saying? Somebody that can throw downfield if you get the right receivers or if you have the right things in place. Again, with Curtis Samuel signing with
I'm saying.
Curtis Samuel's not signing with us, I know that you're going to pick a wide receiver in this deep wide receiver draft. So it's all
Yeah.
about who you get and who they're looking at. Whoever they get, I'm going right back to the Steve Smith joint and see what he says about him because he's
Oh
been
yeah.
good on a lot of people.
Let me ask y'all this. Let's say, how many years do they got to get this right? And
3,
they got 3, 4 years. You giving them 3, 4 years?
yeah.
Three.
I'm not giving them 3 years. So they can go 4-12 next year. Then go another 4-12,
Nah,
4
nah, 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 nah.
13.
Oh, you talking how long do I have them before they go to the playoffs? Is that what you're asking?
No, no. How long do you have before you like they need to be fired?
No, if they go 4-12 this year, that essentially means that with a better roster of players right now, and you have the same results as last year, I probably would think you get fired the first year because Josh Harris might panic. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right,
Even if he has the plans to tank, like this is not what you this is not what you planned for it to happen right away. Even if you plan on this happening, the staff shouldn't let it go like this.
Like you gotta have like Dion with the Buffaloes. Like you gotta not win the same amount of games. Like he won 5 games.
Right. That's
They
true.
won one the year before. So that's why I told you I was joking when I said that 5 is an upgrade, but 5 is more wins than you had the year before. To me, you have to get at least 7 wins to show everybody that you're trying to win. If you
Right.
get 6 wins, it has to be due to major injuries and
Right.
places that you are affected by. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Other than that, you don't have any excuse to win less than 7 games.
That's
You,
real.
Hey,
you
I'm gonna
don't.
be real. This is gonna
That's
be one. Listen,
that's
listen.
my thing. I don't want to give them any excuses
No,
because
no, no,
they.
no, no. I'm not doing that. I'm
Yeah.
not doing that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like they're moving in a direction that I like. There are a few questionable moves. I won't say that there aren't. There were some very, very good ones, and then now they've been some very questionable ones. So it's been a balance of what is going on, but I don't know what they're
Hey,
building exactly yet.
hey, look. So I gotta look at. We gotta look at the scale of the NFC East, right? Right now, to me, it's one powerhouse in the NFC East,
That's the Eagles.
and that is the Eagles. That's
And
Cowboys have won 10 games 2 years in a row, though.
they.
To be honest with you,
They
they won.
just lost their
the-
defensive coordinator.
I agree, but their catalyst, their catalyst, what I want from this team, the Redskins, give me 2 10-win seasons. Remember, I always say that. Give me 2 10-win seasons.
yeah,
I can see y'all trying to handle your business.
I can
Cowboys
see
have
I
done
can
that.
see I can see Quinn building that. I
I can see
honestly
Quinn building that too.
right now with Peters, other than the Howell move right now, like Leo said, and other than not signing Samuels or Fuller back, because either one of them,
Right,
if you let one go, I would have rather had one or the other. If you know what I'm saying,
right,
if that makes any sense.
right.
It is very important to me what they do with Cameron Curl right now, because now that
Yep.
really worries me about what they're going to do right there. I
Yeah,
do
Yes.
not like losing players that did well without getting value for them.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's just always been my thing. If you
I
need
don't
a,
know why we didn't franchise tag Cameron Curl.
I would have franchise tagged Samuels if you wasn't going. Well, yeah, I would have did that with Curl, so you had the room to. But see, that I think that they're not trying to franchise tag anybody because they don't want to get caught in that Kirk Cousins situation of overpaying somebody
Right,
that just does the basic of what they're supposed to do and not anything extra.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like you really got to do that with somebody that
That's
really is.
fine. That's fine if you see value in the player. You feel like you want to work out a deal with them long term.
Well,
I
this is this staff's first year with this squad, so I feel like they're trying to work out something with Cameron Curl, and Cameron Curl is like, "This is what I've done with this team so far," and then the team that's there now is like, "All right, but we're not trying to pay you that." You know what I'm saying? Like we want to build around everything else on the defense, and maybe your role and Dan Quinn. Like if you think about the Cowboys, say like Malik Hooker and Cameron Curl will be playing the same position. Malik Hooker is used in the Cowboys defense, but he's used all the way in the secondary. He's not up close on the ball as much as their other safety is. You know what I'm saying? So it is Curl that good in the secondary where
But you
this
got to think
regime
about.
at it like that.
But you got to think about Dan Quinn other defense. If Cam Curl plays Cam Chancellor's role.
Nah, he would be playing Earl Thomas role. That's what I'm saying. Like you got to think about that. Like, can he play the Earl Thomas role? Well, actually, no. You right.
That's what I'm saying.
You right. You no. Cam Chancellor was a strong safety. That would be Chin. That would be Chin, or that would be Forrest. Earl Thomas was the free
No,
safety.
but
That was
what I'm saying is I think Forrest might end up playing free, which is Earl Thomas, and then you could use Cam as the strong safety because they
I
both been
think I
playing.
think
They
you're gonna
both been
put
playing.
I think you're gonna
You
put Chin at strong safety because he's 6'3", 220.
Yeah,
That
now,
much
but yeah,
size
now,
and that much movement, I
but
think
see,
you have the argument. That's why I said I feel
and he
like
played linebacker too. He
that's
has
what I said.
yeah,
experience.
but
I feel like they signed Chin to have leverage on the
yeah,
contract between him and Curl. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? Because that was like, we can keep you and we want to keep you, but we not going past this number because we got somebody else to play this game we try to play.
yeah.
I like I said, I don't like losing that, especially if you done lost Curl. That would be Curl, Fuller, and motherfucking Samuels, which means that you have to get a wide receiver, you have to get 2 D backs. So
Yes.
how far in the draft do you get them without exposing your first few picks and what you have to do?
Yeah.
You know
And
what I'm saying? You can't go to your 5th round and pick a quarterback in the 5th round and say that we're gonna go. Like we're gonna pick Marvin Harrison, but we're gonna pick a 5th round quarterback because you can't have somebody that's gonna throw the ball and get him set up because jump balls can lead to injury. And even though he has success in doing those, you got to have somebody that can put them in the right places also.
And then if you do that, what is your motive at that point? Is it winning now? Is it winning later? Like, what are you trying to do? You see
If
what I'm
they pick
saying?
Marvin Harrison Jr. and don't have a quarterback, I think it's the Embiid syndrome. I think it's getting your Randy Moss and getting the players that you need to have, and then getting your quarterback when you can get your quarterback. Because if you pick your quarterback now and he's not Embiid, because again he has the experience of having a Ben Simmons. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So tanking does not always necessarily work. And I don't think Ben Simmons is bad. I just think if you don't have somebody that knows how to
Right.
use the player, then this is
Right.
still a failed pick. So they got to be really careful about how they approach. Do they get the very best player, or do they get the quarterback because they just given because they need one? Regardless of whether Howard was there or not, I felt like they was going to pick a quarterback in this draft. So you felt like they was going to need a quarterback, or the new regime wanted to have somebody that was at least of their statue or whatever they wanted to run if Howard didn't work out. So now you are forcing yourself to have to pick one this draft, but where do you pick him at over? Is it talent, or do you feel like all these quarterbacks are around it? Like basically, do you go with talent or do you go with experience? Because like I said, the age of a lot of the other quarterbacks are 23, 24 by the time the season comes around. So do you go with the experience with a talented Marvin Harrison Jr., or do you go with youth and potential and try to find a receiver amongst the other receivers that are out here?
I mean, me personally, I always say like receiver is when you got good receivers. Normally, you don't need a great quarterback if you got great receivers. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get by. Them receivers gonna make it happen for you. I.e., Dante Culpepper was that's a prime
Well,
example of
yeah,
when,
yeah, yeah,
when
yeah,
you don't have the best quarterback, but you got good receivers. I think you could get by with that. You see what
yeah,
I'm saying? So even with that's why I say even if you would have had whoever you would have had, if you had Marvin Harrison with Terry McLaurin and Johan Dotson, I felt like the quarterback position isn't as much as a need, or you have to have the best talent at quarterback at that point because your receivers. We seen it here with Art Monk, Ricky Sanders, and Gary Clark.
yeah.
They won the Super Bowl with Mark Rippon. They won the Super Bowl with Joe Dye. They won the Super Bowl. It
And that's
don't
why I said
matter.
if Joe could have sold him on anything, he may be able to explain him to that you may not need the splash guy at quarterback. You need a winner,
Right.
a leader. And that's why I say that JJ McCarthy to me is way more valuable and may be able to slip down to a second, or you have multiple seconds where you can sneak back into the first to
That's what
get
I've been
that type of
saying the
quarterback.
whole time.
Yeah, that you can get that type of quarterback with a mid round or a late first round pick if the other guys go off the board. Because once, like I said, once Caleb and once May and Daniels goes off the board, and I honestly think that McCarthy, because he tried out, like the guys that worked out, I feel like are gonna move. If Williams doesn't go first and we don't pick him, I promise you that the board is going to start looking funny. Like people are going to
Yeah.
start
Yeah.
feeling like, why didn't you guys
Yeah.
get this guy? Like, how do you feel? Like, why? Especially if we skip or if we trade out of that pick, it's going to throw everybody off. Because the only way I see with us trading out of that pick is if the Bears pick Marvin Harrison Jr. If the Bears
Wow.
pick Marvin
Yeah.
Harrison Jr., then that's when we trade out of that pick. Because again, if they don't get Caleb and they don't trade Justin Fields before the season starts, you're telling me and telling everybody else that you feel like Justin Fields is better than the quarterbacks that are available today. And Justin Fields was rated as one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL the last 2, 3 seasons in a row.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, I still think we should pick Joe Alt.
I don't. I think that you can always find a tackle in
Yeah.
comparison to not being able. Marvin, like I said, Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, okay, so this is what I look at it like. Is same thing I asked yesterday. Is Joe Alt that far over the next tackle in comparison to how much Marvin Harrison is that far
No.
over Malik Neighbors? And
No.
Malik Neighbors is Malik. Steve Smith was like Malik Neighbors is one. Marvin Harrison Jr. is one, and then Malik Neighbors is 1A. But they're still so far from each other, and I really like Malik Neighbors, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like even being the debatable person that I am, or even stressing some things a little bit, I went back and looked at film, and I've been watching it. It's like
Yeah.
it's effortless. It's what Randy Moss was in Marshall, and he played against way harder competition than Randy Moss in college.
Yeah. Yeah.
it's going to translate to the NFL because your father is who your father was, which means that you train and work
Yeah.
out and doing this, and you know how to recover. You know how to get healed from injuries. If you have a bad game, you know that you're not going to have two of these in a row. In big games, you know that he's going to show up. You play six difficult games in your division that they all have a number one receiver, except for the Giants. But at one point they did even. You know what I'm saying? So at some point in time, again, not to knock McLaurin at all, but Marvin Harrison Jr., even if he's at your number two, you have to look at how much of an advantage
Yeah.
any offense like that would be able to have.
Yeah. And then let me ask y'all this unanimously. Do if y'all okay, let's say take Randy Moss. Randy Moss is coming out. Y'all know Randy Moss is coming out now. Let's just say you know what you know about Randy Moss now, but he's now freshly coming out of school right now.
Mhm.
Do you pass him up?
Not now in today's football because the wide receiver barely can be touched. So especially no, not now.
Sure.
And the reason why I'm gonna pick him if I'm here's why I skip on Joe Altleo is because if he's available at number two, guess who's behind the Patriots?
Right. The Giants is somewhere
You
close.
don't have any
Lingering.
possible
Lingering.
way, and even if the Chargers are right after that, the Giants are next up. You
Yeah,
don't want the
you're
Giants
lingering.
or the Cowboys to trade because the Cowboys haven't done shit. They haven't done shit in the offseason like that for
Yeah.
real. For real. So you don't want them to sneak in and try to trade something to get that. They trying to find a home for Gallup. Like you just don't want them to trade with somebody who
And then
don't
you
mind trading
already got to
Gallup.
deal with AJ Brown. You already got to deal with AJ Brown. You want to have to deal with AJ Brown, CD Lamb, and Marvin Harrison Jr.
You don't want to do that, bro. That's why I said, like, if he on the board, I'd take him and we'll figure out tackle. I will buy somebody tackle from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We got enough defensive players that
Yeah.
we just signed. Like, nigga, sell somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I told y'all on my first draft, I traded Jonathan Allen. You can get whatever you want if you trade Jonathan Allen,
Yeah.
but you have to literally go player for player. You got to go with somebody young. Like if you got Jalen Carter and got the Eagles pick with that, but the Eagles don't pick up a big pick high enough in the draft. That's what I'm saying. You
Well, I'm gonna
get
be
somebody
honest with
else's
you.
defensive tackle.
That didn't work out for them. That guy that they sent over there to San Francisco, what was his name? And they plugged Jalen Carter in there this year. That didn't work out for them this year.
Talking about for the Eagles.
Yeah, for the Eagles. They
Yeah,
got
yeah.
No,
rid of
Jalen
somebody for
Carter was a
Jalen
beast
Carter.
this year.
No, they got rid of somebody. The guy who went to San Francisco, their tackle, came from Philadelphia. I can't think of his name. I'm gonna pull him up. They got rid of him for Jalen Carter for the cheaper guy, and it did not look the same, bro.
Yeah,
Not as the Eagles
Yeah.
last year. Not as the Eagles
yeah.
last year.
And then I didn't understand them picking two picks that played the same position. They played a 4-6. They don't play with both of them on the field that much.
Right, right,
So that
right.
means one coming in for the other, and they, you know what I'm saying? I just didn't get that pick.
I mean, I mean, honestly, it was a Chase Young, Montez Sweat situation where they maybe didn't want to sign him. And I'm gonna pull him up where they didn't want to sign him because of the money situation, or whatever. So they figured Jalen Carter, he's on his rookie contract. We don't have to pay him that much. Let's get this guy out of here. We'll replace him with this younger guy, whatever. It didn't work out, bro. That Eagles defense did not look the same this year as it looked last year. On the front seven, that front seven was dominant last year. You know what I'm saying?
Let's
Hold on, I'm gonna
see.
go to the
Yeah,
40.
that's gonna look. I don't know what they're gonna look like necessarily this year without Kelsey on that line.
Oh, without Kelsey, right? Right. That's another thing. That's another thing. They don't have Kelsey this year. Hargrave. That's what I'm talking about. Hargrave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hargrave getting shipped up out of there though. You know that, right?
Oh, is he? He's not staying with them?
Yeah, he didn't pass the test or something like that.
The physical? Yeah, the Eagles were much more dominant than Hargrave than they were with Carter. They were much more dominant with Hargrave.
Hold on, be right back.
Yeah, much more dominant with Hargrave. So it didn't look the same. And they suffered for that. You know what I mean? So again, we think that it's just swapping a player. But I want to see a team, and I don't know much about teams nowadays with the free agency and how everybody plays things in their organization. But I want to see a team who somehow, some way, keep some of their core guys long term. Because I know we live in a society where it is about the money, but at the same time, it is about the winning too. So I would just like to see a organization which somehow, some way can talk some of their core guys or can pay some of the right core guys into keeping these solid units solid.
Yeah.
Um, because you're not going to be able to build any continuity unless you keep some of these core guys together. Like us with the Redskins, we had Young, Sweat, and this was my fear with having Young, Sweat, Allen, and Payne. You wasted some years there. You got to immediately have success, immediately go deep in the playoffs because you don't know how long you're going to be able to keep these core guys together.
Well, that's what I used to fear on the jump when I was saying, "Dang, I just realized after year one that we hired a coach that wasn't well. He was sick, which
Mm-hmm.
means that that was more of a tank and move in that particular situation that we just didn't see in the moment. Where
Right,
it's like you don't have the staff in place to take the roster serious.
right,
You know what I'm saying? So that's what we have to identify here, where it's like, okay, I see some of the moves where it's like, all right, these are good looking moves, and then these are a couple of ones that are kind of questionable. And again, even let's say that you get the quarterback, and let's say that you get another wide receiver, which is fine, and let's say that that wide receiver even pans out, you're now kind of putting in the complication that Dotson isn't a number two because you're going to bring in someone else that's a number two. So that means that you got to bring in a wide receiver that has size.
right.
You know,
I
because
agree with that.
Dotson played on the outside in Penn State and he played on the inside. And what Steve Smith told me about looking at film, and I don't know if you do this, Ro, but with wide receivers, he said, pay attention to how much they play inside and outside. So whoever we're picking, we got to look at how much they play on the outside if we're looking for somebody to be McLaurin's number two or number 1A. You know what I'm saying? Because he was like a
Right,
lot of guys that's coming out that did the combine, that did well, that was catching, doing the drills and this and that and the third. They may have lined up on the inside a lot. That's why CD Lamb plays a lot on the inside rather than playing on the outside. You know what I'm saying? Because in college, he has way more snaps on the inside. And it's not that he can't play on the outside. It's just that Dallas has a way of having an advantage of using him in those positions because he's good at running routes from that particular set. So it'd be important to look at who's coming in and you know what I'm saying, how what some of those sets are. I got to go back and look at Kings. But again, like I said, if you get Brendan, if you get Brendan Rice with Caleb Williams, I don't
It's one
say
of my
that
picks, Vito. I'm with you.
that's not
Brendan.
that's not
I don't
better than
like
Robert
Caleb
Griffin
though.
Jr., but that's to me that's the same kind of caliber.
I could do Brendan Rice. I could do
I can
Brendan
do
Rice.
Brendan Rice, but I
And
can't do
I
Caleb.
still think you should get somebody else because I don't think Brendan Rice is going to go as high.
No,
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere near his high. He like in third or fourth round.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. If anybody lets him go that far, they're a fucking fool.
Hey,
And I don't. That's what. Listen to me. It is first of all, y'all. If y'all know me, if y'all have all heard me say this, and I want y'all to hear this on the show for anybody that's listening. The wide receiver position in the NFL should be called JR. It should be called Jerry Rice. It should not be called wide receiver. He is the definition of the greatest player to play the position, and I love Randy Moss. Randy Moss probably one of my favorite wide receivers ever, bro. Also, along with Ot Monk, who's the GOAT, Gary Clark, Ricky Saint. Those are just my goats for our team. But Randy Moss and Jerry Rice are just the definition of the position to me. Chris Carter's a great too, but Jerry Rice is absolutely great. You don't pass up or consider his son in the third round when they had a crappy defense and they had a crappy team. They had no line or nothing like that. If Marvin Harrison Jr., if Brendan Rice played on Ohio State, he would have the same numbers. If anybody knows me, my comp would be David Boston. If y'all remember David Boston,
right.
he would have had a David Boston season in Ohio State. And David Boston was amazing in Ohio State. And he was even more like that when he got to the league because of how dominant he was in size and was fast. He was incredibly quick for him to be that big. I
Right.
think Brandon Rice is
Quick
a
question, Vito, and the
uh,
rest of the board.
you say
Quick
what?
question. Say, for instance, we get Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brendan Rice just so happen to pop up on the board when he's available. Do we grab him too?
No. I mean, you could,
I think you could, but
but
I think that's overkill. Now, would I? Yes, because you wouldn't need another wide receiver for 10 years. Even
yeah,
if one, because you have so many of them that you would never have to pay all of them the big money. You'd have to figure out something where they could all make a serviceable amount of money. And you wouldn't need, like Rose said, a great quarterback because your wide receivers would essentially do the job for you.
yeah.
Um,
You know what I'm saying?
I
Now,
would.
I think that Dotson would probably I think if you get them, then Terry McLaurin turns into your number three. Or you keep Dotson and would have to get rid of Terry McLaurin at some point in time because Brendan Rice and Marvin Harrison Jr. and Dotson or McLaurin would be too much. I just don't think you would be able to keep that all together for that long. I think you'd win a lot of games with that, but I don't think you would keep that long.
Brendan Rice is bigger
You,
than
you keep
Terry
it
too.
you keep it you keep it
Yes,
together long enough for you to possibly win some championships. And the reason why I say I would draft Brendan, me personally, because I feel as though they're not going to make De'Ami Brown a home state anyway. I feel like after this season, De'Ami Brown will probably be done.
I
You
don't
feel what I'm saying? We already lost Curtis Samuel, and I just look at him as insurance. If
so
that's just me.
if they were to get Marvin Harrison Jr., the only reason why I don't think they would get Brendan Rice is because you automatically start the conversation that Terry McLaurin's out the door. Even though that's not what they have to do, I just feel like because you're paying McLaurin so much money, you're gonna have to get those other guys the ball. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. There's only one football, and you don't maybe Brendan Rice is it can be patient with him, and you can get him in some plays and all that like you would Dayami the first year. But when you play him, it's going to be undeniable that he's going to have to be on the field. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
Brendan Rice, his numbers was 45. He had 45 catches for 791 yards and 12 touchdowns. So he's
right,
like catching a touchdown like every 3 or 4 passes, he catching a touchdown.
yeah, bro, it's dangerous, bro, and he's big. He big as I don't know what, and
So
that's
I think if you get Caleb Williams, though, I think if you get Caleb Williams, then you might be looking at Brendan Rice
right.
because they played together. So
And,
you,
and then that would be, like you said, Big Son, that would be your De'Ami Brown replacement because I still think that if he slips to the third round and he's there, I definitely think you get him because you get 3 picks in the third round.
I'm about to say we got 3 picks in it
Yeah,
now. Ain't
and
like we just got two.
you still can get a wide receiver in the second round that is a first round quality
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
still can address the guard and still can address tackle.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
it's
fact that
it's
we
a
have a lot of
plethora of
picks,
tackles out there. You
the
know what I'm
fact that we got a
saying?
lot of picks in that first 3 rounds means a lot.
Joe O
We
is
got a
just the
lot of
guy that
picks.
they got ahead of the numbers, but I looked at some of them other tackles. Them guys are just as
they got
good
some
as
good
Joe O
tackles.
to
Yeah, they
me.
got some
You know
good
what I'm
tackles.
saying?
They got some good
So
tackles.
the tackles are good. You got like 4 or 5 of them that's projected to go in the first round.
Yeah,
And
you
that's why I said that I do feel like Joe Alt is the number one tackle, but I do think that there are a few guys that aren't that far behind him. And
Yeah,
if you get a rookie that's on the line with a line that has chemistry and has some experience, he can only do well because he's not gonna have the pressure of trying to protect everybody. He can focus on his job. You know what I'm saying? So you may not need the exact number one job. I do feel what you're saying, Leo, because I do think that if they would have kept Howe, like I said, if they would have kept Howe until they was ready to pick, I think all of this would have been a little bit better because you don't have to trade Howe. You can trade Howe on draft day. You know,
right,
I still
right,
feel like even if there's other quarterbacks that's out because of where other teams might pick, you still could deal Howe because those teams might not be in a place to be able to, you know what I'm saying, move up. They might have them do too much to move up to get that pick. You know what I'm saying? So you still could have held it. I definitely feel you on that.
Like I do understand why getting rid of it now, because you did get the leverage now. I mean, you did get the picks now. Like you said, you moved up essentially damn near a whole round. You know what I'm saying? And you got your second round pick is, I mean, your third round pick is way closer than what it was from the fourth. And then your sixth round turned into a fifth round. So you got an extra one there. You know what I'm saying? So
My thing is this too, with all of this uh maneuvering within the draft, and they stockpiling picks and getting rid of players and all the things that they're doing. Please have a plan. Please don't just say, let's get a bunch of picks, y'all. And then when after draft day, we looking around after we do our draft review, like, what in the hell was this? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Have a plan and have it to where, like, again, when we looked at the roster, when we looked at the depth chart, we said, okay, you fixed the interior of the line. You know, you needed to do that. We saw sort of what looked like some sort of plan,
well,
right?
I think in the draft, I think that's the one thing that won't be hidden at that point. And when the draft comes around, I think we'll clearly see where the team is going. We'll see exactly what direction they're trying to go into, because that will complete the roster. You know what I'm saying? The draft basically after tomorrow, which is day 5 of free agency, the draft will complete what the roster is outside of undrafted free agents. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
we'll
I hope they're
basically
not planning for Marcus Mariota to be the starter, though. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe
well,
y'all
No,
might be
I
comfortable with
don't
that.
think he. That,
I
I
mean,
mean,
honestly, it'll depend on the system.
I'm
nah.
not
I
hey,
comfortable
don't
with
bro,
care
that.
what
hold on.
system it is. He should be the starter.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on,
not
Big Sonny,
comfortable with
bro.
that.
Hold on, Big Sonny, bro. If they leave Mariota to be the starter, imagine like, yeah, that gives you your Marvin Harrison Jr. That's the same. If you keep Mariota, you have all the leverage to get the best players in the draft. It would literally be it won't necessarily be about need at every position more than it would best talent on the board.
Right, right. But even then, I would still, even if let's say you get Marvin Harrison, I would hope that you would pick a quarterback next.
No, 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 no,
That's
no.
just me. Okay.
They could pick
You know,
one. That's what I'm saying. I really think if I really feel like it's gonna matter how far McCarthy and the Knicks and the Penixes drop.
Marcus Mariota in his career is 34-40 as a starter. So I'm not excited about having him as the starter. You know, having him as the starter. I mean, I just will hope and pray that if that's what your plan is, at least you bring somebody in there behind him, so that if things start to go left, or if we are on the bridge where you feel like we
So
shouldn't be, you can go ahead and
so
replace him.
so speaking of going left, bro, I don't know if you made a comment about what we read up on last night.
Oh yeah,
Did
I
you
did. I
remember?
let them know. Yeah, I told them. Yeah, because Big Son was
Man,
me and Big Son was on the
hey
phone together
dog,
after we got off air. Me and
Mhm.
Big Son talked a little minute. That's when we found out about the Eckler thing.
man, they
Yeah,
caught
they
he.
did. Yeah. That's when we found out together. Me and Big Son was on air. It was like, oh, what's going on here?
I'm like, dang,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. They said that we, and actually it was the Chargers fans who was saying he had a fumbling
And
problem.
he's actually he fumbles more than Antonio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Chargers fans is the one who was complaining about it. So
Man,
that's how we found out. We read some, we saw the tweets of the Chargers fans, and they kept saying he had fumbleitis. I say, oh, let me go look these numbers up. And sure enough,
Hmm.
15 fumbles in the last 5 years. I mean, last 3 years, 15
and
fumbles.
lost what? How many
He
did he look?
lost,
I
he lost
mean,
10.
he
He lost
lost 10
10.
of them. Yeah.
10. Gibson only lost 6 the last 3 years. Gibson only lost 6. Yeah, so that, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To his credit, he did get to touch the ball more than Gibson, but
A whole
15
lot more
fumbles,
though.
fi-
A whole
50,
lot more.
yeah, a whole lot
Gibson,
more. Yeah.
I
Go ahead,
think it
Big.
was Gibson's not this past season, the season before that one. That's when he lost the most, right?
Right,
Yeah,
yeah,
4 fumbles
yeah,
and
yeah,
lost 3 of them.
yeah.
He didn't even touch the ball that much, even the season before last.
No,
He didn't touch the ball that much.
it was the one he touched the ball the most. That's when he had the most fumbles. That was 2021, I believe.
Yeah, that was
Well,
6 fumbles.
technically, I'm looking at it. Austin Eckler's never had 1,000 yards. He's had 2 double-digit touchdown seasons, and
That's what I saw.
he definitely had the 107 receptions
Yeah.
on the same year that he had the 915. So he had over 1,600 all-purpose yards. Most of his touchdowns came on the ground, but he does get multiple touchdowns via through the air. He has a career average of almost 9 yards a catch.
Right.
Uh,
That's good
for
for a
his
running back.
catches,
Man,
yeah,
that's great.
for his 9 yards a catch, he gets targeted about 40 to 50 times, about a 50 times, 60 time a year average. No, no, excuse me. He was getting targeted about 75, about 65 to 75 times average in his career. He
Mm.
received the ball about 60 times, 55 to 60 times in his career. So his targets to catches was good. 556 total in targets, 440 in receptions. So his catching the target ratio was good. Had 3,884 yards in his career. Like I said, 9 yards a catch, 30 touchdowns, 179 first downs receiving with a 51.1 success rate. His longest his longest receiving catch was 84 yards. And his catch percentage is an average of 80% in his career. Running, he is 990 attempts in his career. He's never had more than 206 attempts. So actually, Antonio Gibson has handled the ball more than him on the ground. Um, but his limited amount of carries do equal to a lot of scores for the most part. 990 attempts for 39 touchdowns, 4,355 yards, 229 first downs, with a 49.1 success rate on rushing yards to get a first down. His longest rush is 72 yards, but he averages a career of 4.4. On his best years was his first 2 years at 5.5 and 5.2, but those were limited carries both years.
A lot of people said it was a C minus. A lot of people, like a lot of draft grades, people said we got a C minus because he's coming off his worst season. They said he's coming off his worst season. You know what I'm saying? The last season wasn't really it. And of course he was hurt. Well, I think he wasn't hurt that much, though. He had played 14 games. But he's averaging 3.5 yards a carry last year.
Nah,
Down.
their team was bad, like, and he had
Yeah.
a
Oh,
limited
did y'all hear Marquise Brown is
is
signing
going
with
to
the
the
Chiefs?
Chiefs. Yeah,
Mm-mm. That's
Kirk
crazy. That's
Cousins.
another Tyreek Hill. That's another Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
That's another Tyreek Hill. Hollywood
they,
Brown.
they still gonna draft somebody in the draft, but they needed somebody that knew already had some
He's
experience too.
he's replacing Hardman, McCole Hardman.
McCole Hartman left.
Yeah, he's a free agent. Yeah,
Uh,
he's replacing
I mean,
Hardman.
yeah, that's better than Harmon. That's an upgrade.
Yes, an upgrade, but Marquise Brown is pretty good, man. I'm gonna look his numbers up to see what he did last year. But Marquise Brown is pretty good, and Patrick Mahomes gonna be able to get him the ball. That's the only thing he was missing was somebody to get him the ball. Lamar Jackson kind of did it the first year he was out there with
nah,
Jackson.
he did. He ain't kind of do it. He did it. That was
Yeah,
his best work.
yeah. But
Hey,
Mahomes,
a credit to what you was talking about, Vito and Rowe, about tackles and still getting good talent, even though the number one guy might be who he is. Because look at it, Trent Williams. The year Trent Williams was drafted, two spaces down from him was Russell Okung. Then at the 10th spot, no, the 11th spot was Anthony Davis, who did not allow a sack in his entire career. Even though it was short, it was 6 years, he did not allow one sack in his career
mm,
as an offensive lineman. That's tough.
mm,
I mean, it's tackle
Yeah,
at the tackle position too. At that,
mm,
you know what I'm saying. Then Brian Balaga was in there too at 23. He went to Green Bay. Looked like
mm.
yeah, he went to Green Bay. So you still can get a good plethora of offensive lineman talent that's out there that we have in this. And in fact, this draft is a lot more deeper than that one was anyway, because this draft has like five offensive linemen that can go in the first round. This draft had four of them. I think four of them went.
Marquise Brown's best year
Yeah.
was with the Ravens. You're right, Vito. He had 91 catches for 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. You right about that. Definitely Lamar did give him the ball. That's why I said with out there with Patrick Mahomes, that's a
Yeah.
big signing for them. That's one thing that Kansas City, I'm gonna give them some credit for doing. Kansas City signs who they need. They sign players that are highly effective. You know what I mean? They sign players that are highly effective. What do y'all think about Odell Beckham Jr. this year? Where y'all think he gonna land?
Nowhere.
Or y'all
Nowhere.
think it's that he done?
Maybe back with Baltimore if they need somebody.
Nah, they didn't. They didn't re-sign him.
Yeah, they didn't resign him. Yeah.
I mean, I know, but I'm just saying, like, closer to the season or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. You're right. Beckham might be done. Beckham might be done.
He might go down there with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta if they don't do well in the draft.
They do need receivers. I
That's
will
true.
say
But
that. But the receiver pool is deep.
Yep.
The receiver pool is deep this year. You know what I mean? Like the receiver pool is deep. That's why it's crazy we even brought up Marquise Brown because we was looking at him last night. The receiver pool is much deeper than what we anticipated. Even the cornerback pool. There's a lot of Xavier Howard still out there. There's a lot of cornerbacks still out there. If you really think about as far as filling the position on the Redskins side of the ball, the cornerback position is healthy this year.
Yeah.
So you as an organization, let me just say this, as an organization and looking at everything that they have done, um, we got some holes to fill. I'm not all that excited about that tackle position with Andrew Wiley. I'm still ain't excited about that. Again, he's young. He can fix some and right some of his wrongs. But let's say he don't. Let's say he don't. Then then you don't have a
I mean,
backup right now.
well, I also think that would be up to the coaching staff to take him out the game. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you just sit there and go the
But
whole season, keep
who you
getting
replace
sacked.
him for? Who you replace him for?
Anybody, if you just playing that bad, like you either fix it by helping them out with a tight end on that account, putting a fullback or putting an extra backer in it to help out on that side, or you again replace them with anybody. You put Brendan Daniels right there. You put Al Grady. You put another Chief right there. You put Cosby back out at tackle, move him to guard. Like you figure out what to do. That's going to be up to what coaching does.
Yeah. Okay, so at cornerback, we have several. The cornerbacks that's available is you have Xavier Howard, you got Jamal Adams, you got J.C. Jackson, you got Justin Simmons, you have
Yes,
Eddie Jackson, you have Adoree Jackson, you got
that's
Quandre Diggs, you got
safety.
Stephon Gilmore, Mika Hyde.
Safety.
Oh yeah, they safeties. Yeah, sorry. Hold on, I go to the corners. Yeah.
Not
Davis
with
White
corners.
still out there?
Who you got? Tracy Walker, you got Avonte Maddox, you got Patrick Peterson, C.J. Henderson, Steven Nelson, Levi Wallace, Shaquille Griffin, Keon Crossan. I mean, you got some corners out there left. Miles Bryant, K'Wan Williams,
If it's not nobody, if it's not
Hendren,
nobody top of the list, I'm not really interested.
huh?
I say if it's not nobody at the top of the list, I'm not really interested over where you can pick somebody at.
Right. Right now, top of the list is Kendall Fuller. Kendall Fuller
Nah,
is
Kendall gone.
he gone? Did he leave?
Kendall
Yeah,
got
to the
signed.
Dolphins.
Oh wow. I didn't know that.
I said they
You've been
didn't get
saying it the
that.
whole time, man.
I did not know that. I did
I saw.
not
I
know
told you. I
that.
told you that you was right yesterday when you were saying that they was trying to win now. Like that was a win now move for real.
Yeah.
To try to get home field, like because that's three corner. Remember I said yesterday that you
Yeah.
need three cornerbacks, and that's gonna get them three cornerbacks, three starters.
Mm.
And that was
So he
with
got
Kendall
signed
Fuller. Where
when
I said
today?
Kendall Fuller was
Today he
better.
got signed?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. So Kendall Fuller and Curtis Samuel left the same day.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you say Kendall Fuller curse hold on, he went to Miami, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Don't they
Sam
got Jalen
Howell.
Ramsey?
And Sam
Yeah.
Howell.
and Xavier Howard. But that's if they bring
Nah,
Xavier.
Xavier Howard, he signed back with him.
No, he's still
I don't
Xavier
know yet.
Howard. No. Xavier Howard is a free agent. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he signed with them. We looked at him yesterday.
yeah.
So it'll be Ramsey and Fuller.
Howard got all them kids. Xavier Howard. They got tired of that, man. All them baby mamas running around their stadium. No offense to Howard, but he be making news. That man got a lot of kids, man. I think it had been a little bit of a circus up there. Y'all was talking about the sport coat yesterday. That's super sport coat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all was talking about sport coat. That's the sport coat right there.
Hey,
He
do
in
you
Miami
know? Hey,
running
so
it.
look, I just watched some Ohio State's what's his name? Brian Hartline, right? Ranks his number one, his number top three receivers that he's ever coached, right? He said Marvin Harrison is number one.
Mm.
It wasn't a hesitation with that. You get what I'm saying? Then he named Garrett from the Jets, and he said Terry McLaurin. You know what I'm saying? He named another person, but I can't remember
Miles
exactly.
Garrett, a beast too, though. Shout out to Miles Garrett.
No, not Miles. What's his name? Garrett for
Garrett Wilson.
Garrett
Garrett
Wilson.
Garrett
Wilson.
Sorry, Garrett
Wilson.
Wilson. I ain't say Miles Garrett. I say Miles Garrett. I meant
Yeah,
to say
yeah,
Garrett Wilson.
Garrett
Yeah, for the
Wilson.
Garrett
Jets.
Yeah,
Sorry, y'all right. Yeah,
exactly,
Garrett Wilson. Yeah, my
exactly.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Garrett Wilson.
so he said Marvin Harrison was number one clearly, like no hesitation,
Mm,
no bump in his voice, no. It wasn't even a. He didn't have to think about it
mm.
at all.
And Garrett Wilson has been wildly successful with no quarterback out there with the Jets. That's why I'm saying shout out to Garrett Wilson, man. He had 95 catches this year for 1,000 yards, even though he only had 3 touchdowns because the quarterback can't get him the ball, in my opinion. And then the first year, he had 83 catches for 1,100 yards, 4 touchdowns. So both his first 2 years have been the 1,000-yard year. He was rookie of the year his first year. This year, he even bumped it up and bumped his game up with 95 catches from 83. So,
You
Exactly.
know, that method you be teaching me, bro. Like
yeah,
before we go bet sometimes to go look at the player
yeah,
and go on Madden and see how he is and all that. So
yeah.
Garrett Wilson, I just so happen to have Garrett Wilson. I think one of my seasons that I had going, I was probably deep into it, maybe like I guess 9 years. And I picked Shorty up, man, and had him for the last 2 years of his career. He was still doing him.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was still doing him.
He a baller. He a
Yeah.
baller, man. He's actually one of my favorite receivers out right now. You know, he give
Who?
me that Terry McLaurin vibe. Garrett Wilson.
Okay, yeah.
You know, he give me that Terry McLaurin vibe, bruh. And all of think about it like this. There's only one other university that I think is messing with Alabama's wide receivers, and that might be Ohio State. You get what I'm saying? Just
Oh, no
my opinion.
question.
Just
No
my
question.
opinion. You know, right
Now
now you got
LSU too. Hold up,
Yeah, they
hold
got
up.
something to say, brother.
Yeah,
We talking
LSU.
about? Are we talking
has
overall,
LSU
Leo? Or
right,
we Leo? You saying
right now.
overall, right?
Yeah.
Or just the factory itself, or
He
right
said
now?
right
I
now.
mean the factory.
I don't know.
Okay.
LSU.
Nah, we talking factory.
Man.
Hands down.
I
If
mean
we talking
Alabama right
factory,
now, you could clearly say Alabama right now.
How?
how? I'm about to say we talking factory. Devontae Smith. What he done?
Devontae Smith. He not
Right.
the only one. Julio,
Waddle.
Waddle. Like, do the names gotta keep coming out?
Amari Cooper.
Hold on,
You know,
man. You ain't
like,
gonna
like, come
stun. You ain't gonna
on,
stun on the
man.
Buckeyes like that.
Come on,
Hold
man.
on, man.
I'm not stunting on the Buckeyes. I'm saying Buckeyes is wide receiver you as well.
DJ
That's
Uh,
Clark.
what I'm saying.
DJ
I'm giving them
Clark.
their props.
Jamar Chase.
Huh?
Uh, GJ Clark. Jamar Chase. The Jet. You know what I mean? Come on, LSU got him
All right,
too.
yeah, Jet and Chase. I can definitely give you that.
You know,
They the
Odell
best two.
Beckham.
Odell
Odell
Beckham.
Beckham.
Yeah.
Man, Odell Wash, man. You just
He
said
got a
Odell ain't
Super
gonna get
Bowl.
signed this year.
He got a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
And he
That's
probably would
true.
have won
He
MVP
would
if
have
he didn't
won,
get
yeah,
hurt.
if he didn't get hurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
With all
Yeah.
due respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm just saying, LSU got
All right.
something to say about that
All
wide
right. I
receiver
can say
position.
that. I can say that. Yeah. I
You
wasn't
know.
knocking LSU though. You know what I'm saying? Because I definitely think Jamal Chase is probably
Well, you
it's
know, you
like
Bama fans got a thing for the LSU, Tigers. So I don't. If you're knocking them, I expect it. Put it like that.
I ain't knocking
Because
them out. Nah,
as a
nah. I
Bulls
mean,
fan, I'm gonna knock LeBron every chance I get. I'm just gonna
nah,
let it be
man.
known.
Look. Ballers is ballers, man. Ballers is ballers, man.
You know.
Garrett
Ballers.
Wilson. Let's see, what's this list looking like?
But
Uh,
Ohio State,
yeah,
Ohio
I'm
State,
trying to
nice.
see now.
Ohio State, nice.
Russell Gage. Russell Gage.
Ben,
That's another one
Benjamin
from LSU.
Victor. Who was that? Oh, he played for the Ravens. Benjamin Victor. I don't know. Yeah, 83 catches, 18 touchdowns, 4 seasons for Ohio State. Oh, this is Ohio.
Olave
C.J.
at Ohio
Saunders
State.
for the Panthers.
Yeah.
Olave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Terrence Campbell for the Colts. Oh yeah, he was torched for a little bit. Michael Thomas,
Okay.
Michael
Michael
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah. Yeah. Legit. Legit.
Olave.
Legit.
Austin Mack. Who is this guy?
David Boston.
Yeah.
Scary Terry, of course.
What's the
That's
what's the
don't need
one?
to be
Terry
said.
Glenn. Terry Glenn. Terry Glenn.
Yeah,
Terry Glenn.
Terry Glenn, an
Yeah.
Ohio State legend.
Yeah. Terry Glenn. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna take nothing out
Oh
of Terry.
yeah, Curtis.
What's the other one that the Redskins had that was real
Didn't
fast?
Curtis play with them too?
Curtis Samuels.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
believe
Did he?
so.
Yeah.
yeah. It
What's the
say Curtis right here.
all right, Curtis
Yeah.
Samuel? Okay. What's the one, the real fast one that used to that played for the Redskins for one season? And I think he played for Dallas for one season. I can't forget his name. He went to LSU too. He played for the Redskins for one season, had one bomb, but he was super fast. I can't think his name. But yeah. They known to put them speedy receivers out there. Yeah.
Miami U. Do you had a wide receiver run for a little bit too?
Yeah, I'm talking
Who
about. I'm just talking about right now. You know what I
No,
mean?
right now Alabama might got it though. As
I
for consistent,
don't know.
but nah,
You
but
got you
I don't
got
know.
Curtis Samuel. You
I
got
think it may be a tie between Ohio State, motherfucking Alabama and LSU because of the
Yeah,
productivity from their particular wide receivers.
what
yeah,
yeah.
right now? Right now.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So
Right
LSU got
now,
what, 3 wide receivers that's
right now, you're right. Might
productive
be
right
right. It
now?
might be LSU though. I'm just talking about the amount of receivers that come out of that factory.
No, well, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, how many are we talking? Like from Alabama, how many we talking right now? How many we talking right now?
In the league,
Right now, that's balling. Right now.
Journey Waddle,
Waddle
Okay.
Baller, Amari Cooper Baller.
Cooper Baller.
Yeah, Amari Cooper balling.
Okay. That's two.
Um, uh, let me see.
Amari Cooper balling. Terry McLaurin.
No, he's not from
Well,
Nah,
that's
he
Alabama.
that's Ohio
Oh no,
State.
y'all talking about
We
who?
talking about
Oh,
Alabama right
Alabama.
now.
My bad. Oh yeah. Okay, y'all talking about Alabama. Y'all is, yeah.
Do Julio Jones don't count now because he died.
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
because he done. He washed. He over the
I'm not.
hill.
Yeah, I'm not counting Julio. I mean, Julio had his time though. You
So
know what
who
I'm
you got?
saying?
You got Smith, you got Waddle. Who else you got?
Devontae
Smith,
Smith,
Waddle, and Cooper.
Jamison
Oh
Williams
yeah, Cooper.
played,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
but
he
he
ain't had
got
the top numbers yet.
yeah. Jerry Judy played all right last year too.
Ah,
He ain't had the over
me.
the top numbers yet.
Me.
He had
No, he ain't
67
bad.
receptions, 92 yards, 972 yards, 9 touchdowns.
Last year?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
good. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold up. I ain't know that.
He
yeah, he
got
had all right.
a too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, so
Yeah.
Smith,
No,
Waddle.
that was the year before last. Last year he had 54 receptions for 700 yards and 2
Oh,
touchdowns.
okay. Maybe this an old what's the name? My
All right,
bad, my
good.
bad.
We'll put him on the B class.
We'll put him on the B class.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. I mean, I don't know.
You might be no. I mean, that's good though. Honestly, those are top end receivers. But What do Ohio State
Ohio,
got? What Ohio State got, big son?
Mike, they got Michael Thomas, they got Scary Terry, Purse Campbell, and Samuel.
Paris Campbell don't count. Samuels count.
Yeah.
McLaurin count.
Purse Campbell was balling. Hold up. I gotta look at his stat.
Olave count. Olave probably got
Calvin
more
Ridley
than
too. I forgot about
Calvin
Calvin
Ridley.
Ridley.
Calvin Ridley, but yeah, Calvin Ridley from
Yeah, Calvin
Alabama.
really. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Calvin really just got paid. Shout out to Calvin really, man. He just got paid.
yeah.
Shout out to everybody out there listening, man. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, man. We doing real good tonight. I see y'all hanging in there, ride with us tonight. So, I just want to make sure that I shout out all the fans out there on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you listening to it's at, or YouTube, wherever you watching this at, man. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the YouTube page. Make sure that you go on the Instagram page, subscribe, man. We do this right now, man. We taking y'all through the free agency. So we're gonna make sure that y'all stay locked in, man. So that even though today we've done light on the Redskins and kind of heavy on whatever your team is, who knows where you're from or where you're calling from and where you're tuned in from, So just shout out to everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, man. But who you got, big son, for Ohio State over there?
Uh, Vito, you're right. I can scratch Paris Campbell.
You got Scurry Terry. You got Olave. You got Curtis Samuels. Who else you got from Ohio State right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good look. I'm taking the LSU though. I'm taking the Tigers with Chase and with
Yeah,
Chase.
that's right.
Yeah, that's what the LSU might got it right
Michael Thomas
now.
though. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think LSU might got it right now because I mean, don't get me wrong, Jet was hurt this year, but we gonna act like we know. So Jet like that, and then you got Jamal Chase. That's basically all you really need. Because we can't count Odell.
Nah, you can't count on that. Man, he got a Kardashian right now, so you count him for that. You know what I'm saying? He scored in other ways.
Garrett
Man,
Wilson. Garrett Wilson with Ohio State too.
But hold
yeah,
Jet
Garrett Wilson.
had 1,000 yards this year though, on the low, quietly. The Jet had 1,000 yards this year.
Yeah, but that's why I said you add Jet. You add Jet and
Yeah,
you add Jamal Chase. We act like we know about them. Come on,
yeah.
let's be real. Let's
Quietly,
be
he
real.
had 1,000 yards. I wonder if he wouldn't have got hurt, how many we would have had. He had 1,800 last year, 1,600 the year before that, 1,400 the year before that. Man, Jet tearing him up.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Woo!
I give it to Kurt. Kurt throw the ball to his number one. That's the one thing I can say about Kurt, man. He gonna throw that ball to the number one. Even if he throw it to him 75 times a game, he gonna get it to the number one. But my thing is that going to help you win? Is he going to make the throw that he needs to make when the game is on the line? That's going to make them from being a 9-8 team to a 11-4. You get what I'm saying? Is he that
Right.
quarterback? And that's what those quarterbacks get paid for. That's why the Mahomes get paid. If you look, like I said, if you look at the top 10 list of everybody that's got paid in the NFL, right? Kirk Cousins is the only one with one playoff win. Everybody else has been to a Super Bowl. Meaning they got
Nah,
multiple
Dak,
playoff
Dak,
wins in
Dak,
1 year.
Dak, Dak,
Huh?
Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott.
No, I'm talking all time.
Okay.
I'm talking all time. I'm not talking about what they getting paid right now. I'm talking about all time. He's on the all time list. He almost made $500 million playing football and only got one playoff win.
Yeah.
Let me hold on. Let me go to the list. I'm gonna just go to the list and read off the other people that's on the list and compare Kirk to these guys. So number one is Russell Wilson.
Has made
Okay.
more money? Russell
But
Wilson made more
No,
money?
Russell Wilson.
one
Russell Wilson has made more money. Russell
What?
Wilson, yes.
before we dive deep in this situation, we gotta
Man, they
look
need to
deep
cut it
at
out.
one thing. We gotta look one deep at one thing.
What's up?
The player rules and the way you get paid now is a whole lot different.
I
If it
know.
wasn't for him getting contracts and all of that, you know what I'm saying, and actually somebody needing somebody to play quarterback, he wouldn't be getting all that money. Let's
No,
be
listen.
honest.
We're gonna listen to the other people on the list. Okay. Russell Wilson. He got paid 478 million and some change. Okay, so he's
Wow.
number one. But
Wow.
listen, Russell Wilson has been to how many Super Bowls and actually has a Super Bowl win? He got paid for winning the Super Bowl and going to the Super Bowl. They was going to the Super Bowl and an NFC Championship every year, right?
Right.
So he got tons of playoff wins. Russell Wilson, right? Number two, Patrick Mahomes. He hit 449 million. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we understand that. Now, we're gonna go down the list a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Number three is Matthew Stafford. But guess what? Super Bowl champion. So the top three have won Super Bowls. Okay? Matthew Stafford, 422 million. Okay? Then you go to Aaron Rodgers, 418 million, another Super Bowl champion, right? Then we have Kirk Cousins,
Mm,
and he is at 411 million, right?
mm.
He's the first one on the list that has not won a Super Bowl. Okay?
He made more money than that.
Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
He's
That
been in the
way,
league longer than
the
that.
way,
And let's not forget, hold on. Let's
the
not
way
forget
that, the way that be
the two
punishing
years.
him.
Now you got to listen to the last two people behind Kirk Cousins. I got a list of seven. Joe Burrow.
Joe
Joe,
Burrow made that much money already?
Joe
You
Burrow
gonna
has
pass
made
him.
340 million. They gave him a super max contract, locked him up for all those years. He's the new one on the list. But guess what Joe Burrow has done?
Went
Gone
to the
to a
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. And the last person on the list, who
Black
probably
Ops.
should have been on the top of the list, is Tom Brady.
Oh, Brady.
322 million.
That's, I
Because
mean,
no, listen though, this
go
goes
ahead.
back to what Big Son was saying. This was a time where they wasn't getting paid as much. Now
Nah,
the
Brady
contracts
forfeited
have
a lot of
beefed up.
money to bring other
But
players in.
everybody else on this list has been to a Super Bowl, has multiple playoff wins. My thing with this don't look weird to nobody.
Cousins need to get some of that money back. That's what it looked like to me. He need to get some of that them people money back, man. He owes somebody some money.
Do
I'm gonna
you
keep
get
it
what I'm
real.
saying? Is it just me or does this look really weird? Everybody else on this list, we can understand why they on this list.
No, Russell Wilson need to get some money back too to Denver.
No,
To
He a
Denver,
Super Bowl. He a Super Bowl
to
winner.
Denver though, bruh. Did you
no.
know what he
Yeah,
did out there in Denver, bruh? That young.
I feel
Come
you
on
on that.
now. Shout
Hey,
out to the
listen.
Broncos
Come,
fans, but
like in the words of Boosie, come on, man.
come on, you got to get some Denver's a couple dollars back. Give him a
Hey,
million back. Give him a
nah,
million
I
back.
feel you. I feel you on that. I feel you on that, right?
That was wrong. You
I
you
feel you on
robbing
that.
people with no gun.
I feel you on that. But what I'm saying is that if you just look at the numbers, everybody else, everybody else has produced except for that guy. And he's produced, but just not at the level of the other people on the list.
Now Russell Wilson had a decent season last year. Decent is saying decent. 3,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks. That
He
wasn't
started.
bad.
He started
He
bad.
got benched, bro.
He started bad. He got
He
benched
got
because of the contract. He
He
got
had a
benched.
decent season though. 26 touchdowns, 8 picks.
Yeah, he just got benched because of the contract shit. Because he wouldn't
Yeah,
take.
oh, yeah.
yeah, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. He had a decent season. He had a decent season last year, you know. But the
What
year
we
before
also have
that,
to remember
the
about
year
Kirk
before
Cousins,
that,
though, what we got to remember about Kirk Cousins, he was franchise tag here twice, and that valued at 69 million.
we shouldn't have never did that though. That was stupid on our part. We shouldn't have never did
So
that.
that's what really boosted his money as well.
No, that means he got paid 300 plus million elsewhere.
They shouldn't have
Okay,
never did it either.
it's the pricing, fellas. Ever since
But
they had
it's not.
that
Bruh,
players union and all, everything is different now.
No, I'm about to
It's
tell
the
you what they
pricing.
doing.
bruh,
I'm gonna tell
bruh.
you
What
what
I'm
they doing.
saying is,
Hold
look
on,
at
hear
the
me out.
list.
Hear me out. I'm gonna tell you what they doing. Because of the Russell Wilson situation, Kirk Cousins about to go over there and he ain't about to, they not about to get their money's worth. Everybody know it. That's why we talking about it. Because they not
Yep.
about to get their money's worth. So what the NFL is gonna do is use Kirk Cousins and Russell Wilson to say this is why we don't need to be giving all this guaranteed money away and change it at the When the next collective bargaining agreement come up, they're gonna say, hey, look at these guys, look at what they gave us for the money we gave them. We need to cut all this guaranteed money out. That's what I think they're doing. I think the Kirk Cousins thing was a whole setup. And who better to use than a guy who don't care whether they win or lose? Go ahead, use him. Give him all the money. Atlanta give him. That's why I believe Atlanta gave him the money to give him the rope to hang everybody else. That's me personally. Because
That
when you
might not
look,
that might not be bad though. That may be a good assessment, to be honest, because that's what they did with the running back situation
right.
last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They gave them and was like, if y'all get the yards, y'all get the incentives, and neither one of those guys made. Speaking about Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs.
Yeah. Yep. So I think that they giving Kirk Cousins, they already got Russell Wilson. They got him good. So they
got
already got,
him.
they already got Russell Wilson. He out the way. Now it's Kirk Cousins. They gonna get Kirk. Oh, you been stealing money too? Like you said, who's top of the list? Russell Wilson made more money than anybody. You got him good already. You got him out the way. Kirk Cousins, you next. Oh, you be stealing money too? All right, come on. We're gonna go ahead. Take the money. And when we go back to the next collective bargaining agreement, they pictures gonna be up on the wall. They pictures gonna be up on the jumbotron. Say, look at him. Look at this, y'all. We gave them the money, so we ain't giving it to none of y'all else because they stole. They ain't give us our money worth, so we don't got to give it to none of y'all no more. If you want some couple dollars, go get it from Kurt and Russell Wilson. Go get it from Kurt and Russell Wilson. They got it. They got y'all. But we ain't got to give it to you no more. We ain't giving you nothing guaranteed. You got to win in order to get this money out of us. Yeah. So that's all it was to me, bait, rope and bait. You know what I mean? And again, it's even worse because they using Kirk Cousins. He really don't care. I'm a Redskin fan. Shout out to everybody out there listening. We Redskin. This is a Redskin show. Kirk Cousins don't give a damn whether he win or lose. Trust. He don't care. He don't give a damn.
What did he do at the playoff game?
Again, for the fans who ain't hear me the other night, we're going to go back and watch the last playoff game he played with the Vikings. The last time he was in a playoff, it was a 4th and 10. They were down by 6 points on a 4th and 10. He threw a 3-yard out to their tight end. I believe it was Hawkinson at the time. He threw a 3-yard out, and before the man got tackled, he was walking towards the sideline. Straight up. He didn't care. He was trying to get off that field. Game over. I'm trying to get my money, go cash my check. What you talking about? Trying to go cash my check.
So with that being said, do you think
season over, baby?
Do you think that it's players in the league that's still taking money from Vegas?
I think it's the offensive coordinators. That's what I think it is. I think it's the offensive coordinators. Personally, you know what I'm saying? I think it's the kickers, and the offensive coordinators. And maybe 1 or 2 refs. Like, you know, you might sneak a ref in there. You might get him every other week. All right, man, don't do it this week. They hot. It's hot this week.
Nah, the refs. I think the refs is one of the main ones.
I don't think they do. I don't think you get the same ref every week. I think they rotate on the refs. But I think the offensive coordinators
they got all
and
the refs. Kickers. I think they got all the refs.
I don't know yet. I don't think you.
Bruh. Name a game in recent history that you said that they did an excellent officiating
job. In recent history, I don't think the Super Bowl was bad. I don't think they did a bad job.
I said,
they did because the holding stuff that came out later.
No, I said excellent. I said not a bad job, but excellent. When you said they did their job, they was like that this week.
I can't remember one. But I don't think it's because they necessarily might be taking money from Vegas.
So how many games? How many games this year have you said the refs? You know what? The refs botched this.
The Redskins, they do it every week. Well, not this year, but that season, that 8-8 season, the Carson Wentz season, they did. They took some games. They took a couple games.
So what I'm saying is, this is why I said it's the refs. The refs every week is the only thing that you can control every week without fail. You can't get the kicker every week. You can't get the coach every week. You can't get the you know what I mean? You can't get that ref every week, and they don't make that much money compared to everybody else.
Yep.
I still don't think they get into the ref like that every week. Not every week. Not every week. Because
And if
that's
they
it's
got
too
all of the
noticeable.
refs, listen.
The rest is too
If
noticeable
Vegas
though.
got all of the refs, we look. This the week you working on this game. This is what we need you to do in this game. All right, cool.
But the rest too noticeable. Like if you, it's one thing when you miss a call here or there or whatever. But if you start just missing too many calls, the fans start calling you out with all them little crazy conspiracy theory videos.
Bruh, it's if it's the whole team. Think about it. All right, look, you, Big Son, and V, we refs, right? We go officiate a game. If they call one person, they say, hey, look, we need y'all to keep the spread close. Boom. Now we take a touchdown off the board. It might be me this week. So next week, it might be you that call a holding penalty. The week after that, it might be V that called a pass interference. You know what I'm
But
saying?
but I'm gonna tell you this.
They got
We
everybody.
watched it though. This is why I say it's the kickers. I know the kickers involved because we watched Joey Sly line up on the left hash. We did call the game where the spread was, I believe, 42 and a half. It was at 42. He lined up on the left hash and missed the kick. I believe that was the Cowboy game, the last game of the season. I believe. Whatever the spread was in the last, might have been another game. We watched him line up with the last kick he missed, the extra point he missed. He lined up on the left hash. And we all said, well, why is he lining up on the left hash for an extra point? And he missed it. And Big Son said, oh, look at the line, look at the line. and we looked at that joint, and it was right on the line.
I get it. So, but that's what I'm saying. But we know that there's like, think about it. The kicker is another person that's easy to get because they don't make what everybody else make.
Yeah. I agree with that. One payday from Vegas is probably worth you gonna make the whole season. Would you
What,
do it?
man?
Let me ask you, would you do it? Would
Who,
you go
me?
out there? Would you go out there and take a dive? Would you take a dive? Would you take
Uh,
a dive?
nah, I got honor. You know what I'm saying? I want
But if you
if
was a
I'm playing,
kicker,
I
would
want
you have the same honor?
If
if
y'all
I was
down
the
by 30, if y'all down by 30 and you get the call and say, hey
if we
man,
have my
you
30, I'm
missed
gonna
this
take the
kick,
money.
and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pay out you,
Look,
I'm gonna buy you a couple houses, baby. You
if
got a
I'm
couple
down, listen,
houses with
if
this
we
missed
down
kick.
30, I ain't gonna hold you. If we down 30, right? And they talk about the spread is 27, and I gotta miss the kick. I'm gonna miss the kick. I ain't gonna
Patty. Oh, y'all
it
heard
don't
that.
matter. It
Y'all
don't
heard
matter,
that.
bro. It
Y'all
don't
heard that
matter.
online. Oh,
It don't
everybody
matter.
online. You heard him. You heard him
It
here.
don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm not missing it. I ain't missing it.
But if it's game on the line, Super Bowl, something like that, I got integrity. I'm not going like that. That my whole team gonna hurt if I miss that kick. Not just my team, the family members. You know what I'm saying? It go a little deeper into that. But if it's like I said, if we getting blown out and it don't matter, like we lost, we still gonna be mad whether we lost by 27 or we lost by 30. I'm missing the kick.
What
Y'all gonna
about you,
cover the
Big Son?
spread,
You gonna
and I'm
take a
gonna buy a
dive?
house.
You taking a dive?
At that point, yeah. What does it matter? Does it matter?
You gonna take a dive, Big Son?
You
What
said
about
that's what I take a dive.
yeah? Basically meaning, hey, you down by 30. You get the call on the sideline because I'm trying to assess whether this is really going on in the NFL or not. Because they get it. We see a lot of accusations of Vegas. This is scripted. Vegas cheating. To me, it'd be people who lost their money on teams they had no business betting on anyway. But you know what I'm saying. But nonetheless, let's explore this. Let's dive into this a little bit.
I'm gonna turn the camera on for this one.
Let's dive into this a little bit. You
Only
get the
thing
call. You get the call on the sideline. Say, hey, you don't need to know who this is, but hey, man, y'all down by 30. I need you to miss this kick. I'm gonna buy you and your family a house, 3 houses. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you enough money, put enough in your account with just three. You can buy 3 houses tonight if you wanted to. You gonna miss
they
the kick?
son gonna say, okay, where the nearest pool at? Cause I'm about to strip like Antonio Brown out here on the field on the sideline, go dive into a pool. That's the only diving you get from me.
Oh, so
Straight
you
up and
ain't gonna
down.
do it. You ain't gonna do it.
Nah,
You ain't
it's
doing it.
not going down.
All
Okay.
right,
Not going
all right,
What
down.
if
all
they
right.
threaten you?
So
What if hold up, let's explore this. Okay, he say, okay, what if he say, oh, and if you don't do it, we ain't gonna be buying houses, we gonna be blowing them up.
see, you ain't say all that at
Blowing
first.
what up?
See, you ain't say all
This is
that at
how it
first.
goes. You dealing with the Vegas,
Well, you know
you
what I'm gonna
dealing
tell
with
them.
the
You,
peoples, you know what
you
I'm
know
saying?
what I'm gonna tell them. I say you might as well send your soul to heaven because your ass is mine.
You don't know who it is.
I don't care who it is.
You don't know who it is. These
Nah,
people that
look,
called you,
look.
Don't
either you
care who
gonna
it
make the
is.
kick,
All right, so big side.
either you
So
gonna
big
make the
side. You
kick,
mean to tell me?
or we gonna have to do
Listen,
something to
big
you.
side, big side. So you mean to tell me the spread is 27, right?
Uh huh.
The game already over,
Y'all down by
right?
30.
And you down by 30. Let's say it's 1 minute left. You got to go out there and kick the field goal because they ain't get the first down, and the spread 30.
I'm gonna be the first kicker in the Hall of Fame. You ain't messing up my record.
I respect
Say
I'll
you
let
that.
your
missed your
boy.
last kick. Say you missed your last
What
kick.
about
So you ain't got no record. Ain't no record. Ain't none of that. You down
Ain't no
20.
missing.
So you still gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it,
even
All
if
right.
they threaten you? Even if they threaten you.
even if they threaten me.
A
I
lot of
feel you. What
respect
about
to the
you,
kicker.
Vito? What you got, Vito?
In today's market and in today's sport, I'm taking the money. They script anyway. They got the script anyway. That's the only way as a kicker I'm gonna be able to eat. You can make all
Yeah,
the kicks you want to. You could be the record holder as my man Sly was for the Redskins, and you see what happened. Slice.
yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. I gotta give you that. These people ain't got no loyalty to
And
you.
they might have
I
picked up
guess.
McMahon. We would jack kicks.
Yep.
Okay, now hold up, Vito. Now let's reverse this. Right? That's just if you a kicker. Now, Vito, you the quarterback. Super Bowl. You the quarterback. Um, you've been gambling all season. You owe your bookie a couple dollars because you can't do it yourself. So you gotta go get a bookie because you can't bet on games yourself. You
Not,
know what I'm
not,
saying?
not as a quarterback. Not as a quarterback. You don't always get that chance. That chance ain't gonna always come. As a kicker, even in the Super Bowl, you see Finkel and Einhorn. Finkel and Einhorn.
So you wouldn't Neil O'Donnell. You wouldn't Neil O'Donnell and throw it to like he did for Pittsburgh and with Dallas.
Steelers,
You're not gonna be Neil O'Donnell over there and throw it to anybody but Dion.
nah, man. The Steelers went back to the Super Bowl later on. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna mess up my legacy as a quarterback and do that
Yeah.
jack.
Yeah, that's different. That's
A kicker
completely different.
only make more. A kicker might make 2 million, 3 million in the season. If you make 3 million, you like on legend status. Like you might be like the Ravens kicker or something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not making that much money. You know how much tax is gonna take from that?
That's
Yep.
true.
You a
That's true.
regular government worker. It's people that work in the government that might make the same. You people who sell houses make more money than you.
That's true.
That's cool, but I know how to flip that money, see, and I want my respect.
Well,
So y'all
well,
can go ahead.
well
Y'all can go ahead and tell me to
let me
throw that
ask you
game if
this.
you want
Okay.
to.
Now
Y'all going to pay a lot of people. Sorry, Charlie.
let me ask you this to the panel. Let's say you got your quarterback and you think he out there tossing the game.
I'm a
Do you Jack Del Rio him and say something to him? Do you go like Jack Del Rio and pull him up and say, "Oh man, you what you talking?" Do you ask
no,
him what is
no,
he
no,
tossing the game?
no,
How do you handle this? What do you
no.
do?
You don't go like that. You go like Brian Dawkins or B. Mitch. Beat the shit out of him.
Oh, you gonna steal him? You gonna steal him?
Beat the
You
brakes
gonna
off. I'm a Trent Williams. I'm a Trent Williams. I'm a Payne.
so you
It's
gonna lose your
whatever it is.
job? So you gonna lose your job and get cut because he tossed the
Nah, I
game?
ain't getting cut
What you mean? You fighting the
because
other
I
player?
did what everybody else wanted to do anyway.
They gonna cut you. What do you do, Vito? You know your quarterback out there tossing the game. He throwing picks left and right. Y'all got a chance to make the playoffs. Chance to
But
make the playoffs. He done thrown 3 picks, and you know these are picks plays that he just don't make. So
two
you know
two
what he doing.
two things. One, you never start a quarterback that is having problems with the front office. unless he's working to get a deal, but one that's already paid, you don't start a quarterback that's having problems with the front office. Number two, if my quarterback is doing that and I don't take him out, it's on me. It's not on the quarterback. Because if I
No,
let the
not that you the coach. You are another player. You the receiver. You the running back, and your quarterback is out there doing that.
so it's nothing I can do. It's nothing I can do about that.
Do you say
Unless
something to him?
I'm gonna say something to the coach. If I
Oh,
say
oh,
him, he's not gonna get out the game.
that's true.
I'm gonna
That's
tell the
true.
coach look out for it. So the coach, because that's the nigga that can take. Excuse me, that's the person that can take him out. I'm gonna say something to the coach.
That's true. What about you, Leo? I mean, Point. What you do? What you got?
Oh, I'm gonna say something to the coach, but I'm gonna call him a bitch ass nigga because he keep throwing picks. I'm gonna make him feel bad. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. You out there doing bad as shit, bro. Like you out there fucking. I'm gonna let him know. I'm sorry. For me, in my opinion, if I don't let him know, I'm not being a good teammate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I gotta say something to him. You know, and
What happened to niggas whooping niggas and not getting put
I
on
mean, they
teams,
wanted to
man?
whoop. Hold up. Just
You
to your
know
credit,
what I'm
Big
saying?
Sean.
What
To your
happened?
credit, they tried to whoop Russell Wilson. Remember when he was out there, he got all that money in Denver. They really did try to whoop him. You know, it was a couple people who had to. Every time anything went down in Denver, not this past year, but the year before, anything. Even though this past year, Sean Payton did the same thing. Russell Wilson is the problem. He did the same thing all year. He blamed Russell Wilson. But last year, it was really bad where them guys really was trying to beat him up.
Nah, but look, this is my thing. Um, if you looked at the Club Shay Shay Marshawn Lynch interview, right? And you look at how Russell Wilson was treated in Seattle versus everybody else, and how people was trying to
I
say
mean, his
stuff to
ex-wife
Russell
ain't treat
Wilson.
him. His ex-wife ain't treat him too good. But go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, she was treating Golden Tate real good.
His ex-wife ain't treating Russell. Ain't
but
Russell. No
but
offense. Hey, baby,
but
you know.
but the way that they was treating Russell Wilson in the locker room was like, don't talk to Russell, talk to us. And it created a wedge between the team and the quarterback.
Oh
You know,
wow.
this is why I don't want Caleb Williams, because Caleb Williams give me that same vibe, and I think that he's going to waste this good opportunity and and good roster that we potentially have. If go look at the Club Shay Shay interview with Marshawn Lynch, and it opens your eyes a lot to who Russell Wilson is as a person. And me personally, I wouldn't have wanted to play with him.
I
Man,
ain't this ain't go. I'm not trying to dog Russ in this. I just wanted to
nah, it's
know.
funny to me. I'm sorry, it's funny. Marshawn Lynch, yeah, I know everybody's seen the joint. I think it was on TikTok or Instagram, but it was everywhere. And Marshawn Lynch said he laughed in his face after he threw the pick at the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
He laughed in
Yeah, that was
his
pretty
face.
bad. That was pretty bad. Let me ask y'all: do y'all think Russell Wilson's career has gone down since he's been with Sierra?
Absolutely.
You think it? You think she's a distraction?
No,
Yeah.
first of all,
Well, that's his
it,
wife.
I'm gonna let you
That
speak.
don't mean she ain't a distraction.
Please call me in when you finish.
Is she a distraction, y'all? Oh, go ahead, Big Vito. Go ahead.
Completely.
Mm,
I speak for all of the fathers who are not with their children currently and people who deal with baby mother drama.
mm,
All right. Do not get me wrong. I do not think that they are doing it for us to see. I think it is solely for them to see between each other. But I do not like when adults use children to do stuff. It's petty, and you always, first of all, somebody who is bigger than all of us, the creator is always watching,
mm-hmm.
and that always gets revealed in other ways. And your performance may sometimes reveal that. How other people reveal or look at you or whether they respect you or not may, saying, play a part in that. And people may not even know the parties. Like some people may not know Russell, some people may not know Future, but I know when you walking around with somebody else's kid, whether you married to his mother or not, and you're trying to show it off in a sense
Mm-hmm.
as if you're somebody, I feel like it's an act. I'm not judging that person and I'm not saying that's true. I said that's what my take is. And I feel like your performance is based on the person you are. I feel like everything that he presented when he was in Seattle was genuine. I think some things may have happened that shouldn't have happened to him. I'm not gonna say that even though we were joking about it, I ain't gonna say that that's cool for nobody to sleep with nobody, wife or girlfriend or nothing like that. None of that's cool at all, regardless of us joking about it or not. And I think that was unfortunate, but I also think that your attitude, you know what I'm saying, your
Mhm.
attitude, and not that that's supposed to have happened to you, but your attitude and how you reflected that. We talking about a grown man sport with all guys. All right. And if something like that happened, you got to address it as a man. I think Russell went to management, and I think management is how Golden Tate got removed from the team instead of Russell approaching him or talking to him like a man about it. So I think that may have taken or changed some other players' view on their quarterback. Once that happens, that's things start happening on the field. Teams have to start removing players or players want to leave because they can notice that the same vibe ain't there, and we not gonna win this if everybody ain't on the same page. Since those things happened, they didn't go back to the Super Bowl. Russell Wilson's numbers have started to fade since that particular time, even if he had other receivers. DK Metcalf definitely gave him somebody to throw to, but when you let somebody like Russell Wilson go, when you got a DK Metcalf, that should let you know that something's not right.
I mean, and to your point,
And the Tyler Lockett. Hmm.
yeah, to your point, I mean, to your point, Vito, Russell Wilson's record as a starter is 115, 72, and 1. So that's really good. You know what I'm saying? He's 30, that's like 40 games over 500. That's good, to be honest with you. His
Yeah.
numbers are really good. His numbers are really, I mean, when you look at it, his numbers are off the charts for real, for real. Except that one season in Denver. His numbers are really good. 25-6. The season before that, 40-13. The season before that, 31 and 5. The season before that, 35-7. Season before that, 34-11. Season before that, 21-11. Season before that, 34-8. I mean, so he has great numbers. 4,500 yards, 4,200 yards. Not 45, 42, 35, 41, 4, 34, 39, 42. Yeah, I mean, so he has great numbers. And those are not Kirk Cousins numbers. I'm gonna be honest with you. Those numbers smash Kirk Cousins. No, I mean, no foul. Those numbers don't. He make Kirk Cousins little numbers look a little shaky. So for him to
And
have
they came out in the same draft too.
came out same draft, so he made Kirk Cousins numbers look like they child's play. And that's just to be honest. So not to not anything Russell is doing on the field. It's just that, and like again, he as a starter, he's up almost 40 games over 500. Yeah, he is 40 games, close to 40 games over 500. So that's good. That's good. But for whatever reason, over his last couple years, it seems like teams or coaches are not taking to him. And so I think that it could be some of the extracurricular activity that's going on, to your credit, Vito. I'm not
And
sure.
maybe Denver just didn't work out for his wife and her business, and you know what I'm saying. Like a lot of because they moved together, you know what I'm saying. That
Right,
ultimately might have been the right spot. You know what I'm saying.
right.
And they could. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Everything I just said could be false, and they could have hustled the NFL just like Kurt has been hustling the NFL. And they could have said that we can go here in Denver, and no matter how we play, we can get paid and go anywhere else we want to.
That's real.
We still have a Super Bowl and we still have good numbers. And if I play good at the end of the season, especially if they're gonna sit me down, you know what I'm saying? Then
Hmm.
my mission is just to play well, even if they want to tank or even if they want to play bad or want me to look bad. I can play well, and when they hit me with just restructure your contract. Nah, I ain't trying to do that. We're gonna sit you. All right, cool. Y'all don't gotta pay me the money right now, but y'all got to pay me at the end of the year. And y'all gotta pay me for part of my money next year.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yep.
And I can go anywhere I want to and play anywhere I want to, and I can go to a team like Mike Tomlin who can at least get me to the playoffs, even if I don't want to care to go to the Super Bowl. I can go to the playoffs with Mike Tomlin for the next 2 years on somebody else's dime, and I can play well enough for either Pittsburgh to give me some more money, or I can go to another team and play my veteran years out and still make at least 30, 40 million a season.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Pittsburgh defense last year, I believe they were top five. I'm gonna look it up and to be sure. They might not have been. They might have had a feel, but with those numbers that I'm looking at, with Russell Wilson out there in Pittsburgh, that just might work out. That just might work out.
You got them beating Mahomes.
Maybe, maybe,
You just said that.
maybe. I'm not gonna count it out. I'm not gonna count it out. Hold on, let me see what Pittsburgh's defense looking like. I'm not gonna count it out though. I'm not gonna count it out because at the end of the day, I mean, really, he's more experienced than Mahomes. I mean, and I think right now,
Whoa. You said he's more experienced than Mahomes?
meaning he's played more years. More years.
What does that matter? He's got four.
No, meaning he's not going to be intimidated by Mahomes.
Bruh.
He's not going to be intimidated by Mahomes.
Bruh. What are you talking about, son?
I'm being honest.
Man? What are you talking about?
I'm being honest.
Don't wait this late. Don't wait this late into the podcast to start tripping.
I mean, so y'all don't think. Hold on, let's see what Pittsburgh defense is looking like. 6. They were 6 last year. So you got a top 10 defense. They were 6 overall. That with a 28. Let's look at what Kenny Pickett gave them last year.
What defensive rating was the Ravens?
Baltimore's number 1. You're number 1.
So does it really matter?
Did that matter? Did that really matter?
But Russell Wilson is now hold up. Those Patrick Mahomes. I mean, sorry, Lamar Jackson don't have numbers like that.
What's Lamar Jackson numbers last year?
Let's see.
They're not better than Russell Wilson numbers last year because I thought he won the MVP.
But like you said, on his legs, hey, don't make me pull up the thing from last night.
What's
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what we got. But I'm just saying. You can't be too. I mean, Russell Wilson got a chance out there in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh defense is good. They got a great coach. He works well with a great coach. We seen what he was looking like with Lamar Jackson was 24-7. He had more touchdowns and less interceptions than Lamar Jackson, and he had 3,500 yards. More yards, or they around the same with yards. 3,600 yards for Lamar Jackson, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And let me go back to Wilson. I know Wilson had 26 touchdowns, so that was more than Jackson and 6 interceptions. Or it might have been 8.
Yeah, 8.
Okay, 8. Yeah, so 1 more interception, 2 more touchdowns.
And if you add Lamar Jackson's rushing yards compared to his, because they both run the quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
So add, you know.
Well, now Russell really run.
Russell had 5. I mean, Lamar Jackson had 500 more yards. Russell had 3,000 yards. That's it. So he didn't have as many yards as Lamar Jackson. But he had a lot of touchdowns. And I think with that Pittsburgh defense, they still got TJ Watt over there. They still got Mika Fitzpatrick over there. You know, they got a good running game. You know, Mike Tomlin is going to put together a good running game. Well coached, I think it works out. I think it works out. They could possibly win a Super Bowl. Yeah. I'm not counting them out. I'm not going to count them out.
Man, you saying a lot right now, man.
And I'm gonna say why I say this too.
Do you think that Russell Wilson is better than Ben Roethlisberger?
Towards the end of his career? Yes.
No.
Man.
Ben was good. Hold up. Ben was good the season before. Like that 11-0 season was really good, but he got really bad towards the end of that season.
I mean, yeah, he did get really bad at one point. I can't give you that.
They keep losing their top defenders at the end of the year. That is also why we were able to win too, because they lost 2 of their top defenders. Not saying that they weren't bad at getting work offense. They had no defense. Just wanted to point that out.
But honestly, Denver didn't have no big time receivers last year. They had Judy, and who else could you name on that receiver?
They got Sutton.
Sutton, okay, but he's not like top end. You know,
Sutton's a big time receiver out there. That's why they weren't able to let Judy go.
Let me see.
If not Sutton, Pittman. No, I think it was Sutton. Yeah, Pittman played for the.
Yeah, he's still available too. Hold on, let's see what Pittsburgh has at receiver. I'm just saying, Russell might work out there.
They got to get some receivers. receivers like that. But
I don't think
he make nobody niggas receivers anyway.
they got George Pickens and Calvin Austin. So yeah, that's not going to work.
George
Yeah, 'cause
Pickens,
they just traded Johnson.
yeah,
Yeah, they traded Dante Johnson to the Panthers.
he a little guy though. Not that means anything, but he was a little guy.
Right.
Then
Johnson's like that though, man.
I said I don't think that was bad because he's little. I'm just saying that I think that they need some size for Russell.
I mean, yeah, but Pickens, they already got Pickens. Pickens big. Pickens like 6'4", 6'3", right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I think they still need to upgrade though. I mean, do y'all think Pittsburgh is in a win now mode? I think when you get Russell Wilson, you're trying to win now.
We should be.
You know. So I mean, why can't they do it? Tell me one reason why they can't do it.
Because they can't beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
George
Even with
Pickens,
what they got.
last year had 63 catches, 1,100 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So he had a good season.
They still can't beat him.
I don't know about that.
Bruh.
Let's see what the Chiefs defense was ranked. Even though they played better in the playoffs, just to give them credit, they always step it up in the playoffs.
I guess we ain't learned nothing this year, man.
I'm not saying I would bet with them. Y'all asking me, do I think they got a shot?
No,
they don't got a shot.
Win.
They gotta listen. In my opinion, you gotta beat not only Patrick Mahomes, but to get there, you gotta beat either Lamar Jackson, if that's in your same division.
You got to beat Lamar twice.
You gotta beat. You gotta beat Josh. You gotta beat Allen. You gotta beat Burrow. You gotta beat Herbert. Now they got Jim Harbaugh.
They had the second ranked defense in the league last year. Okay. So look. Chiefs was number 2.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I don't see Pittsburgh having a chance with Russ.
I'm not gonna say they don't have a chance though. I'm not willing to go there yet. I think that this is the first time since the Legion of Boom he's actually playing with a team with a halfway decent defense.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that, but does that really matter when you're going against Pat, who got a number 2 defense?
How many wins he may have this year on offense?
Yeah. I mean, they just got Marquise Brown.
Exactly.
So there's no doubt that they're going to be better. The Chiefs are going to be better this year. You know what I mean? If he can stay healthy, they're going to be better. Just by that addition by itself, they're going to be better. Kelsey is coming up on the back end of his career, though. So he might have a little bit of a drop off this year. Not saying he will, but it's a possibility. And if you get a Kelsey drop off, who knows? When Russ said, I want to win 2, I'm not going to say he's going to win 2. I don't believe he could do that. However, I do believe 1 could be in play for us out there in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin. And I do think, and another thing is, I think Mike Tomlin can handle the Sierra train. The bad word, but the Sierra. But the Sierra element. Sierra.
No, you said it right.
The Sierra element. I think he could handle the Sierra element. You know what I'm saying? I think he can handle that.
So is Jalen Hurts and Russell Wilson gonna have a TV show together?
I'm just saying. If anybody can handle it, Mike Tomlin can handle it. You know, I think Mike Tomlin can handle it. You know what I'm saying? I think, to be honest with you, they might use Sierra the way they use Taylor Swift this year.
They are. I can see that happening.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good. I would say you called it first, but yeah, I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Sierra want to act like she a real singer anyway.
Right. So it might do something. It might do something for the NFL, and the NFL might use that And next thing you know, you got the Sierra versus the two singers, Sierra versus the Taylor Swift in the playoffs. And you might have an upset. Sierra beats Taylor Swift in the playoffs.
Never. Never. They like go,
Hey,
bruh. Look. Let's be serious here. First and foremost, are we not thinking that Russ is washed?
those are not washed numbers, to be honest. Those are
He
not
has
26.
Sean Payton.
20. You're right about that now. But he got Mike Tomlin now, though. He has still got a good coach. He didn't go to a bad coach.
No, he didn't go to a bad coach, but think about how great he is with one of the probably better coaches in the league.
Oh, okay.
Offensively,
Sean
offensive
Sean
mind.
Payton has losing seasons. That man, Mike Tomlin, has never had. So we know he's probably going to be in the playoffs. We know Russ is probably going to be in the playoffs. They've never
Yeah,
had a losing season. So we
yeah,
can pretty much bank that they're going to be in the playoffs. We
but
can
when has
almost
Russell
put
Wilson
them there.
dominated the playoffs himself?
He's had some seasons where he's been good in the playoffs.
No, I didn't say bad. I'm saying dominated. He goes
He's
to the
not going to have to. He got a top 10 defense. So he ain't going to have to carry it like he would if this was 2015, 16, when he was carrying that Seattle team. I
He
don't
has
think he has
never
to do
carried
that.
a Seattle team, bro.
Come on, he's had 40 touchdowns in one season, 4,200 yards, stuff like that. You're carrying a team when you got 4,200 yards.
Not
You're
if your
carrying them.
defense is the number one defense in the league.
They wasn't the number one defense at the time. No.
Man, they've been good. I don't remember him having a bad defense in Seattle for the most part.
I don't know. They've had over that last little bit. They were pretty bad. Let me see. They were pretty bad. They were pretty bad the last couple seasons. So I just think that you got a shot with him. Hold on. You got a shot with him. And you got a shot out there in Pittsburgh. The Seattle's defense in 2017 was 13th, was ranked 13th. The season before that in 2016, they was ranked 18th. The season after that in 2018, they were ranked. They were good. They was ranked 6th that year in 2018. The season after that, they were ranked 9th. It's top 10. Season after that, they were ranked 8th. You're right. They pretty much had a good defense. 16th his last season there in 2021. So they've always been top half or around top half of it. They've never had a bottom half.
Yeah,
From what
that's
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying.
Hold on. Make sure in 2015. I
Right,
believe they
right
was
now
number one. They
with
were
my
11th, 18th. 18th. In 2016 was the worst one where they was 18th.
right now the Chiefs with Marquise Brown until week 9 is 8-0.
You think
Problem.
so?
That I'm on Madden right now. I just simulated it twice.
Mm.
If they're healthy, Mahomes is the passing leader right now with 21 touchdowns, 73%. This is week 9. Derrick
Mm.
Henry, leading rusher in the NFL with 995, 10 touchdowns.
I can see that.
CD Lamb got 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns.
I don't see that though.
He's still all the Cowboys got right now.
That's true. Especially with losing Pollard. People
What?
forget they lost Pollard.
Yeah.
And they haven't replaced him either.
Justin Matabuke, who the Ravens re-signed, is the sack leader right now with 10 sacks. Michael Parsons got 9. Aaron Donald got 10. Marlon Humphreys is the interception leader right now with 5. Tackle leaders: Ernest Jones, Tremaine Evans, Demario Davis.
Mm. This is crazy. This is crazy. Crazy, man. So what y'all got, man? What y'all got for overall for day 4? Tomorrow we probably take off tomorrow and we do a weekend review. Unless something big happening, we might jump back on. But I think tomorrow we could take off tomorrow, do a day in review, weekend review, and just run some highlights from the week. Y'all ain't, unless you want to participate, come in, chime in, you can do that. So what y'all got for the week so far, man? What y'all think about the first week so far?
The first week has been up and down. I really was on a high, and today kind of was a. Even though I understand and I don't disagree with the move, it was kind of a low because I do think that Curtis Samuels had a heck of a season this year. He also had a good year the year before. I really thought that we could use the dynamic of having two experienced receivers if we were going to get a rookie. I also
Mhm.
thought that maybe we could get a deal closed on Cameron Curl today if we didn't get Fuller done. And I also expected that we would get Fuller done, seeing as though we have a little bit of experience with our D backs. I know I did say yesterday that the Cowboys defense took two young cornerbacks and turned them into Pro Bowlers, but that does not mean that that's what I wanted to do. Um,
Right.
Not having Kendall Fuller and not re-signing a cornerback today is concerning, but I don't know who's on their board in the draft as well.
Right. Right. What you got for the weak point?
So basically, man, the way I look at it, I think that we should have. I think that this was a pretty decent week, to be honest. I'm not going to be. This is their first off season with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and realistically, I look at it as not a one season thing. You know what I'm saying? So with it being a marathon in a sense, this is not going to be the season that everything's going to fall in line. Maybe not. Maybe not. I do think that Louvu and I think that a couple of the interior offensive line being fixed in 1 week is a big thing. I think that them filling up some holes that, edge rusher that we have been worried about and adding Bobby Wagner, which is the biggest gap filler that we've had in the offseason. I think all that's really good. We ended on a bad streak on this day 4, unfortunately, with Sam Howell being traded, in my opinion, just too early if you're going to trade him. Um, and I would like to see going forward I would like to see us go forward and kind of solidify a spot like a tight end. We still need a cornerback. Um, I think those spots right there, and maybe a tackle if we can find one. Maybe trade for one. We got a lot of draft picks. We could use a veteran tackle, maybe trading somebody that is pretty decent, but on the end of their contract because we still got a ton of money.
Yeah. Yeah. Big son, you with us? Big son, you with us? You with us, big son? Guess not. So I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. So for me, I think that this week has been good for what we've needed. For the things that we've needed, which is we needed some interior linemen. Y'all know I've been boastering about a center for years. I've always wanted a center. We got a center. You know what I mean? We got the guard. We already had Cosme, who we moved at guard. We drafted him as a tackle and then moved him to guard. So that seems to be there. I'm still concerned about Wiley. I'm definitely concerned about Braden Daniels just because we haven't seen him on the field. We don't know what we're getting with that. So I think your two tackles are still up in the air. I think now the wide receiver is seriously concerning to Vito's point because you lost Curtis Samuel. You know what I mean? And even if you don't know what you're going to run and whatever the case may be, he still is familiar with the locker room. You might just bring somebody in, as we see with AJ Brown, that just might don't get along with the people in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? You could have something unforeseen like that go down. So chemistry is a big thing too. You know what I'm saying? And whether, I mean, and out there on the field, them guys had some good chemistry, with Curtis Samuel. Because on days with McLaurin did not produce or couldn't get, he was pretty consistent. I'm gonna keep it real. He was the sure bet this year, even more than McLaurin. Curtis Samuel was the sure bet. We would talk about it. If y'all go back and listen on the Nature Sports Podcast, if you on Twitter, all you got to do is click that link right there. It'll take you back to all of the old shows. It's a playlist. It got the old shows on there from this past season. Go ahead and listen to that. Curtis Samuel was the sure pick this year. over McLaurin. Every week he pretty much reached whatever number they had him, that Vegas had him that he couldn't reach. It was a good bet. You know what I mean? So um losing that is a big loss, whether we like it or not, whether people see it or not. That was a big loss, and I think that hurts Daniel. That hurts Johan Dotson, and I do feel like that also hurts Terry McLaurin. Um, with the Sam Howell trade, that's why I say I didn't like it, because you can't get, well, you can still draft the receiver, to everybody's point. You don't have to draft a quarterback number two. I think they're going to, and I think it's going to be Daniels. If I had to put some money on it, I think it would be Daniels or Williams. Whatever one don't get picked, I think we getting the other one. I don't like that, because I don't grade them as being worth a number two overall pick, they even though they may be worth even though they may be worth the even though they may be worth the highest ranked quarterbacks. I don't have them worth a number two overall. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's a life changer to me. If you draft somebody number two overall, that's supposed to be a life changer in your organization. That's not any old body, that you just get to go in there and play game manager. No, no, no. There's somebody who's supposed to change your whole organization. You know what I mean? At least on the winning side of it. And I'm not sure that Daniels May, definitely not May. May is the one that I have ranked last out of all three. Definitely not May. I don't see that out of May.
If
Um,
if you like Sam Howell, why would you not like May when they're the
I'm gonna
same?
tell you, no, they're not. Because I'm gonna tell you what May does. When May gets blitzed, what he does is he drops his head down. He drops his head down, and he's no longer looking at his receivers. When Howell gets blitzed, he's normally trying to get out of the pocket to run, and he uses his legs a little bit more. At least at North Carolina. At least at North Carolina, he would get it. He would run. He would just use his legs and run. But what May would do is drop his head, and he's not looking downfield anymore. That's the main thing I don't like about May is the pressure. When the pressure comes, he's no longer looking at his receivers.
But
Uh,
wasn't that Howell's problem this year, holding on to the ball too long?
no, I just don't feel. I feel like a lot of times the line. I saw plays where people didn't even get blocked at all. So I feel like even if maybe it was even I have to go back and look at film just to know all the way. But I remember just looking at a few times where guys wasn't even getting blocked at all. They was just letting guys come roll free. I mean, Howell had like 30, I think 30 sacks the first 3 weeks, or the first 4 weeks. He was sacked 30 times or something like that. Um, that is not holding on to the ball too long to me. I think you have a problem up front when that's happening. At least in that center position with Gates. I never liked Gates. So I'm gonna put it
Like
more.
like Heineke would run in those situations the previous
I
year.
think he should have used his legs more. That's the one thing I say I felt like Eric Bieniemy didn't protect him with was Howe's legs. He didn't use his legs to, call some read option, do some things with Howe's legs. That's why I say I liked Scott Turner as a coordinator for Howe much better than I like Bieniemy as a coordinator for Howe. You know what I mean? Or as maybe as a coordinator in general. Maybe I just like what Scott Turner was doing, or maybe got used to seeing what Scott Turner was doing over the course of 3 years. Then I saw Bieniemy, and I'm like, you don't even run the ball, dude. Like, what is this? And so I felt like Bieniemy did a good job the first two games because he ran the ball more, but it got to be balanced. When you get one dimensional, especially with a young quarterback, I just think that's a little unfair for that, especially if you're not using his legs, and presenting something else for the defense to look at. And so,
Hey, real quick, just to
uh,
be Braden Daniels at the end of the year gave up 17 sacks. Andrew
see,
Wiley up 7 sacks.
see, see, see.
Allegretti, to my surprise, gave up no sacks, and they don't have him ranked very high. Biades gave up 2.
So this is what I'm saying. So that them tackle positions are very concerning right now. Those tackle positions are very concerning. The wide receiver position now is just very concerning at this point for me too. The wide receiver position is very concerning because I mean Curtis Samuel, I think, played every game in the season, but when he wasn't on the field or he'd take a series or two off, they didn't look good. I'm gonna be honest. That wide receiver crew didn't look good in those moments. You know what I'm saying? So I would have liked, and even I mean, even if you was gonna move away from Howe, I think you should have kept Brissett then. I'm not a Mariota. When it comes to Mariota, I got my issues with him, mainly outside the numbers. And his passing and stretching the field and making the defense play the whole field. You know what I'm saying? I think the defense can really lock in on the middle of the field against Mariota and force him to throw the ball outside the numbers, which is not his strength. And I think you make it easy to play defense against him when you do that. So that's my problem with Mariota. That's why I didn't like the sequence of things they did leading up to the Howe move, at least. You know what I mean? I just felt like you could have prepared yourself a little bit better if that's what you were going to do. And I think it does give an advantage to all the teams around you because whether you do it or you don't, they are assuming you're going to pick a quarterback. So now they are making moves around each other, around what they know that you're going to do. It makes it easier on them. And we have a division team that's in that top echelons of teams who is looking at what we do and saying, okay, well, we could play this like this. And this is a team that we haven't beat often.
Yep.
So you gave them an advantage. You know what I'm saying? Well, you really didn't have to. You could have, like y'all said, you could have waited till draft day if you was going to do it. You're going to pull that trigger, wait till draft day. Keep them, if nobody else, you keep them off of on their toes.
Well, like I said, the only thing I think that you didn't do it for draft on draft day is because at that point, now that they can find a young quarterback too,
Right, right,
trade off the table, or the value may not be there. Because I
right.
think you essentially got damn near a second round, a late second round pick. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably better than the one you would have gotten
Well,
for.
depends on what Sam Howell turns into, though. And that's what I'm
Oh,
gonna keep it.
I
Yeah.
think I'm concerned more about them than us. I think
No,
it's
no,
more.
no. Only reason I'm saying that is, yeah, you're right. Two things. Depends on what Sam Howell turns into and depends on what we receive back. If that
Yeah,
makes any sense. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? It depends on what Sam Howell turns to and what we receive back and what we use that pick on. Like, for instance, with the Alpha Morse was a trade that we made a couple years before. I can't remember who the trade was with, but we traded somebody, got that pick, and turned it into Alpha Morse. You win there. You win
Mm-hmm.
there. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about what you do with those numbers. I didn't think we needed the extra picks personally. I think it was just, I just think that it was, you could have played chess a little bit here. And again, I am an advocate for having Marvin Harrison Jr. So if Chicago doesn't pick Marvin Harrison Jr., I feel like, I mean, if they pick, let's say Caleb Williams, I feel like you missed a big opportunity. And you have to pick a quarterback, or you at least feel like you have to pick a quarterback. You might have put yourself in a hole there. Because I just feel like this guy's going to change somebody's franchise. And so, I don't know if I could pass that up. That's me. I
But
don't
so
know.
if Marvin Harrison ends up on a team that doesn't get a Super Bowl, but he has a great career, do you still feel like that hurts you not picking him?
Depends on what we do though. If we are still 4-13 in consecutive seasons, like for instance, prime example, Mark Rippon's backup was Stan Humphries, right? When we chose when Joe Gibbs retired, we chose to let Stan Humphries walk. And we went and eventually in the 94 season, we end up benching Mark Rippon and putting in, I believe, Rich Gannon, and came in that season after we benched Mark Rippon, but we let Stan Humphries walk. The next season, he was 11-5 and top 5 in passing. The season after that, he was in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? We lost there. Rich Gannon, we let walk. Got nothing for Rich Gannon. Got nothing for him. He ends up to going to 4 straight Pro Bowls, and they end up in the Super Bowl, and he ends up being league MVP. We got nothing for him. Trent Green, we let him walk. Got nothing for Trent Green. Trent Green, it ends up going to 2 Super Bowls and ends up having the number 1 offense in the league, leading the number 1 offense in the league for 4 straight seasons. You know what I mean? While our offense was literally 28th, 32nd, 29th. We scrambling for a quarterback and letting them walk out the door like it's nothing. That is the cycle that I think was the Daniel Snyder cycle. This ain't the same regime. I don't want to continue that cycle.
True.
So if y'all felt like somebody else is the guy, please let it be the guy, and please be sure and know what you're talking about, and be prepared to put the right pieces around that guy so he can succeed. Because it's unfair to the fan base for you to let up whatever you felt like you was doing, for you to let them say, hey, go ahead, we don't need you, go ahead somewhere else, we're gonna trade you away, go ahead somewhere else, and then we still looking for a quarterback while someone else has a franchise quarterback, or leading the number one offense in the league and consecutive and all of that. That's not fair. That's not fair. So you had an opportunity, you didn't want it. Cool, no problem. Just at least make good as to what you're doing. Because that is something we have experienced around here. And another thing is that I'm nervous about, at least when it comes to Jaden Daniels. Sorry, when it comes to Jalen Daniels is another thing we've experienced around here. Nobody wants to talk about it, but I'm going to. Washington has never had a running quarterback that has lasted. All of our running quarterbacks have ended up leaving FedEx Field or RFK Stadium on a stretcher. Straight up. From going all the way back to Theismann. He was a running quarterback, whether a lot of Redskin fans are old enough to have watched him play. He was a running quarterback. He started out as a kick returner, as a punt returner. So he was a running quarterback. He ended up leaving on a stretcher. Then we going all the way Theismann. Sorry, Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon got hurt. Believe it or not, he was a running quarterback. He got hurt. And he took a season off and then came back and played. So Rich Gannon got hurt. We decided not to let him let him walk. We should have kept him and just let him sit his season out and get himself healthy. But we didn't do that. So Rich Gannon is another one who got hurt. Then moving up to RG3 got hurt. Then moving up to Alex Smith. Alex Smith ended up getting hurt. So that's another thing with this Daniels kid that you're bringing in here. If you bring Daniels here, or even Williams, these scrambling quarterbacks. I like Sam Howell because he was a tank. Sam Howell duck his shoulder and run through you. Daniels don't do that. Daniels had a concussion. He was knocked out in the Alabama game. He had another high ankle sprain in 2022, the season before that, running around. You know what I mean? So that's something else you got to understand is the NFC East is the most physical I think it's the most physical division in football. Even when you look at Randall Cunningham, didn't last. Michael Vick didn't last. Right now, Jalen Hurts has been on the injury report for 2 years in a row. Look at Daniel Jones, didn't last. Them running quarterbacks don't last too long. Dak Prescott, how many times has Dak Prescott had to sit out the whole season? Because he's running around back there. And he's had really major injuries. Dak Prescott has had major injuries. He was lost for the whole season. So that's something else I don't want to continue either. You know what I mean? The quarterbacks that survive in the NFC East are the quarterbacks who sit back in that pocket and throw the ball. You know what I mean? They sit back in the pocket and throw the ball, and they know how to use their arm. Tom Brady's-esque quarterbacks would be perfect for the NFC East. Those types of quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Joe Burrow. Look, we knocked Joe Burrow out. When Joe Burrow came here, he was on FedEx. Say, how long? We knocked Adrian Peterson out for the season. We knocked Joe Burrow out for the season. So this is a physical division. So that's something else with these young quarterbacks you bringing in here. Sam Howell, at least we knew he could finish a season. So that's just something. These are just certain things that I'm concerned about. Secondary now, we lost Kendall Fuller. I didn't even know that starting this show. Didn't know we lost Kendall Fuller. Kendall Fuller's gone. Gone. I felt like that was an essential piece for your defense because of what you have out there right now. Right now, as it stands today, we have St. Juice on one side who got absolutely torched. And you have the rookie. What's the rookie guy? Forbes. And you have Forbes on the other side who had his flashes, but is he ready to lead a whole defense? No, and even though we have the guy from Dallas who had Bland last year, but let's be clear about this. They had Stephon Gilmore on the other side. So they had a veteran corner on the other side, at least who could somewhat hold the fort down.
He got torched in the playoffs.
He got torched in the playoffs. You're right. But both of them got torched in the playoffs. Bland too. Bland too. You know. So I'm just saying that overall, it started off good, but you might have created more holes that you wasn't really thinking about right now, and you really wanted to ignore right now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's my overall thoughts for the week. You know what I mean? That's my overall thoughts for the week. I just feel like you created some holes that maybe wasn't there yet, and maybe you should have kind of. I felt like you should have dealt with Kendall Fuller. I felt like you should have dealt with Kendall Fuller. And even if you don't, you better have a replacement for him. In my opinion, I'm not that confident in St. Juice. From what I saw this year, I don't know what we're going to get out of Forbes. He was a rookie last year. Who knows? He might be a bust. You know, he might not. Who knows what you get out of Forbes? You know what I mean? At least with Kendall Fuller, you knew a little bit of what you was going to get. You don't have that right now no more. So please have a plan. Whatever y'all doing, however y'all working it, twerking it, have a plan. Have a plan. Because right now, at least from what I seen from calling the games last year, us doing the games, us doing we sitting back watching all this unfold. The little bit of stuff you did have, you're letting it walk willingly. But again, this goes back to what I said. I still believe they are tanking. They are tanking. This team, Josh Hurst, when he got the Philadelphia 76ers, he tanked for 6 straight seasons. Tank, 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 tank. Every year. And then he said these are successful seasons. He would tell this Philly fan base how successful he went 10 and 72. Literally, he went 10. Do y'all understand? Listen to what I just said. 10, the NBA record for wins in a season is 73. 73 and 9 by the Golden State Warriors. He went 10 and 70. That's reverse. And he said, you know what, fan base? This was a hell of a season. Successful season, y'all. That's a little scary. That's a little scary. That is, and he raised then he raised the ticket prices after they went 10 and 72. That's scary. You know, that's scary for this fan base. So that's overall what I got. You know what I mean? Again, I feel like they're gonna tank this season. They got a rookie quarterback, especially if they draft or if they move up. If they move up again, I definitely think you're tanking now because you got so many holes to fill. You move up. What you doing? You gonna move up one spot? One spot. So hopefully they not stockpiling picks to package something together so that they can move up. Because I just don't think it's necessary. You know, I think Chicago would win there again. I think Chicago would win again if that's the case. I think they won last year with Carolina. Carolina moved up for Bryce Young and ended up 2-14. With what they gave away for that young man, they ended up 2-14, 2-15. Worst record in the league, and you can't even do anything. You don't even get the pick. That is crazy. I don't want to be in that position. So whatever y'all do, make sure it's good, man. That's all I got, man. That's the final thoughts. You know. So that's the final thought, I guess, for me and Big Son. You know what I'm saying? Final thoughts for me and Big Son. You know, you got anything else, Vito? We're gonna sign it off.
Man. That's pretty much it. I feel the same way for real, for real. I mean, like I said, it's I do feel good and excited in some way. Like I said, on the up and down week, you know what I'm saying? But the leverage that is something
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked to keep. I think that would have been very key to putting pressure on anybody else to, like I said, if the Bears were to go with Marvin Harrison with the number 1 pick,
Mm-hmm.
you're not forced to have to make that Caleb Williams pick if you keep Sam Howell.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you like Caleb Williams, you can still threaten to trade out of that pick, which I promise would take most teams, except for maybe the Patriots, immediately away from drafting him you
Mm-hmm.
probably could still move back and get the same player if that's what you wanted and still obtain more draft capital. To me, a new team needs everything towards tomorrow rather than everything for today. I
Mm-hmm.
do appreciate the effort to make today look better than yesterday, but to me, youth is always going to play a part in sports because that's going to be where you can advertise. The
Mm-hmm.
newer the just like rap, it's only like a 6 year span for a rapper normally to have a run. After that, and in 6 years is honestly way too long now. If you look at the baby, if you look at Lil Baby, they've had 3, 4 years and then it's somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And those are major artists. We're not even talking about the one and dones and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
these young guys are going to always get promoted in the league because they're always going to bring the new fans to the game. You know what I'm saying? Of course, respectfully, you're going to have the Mahomes and the Allens and the Youngs and that are going to have fans for as long as they play and the Max Crosby's and stuff like that. But the young guys, the CJ Strouds, think about how many fans that
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud just brought to Texas.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So Bryce Young, he didn't have the greatest season this year, but if they keep him and don't pick a quarterback this season, and they build around him in some way where they can win, which I don't know if they can because they let a lot of people go. But at the same time, if they can, and he plays well, if they build a line around him and he's not getting hit as much, and he can actually because he can throw the ball if he's not getting hit. I think he has the Drew Brees syndrome where if you play against a bigger line, the ball is going to get hit, but that's a hit, neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? If he can play better and they can have a winning season in the next 2 seasons, that pick doesn't look like it lost as much. But it immediately looked like it lost. They may have had to sell the team. If they didn't sell the team, I know the coach is fired.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to think about the results of those things. Like I said, I think we have 3 years for this team to make a decent push, but we don't have 2 years to go 4-12. That
Mm-hmm.
and this year's like I said, by letting Sam Howell go, you forcibly have to get a quarterback earlier than you have to be able to decide if you want one or not, or
Mm-hmm.
best talent. I still think you take the risk on taking Marvin Harrison Jr. if the Bears go with Caleb Williams. I think the Bears, if they're smart and they haven't done what we did and dealt Justin Fields yet, not whether we know that they have tried to or not, but since they have not, if you go with Marvin Harrison Jr. and you don't do well because Justin Fields just can't throw the ball right, you're going to have your fan base upset, but are probably still excited because
Right.
Hills can't do it. You know, you still have something when the next guy gets there, especially if you can build a defense around them guys. And Sweat is already locked in. You're already locked in your cornerback. So if Fields can win some close games, even if you want another quarterback, you can still do that next year, even if they win 6 games, 7 games this year, because it'll be better than what the fuck they did last year, at least in a winning type of effort. You know what I'm saying? So even if Fields is not the best quarterback, if you have a splash player that's going to make immediate plays and be better than most of the players in their division, which their division is definitely winnable now that the Vikings need a quarterback, and now that the who else is there? The Packers, like the
Yeah.
Packers playoffs, but the Packers don't have a Marvin Harrison Jr. right now. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
you give them an immediate chance to at least compete. Um, if they go with quarterback, see, that's what makes that dangerous to me because they don't have a new coach. Their coaching staff is different. They have a coaching staff that this is their second year with their guy. Their guy wasn't Justin Fields, but they kept Justin Fields when they got there. And now this is their second year. They can choose to let him go and pick another quarterback. But if they pick a quarterback and they don't go to the playoffs, those guys know they're fired.
Mm.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So they can pick a Marvin Harrison Jr. and buy themselves some more time because if they do bad with a splash player, they can always say, hey, look, we picked up a quarterback in round 4 that if Fields doesn't do well, we'll still play him, but we can use Fields' legs until this other guy gets ready.
Right.
And even if we didn't do well, look at what Marvin Harrison was able to do once we took Fields out and put him on a bench, depending on who their backup quarterback becomes. and then say, hey, look, Fields couldn't do it, but this guy could at least get him the ball. Let us get another year. Let us draft a quarterback and look at what we'll be able to do then. I think they buy at least themselves another chance in comparison if they do vice versa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking at us, I think that that's not something that you can, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you
Yeah.
can,
You gave
like,
that away.
you can, if they pick Marvin Harrison Jr., even if you pick a good wide receiver and a really good one at that, if you guys don't win, you don't have the same excuse because Marvin Harrison is going to be making plays somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But because if the Bears pick him, then you didn't have a chance to get him. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
You,
Right.
if you trade up for him, so it's nothing wrong with that in a sense. But everything will be on the fact that you feel that there, especially if you pick a quarterback, it's going to feel like that Sam Howell trade forced you to have to pick a quarterback.
Right.
Where Joe Alt goes somewhere and he does amazing. If he doesn't give up any sacks and you have tackle problems,
Mm-hmm.
like you know what I'm saying? Even if your
Yeah.
quarterback well, but he doesn't do great and y'all don't have a great season, everybody's going to look at if you'd have picked Joe Alt, you wouldn't have had this problem. If
Yes.
you would Sam Howell go, you wouldn't have had this problem. So I do very well understand what you're saying. And again, that is all a possibility. So these is the things that we have to worry about as well. They have to worry about as backlash because we're going to give them HELL if that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they made a decision.
Right, exactly. That's and remember what I said. That's all I'm asking you to allow them to do is make decisions so that at least when we do judge them, we already see that okay, everything. And again, I'm not telling you to stop looking at your focus, line it up the way that you do because once things are done, these are the moves that I called out and I told y'all were things that lined up with what I said. That is great journalism, brother. I'm never going to stop you from doing that. I just challenge that some of the moves that they have made at least identify that they're trying. And I don't mean trying has to result in 4 wins. I mean trying looks better than what Rivera was able to do with Cap, what Rivera was able to do with drafting if they, i.e., draft just as well the first year that they drafted, or they draft better than what they did in the first year. Then I think that there's some success that you can look at because, like I said, if you got 6 picks in the top 102 picks, if the quarterback doesn't get it right, if you can find a way to make him manage the game and the defense plays really good and those other 5 players can cash in on helping the team out immediately, you still can go to the playoffs by playing good coached football, which we just haven't had a good coach because we missed out on a lot of games with Rivera just not
Right.
coaching the game right. And we
Right.
and we all, you know what I'm saying? So if we just coached the game right, we beat the Philadelphia Eagles twice last year.
Right.
We may beat the Cowboys one of those games, and we definitely beat the Giants both of those games, just on clear respect that a coach is not supposed to take those type of losses to second and third string quarterbacks.
Right.
So even if we split with the Giants with Tyrod Taylor playing, which has some starting experience, but we beat the Del Vitos and we beat the Cowboys once and beat both of those games. We play Philly. That's a playoff team last year. So if Quinn could make some of the better coaching decisions and Kingsbury can actually call a offense with a team that's not trying to tank, that's also something to consider too. That if the last team was trying to tank, imagine what we can do if this team just plays and isn't trying to tank.
Right.
Even with what we have, not with Mariota as the starting quarterback, of course, but with whatever we pick as a start, even like I say, even with having a rookie, if they can coach the right way, even if these guys aren't the talent that you may feel about them, which I'll give you some of that credit that because if you look at the quarterback for us, I'll give you some of that. I'll just say that I think these guys need a good coordinator based on what we've
Definitely
seen
do that. Yeah.
in the playoffs lately is that these coaches, i.e., as CJ Stroud and even for Jordan Love, have really good coaches and coordinators that are able to put them in the best position to make them look like what they've done. So even if we get a rookie quarterback, if our coaches can actually do what we haven't seen in 3 seasons, which is actually coach, then we may be in a good shot. We may be in a good spot either way. That's what I said. I think we may be able to get 7 wins is what I'm expecting. If we don't get 7 wins, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing, Redskin fan base. Just because they get in the rookie quarterback, or if they do get it, that does not kill. That doesn't give them a free pass to lose. They are
No,
still expected to win.
no. I'm not a fan of losers like on purpose. Like
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
a like
And
that. Like, my intention is
yeah.
to root for a winning program, and I think the only way you build a winning program is to have a plan and stick to it. Like I said, if this is what your intentions were, even if the Fuller trade may have, or the Samuels trade may have signing, excuse me, may have forced your hand on trying. Because I think that, like I said, I don't think that they wanted to get rid of Sam Howell. Because I think that this would have happened maybe day two, especially with all the action that we had.
Mhm.
But I think that without signing Fuller or without signing Samuels, I think that extra pick within that top 102 was a pick to basically replace the talent of one player. We
Right.
automatically knew that I think we all knew that we may, if not strongly, felt like we were going to get a quarterback, but it would just be someone to challenge or back up Howell or challenge for the top spot. So that still meant that we may pick someone within that first round to third round as a backup quarterback. So to now say that we have to pick one, I just feel like with that trade of how we forced a hand on having to use the number two pick. And that's the part I don't like. I totally agree with everybody with saying that that's a forced hand pick. Not that you don't get it right, but I feel like the leverage that you had, because everything that
Mhm.
I said about being able to trade out of that pick almost
Mhm.
happened now.
Yeah, it disappeared.
Yeah. Pretty much not like that's a wish and a hope now. So now anything that I've done, like now my whole Madden script doesn't. I have to change it now because there's no way that that happens. That's only a Madden move now to trade out of that spot after not having a quarterback
Right.
because there's no way to identify within the little bit of time that they did those 15-minute interviews which
Mhm.
one quarterbacks who aren't going number one, two, or three that are your next Brock Purdy or your next Tom Brady. It's too hard to identify with that quickly. And I
Mhm.
don't think that they're going to invite a lot of these guys out or go to a lot of these guys' pro days. I think they're really going to pick one or two guys to really lock in on who they're going to pick. Maybe three because there's always a chance that Chicago picks one of these guys. But I also think that the Redskins are going to literally look at who Chicago invites out or goes to their pro days. Well, actually, yeah, not their college days, so the pro days. So I think they'll just pay attention to who Chicago invites out to their pro days and go look at that one option and then look at two more. So I figure three quarterbacks that they'll look at. I'd hope that they have more time to look at least five because if you have the option to trade out of that spot, it would be very imperative to prepare for the next 3 years because you still have to look at the teams in your division that are also building. The
Mhm.
Giants not going to have a bad roster on offense for that long. I
Mhm.
think if Saquon Barkley actually gives them room to grow
Mhm.
because they depended on him far too much. Not that he wasn't a very good player for them, but I think that it didn't allow Daniel Jones to grow that much when you had that much to lean on. And I think giving that much money to Daniel Jones, you need to have a little bit more production from your quarterback. I think also this season, not to keep it long, but they're going to decide whether they move on from Daniel Jones or not, which is why I believe they'll draft a quarterback. If not,
Mhm.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is still on the board because we're forced to pick a quarterback, and he goes before. I mean, he goes after we pick.
Mhm.
Will probably go down as one of the worst draft days for us in history, regardless of who we get. Because if you are forced to skip over that
Wow.
pick,
Right.
will probably destroy Redskin fans forever.
Right. I agree with that part. If they don't, if the Bears don't pick Marvin Harrison Jr., they pick, let's say they pick Caleb Williams, and we're forced now to get Jalen Daniels, and then Marvin Harrison Jr. ends up in New York
Or the Chargers, even it don't even
or
matter.
even the Chargers,
Even
right?
if you have to skip, even if you have to, he's available, and you are forced to pick a quarterback. Like I
Yep.
said, you skip him and you pick Joe Alton, you're gonna pick another quarterback later. I'm still going to be pissed off that you skipped.
Yep.
Listen to if anybody else is listening, and I know if you're in
Oh no, they
Kirkland,
listen. There's people online. Yeah, I mean,
if
we
you
happy
on
right now.
when the Dallas Cowboys skipped over Randy Moss, when they skipped over,
Yep.
they had
Hey.
opportunity to pick Randy. When they skipped over that, it just didn't kick them in the butt because of what Randy Moss did to them on the field.
Hmm.
Dallas has not won a conference championship since then.
Hmm.
And they didn't win it before that, but since then they have been haunted by skipping that pick. Not that Randy Moss has been to a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Okay.
He been a two. He went
He's
with
been
San Francisco and he went with New England.
all right. Now, it's not whether he won them or not. It's the fact that if the Cowboys, with all of the teams that they've had success with, think about all the 12-win seasons for any Cowboy fan that may be
Mm.
listening to your friends. Randy Moss would have turned those into possible
Mhm.
14 to 15 win seasons if you may not have all broken a record and been undefeated at one of those times,
Mhm.
because he was that good of a talent in Dallas, like Jerry Jones, which I give the only credit I do is that he does everything in his power to do and to put his team in position to try to win. He spends the
I
money.
agree with that.
You know, and nobody's gonna be shy and think that he doesn't spend the money. So if he goes out and does that with a Randy Moss on his roster, the Cowboys go to the Super Bowl at least twice within that time,
Hmm.
at least. And I don't like them at all. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that this is something that I would have loved or anything. I would have had to hear the rest of this crap for I don't know how long if that was the case, but that didn't happen. Now we had Darryl Green, so until Darryl Green retired, he probably wouldn't have got a ring. But once Darryl left,
Right.
it was nobody to stay. Even with Champ Bailey, we would have never been able to get Clinton Portis because we would have been forced to keep Champ Bailey. And again, without Champ Bailey, we wouldn't have been able to stop Dez Bryant. No, it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that if they would have had pause, it would have been a problem.
Look at
Okay,
what happened with the Patriots when they got him.
exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. And Tony Romo wouldn't have choked the playoffs because the games wouldn't have been that close.
Yeah.
If y'all realize that Randy Moss was with Dante Culpepper, okay? And Randy Moss paired up with Chris Carter, who was one of the best wide receivers that was in the game at that time. You could have put Randy Moss beside anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Because what the Vikings and Dennis Green did at first was throw the ball at least one time downfield every single quarter.
Yep.
They got to a point that once a drive or once every other drive, they would do this because it would get to points where they knew that they just had the mismatch. The Cowboys have always tried to go downfield. Could you imagine having Randy Moss? Okay, like I said, Darryl Green was definitely somebody he wasn't gonna mess with because he just knew how to stop him and because he was a true cornerback, which most of these guys aren't. But
Mm-hmm.
nobody else had a chance, bruh. And I
Mm-hmm.
ain't even gonna say that he was not gonna ever beat Darryl Green because if he had to
Right.
face him 2 times a year, he would have got Darryl Green too.
He got Darryl Green on the crossing route in 98. He got us on the crossing route. They beat us. They beat the crap out of us. I believe 40 to 10.
I'm
Whatever it
talking
was.
Darryl last game of his career when he made
Yeah.
that man field.
Oh, yeah. I remember. I remember. I
Darryl had
remember
to
that.
times a year, I think Darryl would have definitely been on Randy Moss, but
Mm-hmm.
no, I think he would have been on his tail.
Yeah.
And it would have kept Darryl a little bit more youthful going into the end of his career because he would have had to stay on top of his tippy top, having to check him twice a season. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And again, it may have made us a better team. I ain't even gonna hold you. It
Yeah.
may have made us a better team if Randy Moss came to the Cowboys. But what I'm saying is that if you skip over that pick, it's going to haunt us the same way it haunted the Cowboys because whoever you have to face, not to mention that if the Giants don't just trade up with the Chargers because the
There you
Chargers
go.
need an offensive lineman. As bad as they need a wide receiver, they need an offensive lineman as well.
They
So
need, and I'm gonna
trade
tell
up.
you,
If they
they didn't.
trade up one spot and the Giants they don't have a reason not to go up and do this.
Yeah.
They don't have a number. Sterling Shepard is a number two, maybe a great number three receiver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you do this and you lose the risk and this possibly goes to the Giants, I, I love Coach, so maybe I might watch it because my brother will watch it. God rest his soul. But I would dislike us very bad. I want to use the hate word very very bad, but I really try to stay away from certain words. But I probably would use that word in that day. I probably would use it and probably would mean it that day that I wouldn't like the team.
Yeah. You make a good point because if we are forced, if they let's say they get Williams and we forced to pass him up, and then he ends up in New York, that'll be pretty bad. Because now again we got CeeDee Lamb and AJ Brown already. We saw what they did to us last year. So now you're gonna add Marvin Harrison Jr.
And then what do you have to compete against that? Terry
There you
McLaurin?
go. Yeah, without Curtis Samuel.
Right. And
Without Curtis Samuel.
hoping that your rookie quarterback and a rookie receiver and Jamison Crowder and Dotson help you.
Right.
And that's
Right.
unfair. That's unfair. That's
Right.
unfair, guys. Like you said, that's so
Right.
that's fair. Like I said, I was very high on the first 2 days. This day, even though I do like the move, I'm not even gonna
Right.
hold you. I do like the move because I do like the capital, but I really don't know. I haven't seen Peters, and like you said, this is his first GM job where he's not an assistant. This is his job. This
Mm-hmm.
is the first time he's had to do this draft thing on his own. And is
Mm-hmm.
he going to be forced to pick a quarterback, or does he have a plan to build the team?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
a quarterback is needed on a team. I told everybody last year that these playoffs set up picking a quarterback in the first round. I said
Right.
it
You did
as
say
the
that.
started. Soon as I saw the lineup, I looked at everybody on the board, and me and Ro have a conversation every year about how important it is for you to have a top 5 player on your roster.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, the top 5 guys ended up in the playoffs. I'm talking about everywhere across the board. Even though the 49ers had Brock Purdy, who was picked in the 5th round, they had Christian McCaffrey, who's a top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So everybody, they were all over the place. They were filled with them. And with that being said, I said that, you need one of these guys on your team. And not only a top 5 pick, but if you can get a player that's number one on the board all across the board and you
Mm-hmm.
don't number one pick, if you skip him, you are going to be considered an idiot to
Mm-hmm.
everybody. To everybody in football, they will all call you an idiot. Even if you have a Terry McLaurin, you cannot have the ego that you can't have 2 number 1 receivers. No
Mm-hmm.
one that you couldn't.
Yep.
Because technically, the Eagles have 2 number 1 receivers. Devontae Smith crushes us every time he
Yeah.
plays. And he's a dog. When Brown wasn't showing up, he definitely did. He didn't have a problem with showing up.
Yep.
And the reason why they picked Devontae Parker also to clear up yesterday is because they did not re-sign Zacchaeus.
Oh, okay. Right. 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 So now
So
even that,
the
even there with that, you got to deal with Devontae Parker now.
yeah,
He'll find even if he had 2 good games against you and then bad games the rest of the season. Hey, you still got to deal with him.
yeah,
You
yeah,
still got to deal with him. You got to combat these. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys had the #1 offense in the league this year.
yeah.
Whether they lost their defensive coordinator or not, that don't got nothing to do with the offense.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They had the #1 offense in the league this year. They still got Mike McCarthy,
And
who
you lost your number 1 corner, meaning that you have to find
they,
someone to up with 130 something targets.
who beat you 80-20 last year. They beat us 85, 80, whatever to 20.
It wasn't eight. You talking about both games?
Both games together. They beat us
Yeah,
45. Yeah, it was 80 something to 20.
yeah, yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? You
Which
know.
means which means that you got to score points, regardless of whether you got to stop them
There
or
you
not.
go.
You got to score points,
There you
and
go.
like I said, if you look at the playoffs, that's what the league is all about. Yes, Kansas City had the number 2 defense. Did they get scored on in the playoffs? Hell yeah. But
Right.
did they win the game?
Right.
Did they get stops when they needed the stops?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We looked at it like the league is going to be a lot of teams getting 2, 3, 400 yards a week. That doesn't mean that you don't have a good defense. It means that the other team is really prepared. It means the other team is really good. And it means the other team came to play just like you should. And you're just going to have to find a way to make a stop. That's what the really great defenses do, is find a way to make a stop when you need one. And then the great coaches find a way to keep the ball out the other team's hands
Mm-hmm.
so that you can find a way to score, or so that you can keep the ball away from them. We
Mm-hmm.
haven't had that way of football around here in a long time, and we're going to be able to notice if it is not that type of football. We will
Mm-hmm.
see that from a mile away.
Absolutely.
You're not going
Absolutely.
to be able to go 3 and out here consecutively for 4 or 5 drives in a row, and we all call bluff. It's no
Yep.
way. We're not going to buy it. You buy you work. It's a work in progress. Young quarterbacks sometimes have weeks like this. We're not buying none of that,
We've
because
seen
you
it.
put yourselves in position to make yourselves have these excuses.
There you go. There you go. There you go. It's gonna look like you set it up that way.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
set it up that way. You
yeah.
know.
Totally agreed in that. I can't disagree with that. I
Yeah.
don't agree with the overall aspect, but when broken down like that, you have to look at it like that, and that's how I want fans to evaluate the team. Don't get excited by the player names. We already did that before. We got history with doing that, and I'm not saying that this team is
Right.
doing the same thing. I will give them credit and say that this does not feel like the same ride. What I will say is that right now, because our GM is young and this is his first time doing it, it doesn't mean that he can't get it right later. But I will say that this was your first mistake in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
You played your hand too quickly.
Mm-hmm. You got too
And
hype.
yeah, and it's nothing wrong with that. You will see the result of how other teams react when they know what you have to do. When you Guess what, bro? In life, what is the best teacher? Life itself and the experience. So
Hmm.
making is only going to make him a better GM, but does it cost Dan Quinn his job
There
for
you
the
go.
GM mistake?
There you go. And does it cost Peters his job eventually? Because sometimes you don't want this to be a hole that you can't get yourself out of.
No,
And
I don't think it's going to cost Peters right away because I feel
no, not
like
right away. No, not right away. I'm
I
saying
don't, I
long
don't,
term.
I don't think it'll cost you later because every year is going to be a player coming out the draft that it like Marvin Harrison may be generational, and I'm not going to say that he not. You know what I'm saying? I'll give it that might be one of the generational jumps in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years. But 3 to 5 years is coming, and Peters is going to have to draft if this situation right here doesn't work out. Um, and again, next year there's going to be some players that I feel like are going to be, if not generational, are going to be definitely good players that can be
Yeah.
used in certain systems depending on what happens. There are going to be coaches changes. It's going to be coaches coming up from the ranks that may have different offenses that we haven't seen in the next 3 to 5 years. Rule changes may change the way that some games or some offenses and defenses may look.
Right.
So Peters is going to have an opportunity to fix the mistakes that he's made early, but he one nothing that he's done right now is a mistake until we see these things on the field.
And until the draft happened. But that
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
you
yes.
know,
So, like I said, this is just a pre-draft or a post day free agency blunder. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, which can all be corrected if things are operated correctly and things are You know what I'm saying?
but but
Drafted and free agency is capped off the right way, it could be fixed. But right now, it just was like just a hiccup.
if put it like this, if Jaden Daniels goes down with any catastrophic injury, then it's gonna be hard for him to come back from that. And I ain't knocking on wood, not saying, not trying to predict that or nothing. But if he go, you see what I'm saying?
Some of the player.
Yeah, the
So this
player. Yeah, that's my thing. That's the only thing, because the thing is, you basically put your eggs in one basket.
if Chicago don't pick Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think we pick Jay and Daniels. One, number two,
That's
if we
real.
pick Jay and Daniels, I don't think we should have got rid of Sam Howell because that means that you have to start Mariota this year if you pick Jay and Daniels. I don't
Right,
think no matter where Jay Daniels goes, I do not think he should start year one because right now until August or September, he's not going to gain 30 to 40 pounds.
right, right,
That's what you want. You want him to be at least 205 to 215. He's not going to get big. You're not going to get 230, 240 and all of that. But
right.
at least 205 would bulk him up enough to take NFL hits. If anybody watched how Bryce Young was getting hit this year, I felt sorry for him. And
Anthony
I
Richardson.
don't feel sorry
We
for
just
people.
looked at Anthony Richardson. We just looked at Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I felt sorry for Bryce Young, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Bryce Young looked like he didn't belong out there.
Mhm. No bull. No bull.
And the
No
way
bull. He set
Chicago
that franchise back. That move for Bryce Young set that franchise back 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean by us moving up. Like if we move up to get Caleb Williams,
Yeah.
I think that sets us back 3 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because even though we're not giving up a draft pick from the year after 2025, I still think it takes you out of a very exciting draft next year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Deion Sons, Shiloh even over Shador is
Right.
exciting to me. In a Dan Quinn defense, it's somebody you still can get, especially if you don't get sign Curl back.
Travis
Uh,
Hunter.
huh?
Travis Hunter too.
I was getting ready to say that if the cornerbacks don't play up to par, you still have the opportunity to get a Travis Hunter. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Shador, I don't think is going to be the number one quarterback on the board, but I think he's going to be highly suited
Shador a
and
bad boy too.
can be available. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like I said, his father is a NFL pro. His father is doing the best that he can, putting the best help around him as far as coaches. The team is the team the first year because nobody's going to go to Buffalo just because Deion said they was going to go there. They didn't even know if they was going to be able to believe that. Then
Mm-hmm.
they waited till the last minute to give him the deal, which means that he wasn't going to be able to get no kids to transfer over without them having to sit out a season. So he would
Mm-hmm.
have had all of the players, but they would have had to sit. What type of fairness is that to those kids?
Mm-hmm.
So they gave him a little bit of difficulties to try to see if he couldn't do it, but he won 5 games with a team that was probably going to win 1 or 2 games again this year without him. Not only that, the excitement and the attention that it brought to that school, you know what I'm saying, is going to
Mm-hmm.
mean they're going to have a top recruiting class this year. I'm not going to say number one because that may be a reach, but with Nick Saban leaving at Alabama,
Mm.
does make Colorado a very interesting landing spot when you can bring kids their favorite artists, when you can
Mm-hmm.
bring kids more in attention to their NIL deals, when you can bring kids closer to an NFL environment, when you can bring kids to a NFL legend and I can learn from him, when I can play with the number one corner in the country, when I can play with a Shador Sanders that treats his players and his other teammates to other things and stuff like that because he makes four something point $1 million to be in college. You know what I'm saying? Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you think ain't nobody about to say I'm about to go to Colorado? I don't care if it's in Boulder and it's only 2% black people. You think ain't more black people about to go?
Right. Right. Right.
Even if just to play football. Like I said, even if I gotta go here to go to school and get my education, that's cool. I play on the football team. Deion Sanders is gonna make sure that regardless of what's going on, I'm not gonna be caught in town with all of this little whatever nonsense that could be going on. I'm gonna be doing everything with the football team. He gonna keep them locked in on their goal and what their job is. So that again, if they only win 8 games this season, guess what that is? That's progression, and they get a bowl game. They only got to win 6 to get a bowl game, but they get a bowl game if they get 8 games, and they probably can make more money by winning 8 games and getting a bowl game. And if him and Shador surprise anybody and win 10, 11 games or win more and go to the playoffs, he's a guaranteed top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Guaranteed top 5 pick. And like I said, I'm not sure that if Adam Peters is building a friendly relationship with Dan Quinn, or if he's keeping in business, or if Josh Harris is staying in these meetings to see what he needs to do if he brings somebody else in. Because I told you, I feel real confident about Deion Sanders, and maybe Deion stays in one more year after his sons come out to see where they go, to see where he could be a coach at.
Right. I agree with that. He might come out with his sons though. That's what I got. If I had to bet it, I would bet he's coming out with his sons.
And that's why I didn't like us signing Dan Quinn this year. Because remember I said, like, I wish
Right.
that we would have won so that we could have been okay, like middle of the pack or win 6 games, 7 games, something like that, where it's like, they gave it a shot. But let's give Rivera a shot, or let's give Bieniemy the team. And if he jacked it, it's like,
Right.
it's Bieniemy. It's Bieniemy
Right.
over Dion. Like, it's
Right.
okay. Dan
Right.
Quinn is like, you didn't let him talk to Joe Gibbs. Like, you didn't let him.
Right.
He didn't brought in so much other stuff. It's like, I don't see.
Yeah.
I don't see Dion now because Dion not coming in as an assistant. He got too
Right.
much.
Right.
You
And
know
you
what
would
I'm
have
saying?
to pay him too much. You would have to, he would do it, but you would have to pay him too much. What he making in
Jerry Jones
Colorado?
not slick, bro.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones let McCarthy keep his job
So because he know.
because of Dion, bro.
Yep.
If you think the last dying thing that boy will do, Jerry Jones, is make sure not that Dion own the team, but make
Right.
sure that Dion is a part of this shit.
Yep.
Because he's gonna championship.
He.
If nobody else, he
Yep.
gonna think championship.
You smart though. You
Especially for
smart.
the fact that Dion is going to brag about this the way that he did as a player. He gonna go hard for it the same way
It's
as a
the
coach.
environment that he brought to Boulder, California. He want that in Jerry's world.
Yeah,
That's a
That big
perfect merge.
old stadium, yeah. And Dion's from Texas. You know how many
See,
Texas
yeah,
recruits
right.
be able to come there? He'd be able to breathe so much hometown time. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like it at
That's why he
all.
kept Dak, though. This is why he kept Dak too.
That's
This is why
sad.
he kept Dak too, because he knows Shador coming. He knows
But see,
Shador coming.
now Dak got these little rape allegations.
Right, right. That he know, jury know exactly what he doing. Like you just called it. You just called it, and it's late. I know a lot of it is fans. We got fans on here boasting. So it's late, but y'all heard this here first from the Nature Sports Network. Deion Sanders could be going to Dallas at some point. We ain't gonna we ain't trying to say when, how this works, this, that, and the other, but we believe that McCarthy was a play on Deion eventually going to Dallas. Bringing that whole thing that they got out in Colorado, which is going to be on Supermax this year. It's going to be on Supermax this year. So I think it's going to be a play on bringing that whole type of environment down there to Dallas. It's going to be a play on bringing that whole environment down there to Dallas. Because Dallas is right now the number one grossing team in the NFL right now. So imagine if Deion was to come down there with what he do.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm.
you know,
And that's why I said that we don't have but 2 seasons to win. We got 3 to try to
right,
make a real push, but you only have this year to do bad. And my
right,
bad is 7 games, and you win. You go third in the division. You beat the Giants, or you
yeah,
beat the Cowboys, or you beat the Eagles, and one of them drop down, and you third, and you only third because of an injury or somebody's playing bad at the wrong time type shit. You know what I'm saying? Or
right,
like maybe you got a slow start. Maybe it's a 0-4, 1-4, something like that, and you get it together and you get them wins in the late. It was like, all right, if we'd have got this right in the first part, we could have made it. Okay, I could buy that going into the second year. But you have to do better. Now with Dan Quinn as a head coach, he does show consistency of being good, you know what I'm saying, in comparison to Cliff Kingsbury's records of not being so good in a consistent measure. So I do feel good that if he can get the ball rolling, that he can keep the ball rolling for a little while, depending on which players he can keep on the jump. But like I said, that's why I don't want to move out of that draft spot, because if we don't get it right this year, those players that you've picked right now are a core that you can let go some of those Dorrance Armstrongs if it doesn't work out. You can let go some of the Clellan Furrows if it doesn't work out, and you don't miss anything. You know what I'm saying? You can bring in somebody this year at middle linebacker and let a Bobby teach him, so that if Bobby retires, you're not completely out of luck. Or if you move a Luvu to the top, you can get an outside linebacker and you're not missing nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're not missing a beat.
right, right, right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying? Like if you go into a draft with 7 picks and you only really need 2, like everything else is just to bring in people to try out. Like that's when you know your team is good. Like
yeah,
what do the Chiefs need to bring in that they can't just decide that if I once I bring you in from drafting you, I can decide to cut you. Now this is, if I draft you, I gotta pay you some money just to sign you to the team. So I could just trade my picks out for the next year or something like that, because I'm just that good. Like the Patriots, like they used to wheel and deal so much because we're winning Super Bowls. We don't even care about these Jones.
right, right, right.
Or if we about to lose somebody to a contract, we're gonna draft that position.
Hold on. Cameron Curl, 3 hours ago. Cameron Curl signed a 2-year deal with the Rams.
Dang, dang,
It's from
young.
Chris Russell. This coming from Chris Russell. So I think this legit.
Why didn't I get that, young? Dang, Joe, you lying,
With
young.
13 up to 13 million. That's all he got. 2 years, 13 million. Come on,
You
y'all.
lying, young.
Yeah, that's coming from Chris Russell. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. See if I got any more. Let me see if I got any more. Got anything else? Dang, see hey, the late night show. It's always something that come through off this late night, man. Shout out to everybody out there who hanging with us. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, man. After the after show, man. I don't know, Big Son that heard that, but if you did unmute, get yourself back on there, man. Hey, hold on. Let me check it out. I think
Yep,
he
yep.
did.
Tom
It's
Pelissero.
legit.
Yep.
Mm,
2 years, $13 million. What? Are you
mm.
serious?
Come
Are
on
you
now.
serious?
Come on,
Are
bruh.
you serious?
Hmm.
What do you mean?
Come
Well,
on,
he's
bruh.
24 years old.
24 years old.
$13 million. Tell me what you disagreed on.
Bruh. Bruh.
Oh man, I'm on your side now, bro. I'm disappointed. I'm more disappointed about that than the Sam Howell jump. I ain't even gonna
See?
lie to you. And I really and like I said, if you ain't keep
Kendall
if you
Fuller?
ain't keep Fuller, then how did you not keep Cameron Curl? Because again, like I said, you can use Jeremy Chin in so many different ways and
Yeah.
still have force on the field.
Now you box him
And you
into
got,
what you could do with him.
well, nah. You got Jaquan Martin. You know what I'm saying? You still got Jaquan Martin, but now this means you have to draft cornerbacks because
Yeah.
unless you sign somebody tomorrow, who the heck is going to cover the guys? Because
Yeah.
outside of St. Juice and Forbes, who did have bad years last year, who is behind them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that? No, bro. No, you can't have all of this up front and have this on the back end, bro. No, that don't. No, this is a no. This is a complete wash, bro.
And then they say, and then a lot of people saying what I'm seeing online saying they're gonna take Drake May. They're gonna take Drake May.
I
And
told you
bruh, I
I
mean,
was.
and they didn't want to create, that drama between May and Howe. They wasn't sure that that was Howe's backup in college.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's what I'm saying. They feel like May and Howe are very similar to each other. So taking May is to buy them an extra year in money. You know what I'm saying? So it is some of what you be saying about saving money, but it's to buy them like basically Sam Howe only had one more year to play before you got to sign him to a contract. So
That's
after
true.
you got to sign him. You know what I'm saying? And again, he started a whole 16 games. If he
Right.
started
And
another
he had,
16
yeah,
and he had decent yards, regardless
yeah,
of the he had really good yards, and he had double digit. I mean, he had 20 touchdowns.
touchdowns, yeah.
If he has a better year this year with better coordinators and a better line and a better team, guess what? You're gonna have to pay this nigga close to 80 to
That's
$100 million just
true.
based on the rate of quarterbacks.
That's
You know what I'm
true.
saying? To pay him 30, $40 million with 30, at least 30, 22 to $30 million a year if he does well. If the team goes to the playoffs, you got to pay him close to 30, $40 million, especially if you go to a division championship or something like that.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So getting Drake May gives you someone who is 6'4" instead of 6 feet. He gives you somebody that can run out the pocket and somebody that can pass that
But
is
but
going to have to learn the game. He's going to have to learn the
trust
game
me though, bruh.
year.
When he pressure him, I mean, you gonna see it during the season. That's something that you don't really change in 2 months or 6 months or nothing. What he does
No,
is
they are first of all, bro. This is not Kyle Shanahan. They are lying. Okay,
right,
they like Drake May, and that's who they want to get. But I also think that is a part of the draft blunder. Like
right,
that's
right, right,
why I said that I personally would have kept Sam Howell because you don't have to play this type of game. But when I watched the combine stuff, they were Myers was talking high on Drake May. That's why I was asking like what was he doing at the draft jump when he was a basketball guy, but he was talking about how he had how our staff and how Peters and how Harris needed to look at how he evaluated the combine talent. Now, if you look at Golden State, they have sneakily, even though not sneakily, outside of Steph and outside of Clay, and really honestly, Clay was good in college, but I wouldn't have assumed him to be the sharpshooter that he was once he got to Golden State. They really recruited really, really good. Again, Mark Jackson was a part of that process with the Steph Curry move, but again, Myers is the GM that has to pull the trigger.
mm,
So he's basically saying in interviews, basically May sold them the most on what they could do with what they were trying to, you know what I'm saying, with what they could do. And that's because they believed that Caleb was going to get drafted first. I don't know what the fuck is on their mind that they're not saying anything about Marvin Harrison, but I also know that if they said anything about him, someone would try to trade up with Chicago if they're not trying
right,
to
yeah.
get
If they
to
ain't,
do.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So saying Drake May is probably the best thing because that's the third best quarterback. If y'all locked in on that, everybody's gonna assume that y'all gonna want to stay in it. Or it makes everybody feel like they can talk to y'all about trade options because maybe you don't want to keep the second pick because maybe Drake May is not the second player to be picked off the board.
yeah.
So that might be where your trade leverage is at. But I still don't like trying to sell nobody on Drake. And I know that they saying Drake May over Jaden Daniels because if you say Caleb Williams, then that means that you got to make that trade with Chicago, and Chicago is going to use that as leverage to you got to give me everything. I don't
Right.
think they would do that. I think they didn't say Jaden Daniels because we'd be a fool to say Jaden Daniels at number 2 with him being so small and just giving up Sam Howell. And if they already felt like they may deal Sam Howell, you can't say Sam Howell. I mean, you can't say Jaden Daniels in the press because he's not the right weight.
Right. Right.
You say Drake May
Right.
because Drake May is the prototypical size right now, and he's a close enough prospect to the number 1 that makes sense for you picking. And now they still could do it, and it's still a chance that they may be trying to sell us on what they're trying to do because they have been heavy in talking in the PR. But from what Adam said and what Quinn has said in the media, didn't say that they was gonna get rid of Sam Howell. So I'm gonna assume that maybe they're saying Drake May just because they don't want to give up who they're really looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, this has gotten, especially with Cameron Curl leaving.
That
I
that hurt.
I mean, this has gotten really ugly, man. This wasn't a good day for them. I mean, the DC guy, the DC Sports Buzz, they said this was the worst day with Cameron Curl and Sam Howell. They said
Yep,
this was the worst day thus far for this regime thus far. They said this was the worst day, you know.
totally agree.
Yeah, they said this was the worst day.
Agree.
This is not, and then again, it's like you're not replacing guys that you're leaving, that you're losing. I don't honestly with,
Cameron
with
Curl is replaced though. Jaquan Martin, the way that we all talked about him, even
he
though
had a good season.
that's why I'm about to say the way that I was high on Curl, I cannot say that Jaquan Martin did not deserve runner up, if not second
Yeah,
best, if not runner up to be tied for first place on because one, he was a rookie, Curl
right,
already has experience, and Jaquan Martin, when he played, the only thing I take from him is that he didn't play every game, but when he
right.
played, he was on the tape a lot.
Yeah,
When he
yeah,
was when he played, he was on the tape a lot. And like I said, if you're looking at Dan Quinn, it's all about being on the tape. If you show up on the tape, I think he likes you as a guy. That's why he picked that guy from the Lions. It wasn't necessarily that he made a lot of plays and that he started. It was the fact that he's around the ball. And I think Dan Quinn likes guys like that to be in his defense. So if you look at Curl, even though the 13 million could have been spent because that's 6.5 million a year, which means 6 out of the 75 million. But if you're thinking about the future and if you're thinking about the team, if you aren't going to sign any more splash players unless you're looking at somebody to get tomorrow, if tomorrow goes where you don't sign anybody, you still have 70 something $1 million and you get to draft, meaning that even though you draft and you might spend, let's say, 25 million picking all your players this year, you still got 50 million going into next year, and there are a lot of people that are going to be free agents next year as well. So you don't take yourself all the way out the game in one season, in one off season, especially if any of these 1 year guys or 3 year guys don't all the way work out.
right, right, right. I mean, it's. I mean, bruh, I don't
But
even know what to
but
say.
but but that goes to your point though, and I'm not gonna just try to make my point sound right. I'll add to your point if you didn't want to interject, is that this is playing into the Josh Harris trying to save money because if you got $75 million
Thank
left,
you.
what are you doing right now with it?
13. I mean, it'd be different if he signed. That's my problem. It'd be different if this guy signed, if he went out and got a huge contract.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get one, and by him not getting one, that's disappointing. That is Kendall Fuller contract for the 30 million. That's 10 million a year, maybe 11 with bonuses. Okay, even though that still don't do nothing to what you got for money,
Right,
but okay, I can kind of see maybe okay,
right,
maybe okay, especially if you want to try to go get somebody else tomorrow, maybe okay, but for $13 million for a top PFF safety in the NFL who had over 100 tackles for a bad defense, even though that means he
hmm,
had to get that because they was giving up a bunch of plays and shit like that. But he still made a lot of plays, bro. Like,
hmm.
all right, again,
And
like I
he's
said,
played, and he hasn't been hurt a lot. We went over that.
and remember I said that though. I said that when
Yeah,
Jeremy got picked, that was the leverage to see what we was going to do with that contract with Fuller. I mean, with
he did say that. You
And
did
I,
say
I
that.
I don't think that that's fair. But I will say that size comparison, I'd have to see how they play. Size compare and Chin is faster than Curl, but size comparison, Chin is a monster.
Right. Right. But let me say this, though. I'm gonna be honest, what scares me too. I feel like good coaches are picking up these guys, and that's scary.
Mm-hmm, hmm.
You should. I
Yeah,
mean, Sean McVay
yeah,
for Sean McVay to go and say, "Oh, nah, come on over here. I got you."
yeah. I know better. I know better.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, they ain't trying to give you no money.
I know
Look, we
better.
can match you. How much you want? Oh, you want that? Man, sign them.
Come here, come here.
Sign them.
You might as well go ahead and stay out here and look for a house, y'all.
Yeah, hey, straight up. When,
Matter of
when
fact,
he
if you need to stay with Stafford in the family until we get you together, we got
yeah.
you.
What? What? That is what's scary to me too. Is the fact that good coaches are identifying and saying, "Hold on, they playing, they tripping," especially experienced coaches too. These experienced people in the league who has already had their success. They're looking and saying, "Oh, you know what? Huh? You don't want him? You sure? Oh, all right, no problem, no problem, no problem." That's a little scary. That's a
Yeah.
little scary. You know what I'm saying? Especially when we got a new GM. Whether we like it or not, Seattle's GM didn't change.
But
You
no,
know what I'm saying?
they did pretty good this offseason.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like Pete Carroll might have left, but they still got the same GM who didn't put together them. And we just looked at it. He didn't put together a top 10 defense, top 10 this, top 10 that over the years. We looked at Russell Wilson's numbers in Seattle. These numbers were good year in and year out. He's the one that drafted DJ Metcalf. These the guy that drafted Tyler Lockett. These the guys that come up with Will Disley. They come up with something. So that's my thing. Same thing with the Rams. The Rams have this is Sean McVay we talking about.
Yeah.
So he identified something that we're not identifying, and that's a little disturbing. You know what I mean? That is a little disturbing. Now, again, we got guys we feel like it's bigger, faster, strong, and all of that. That don't mean they better.
Yeah.
That don't mean they better. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I guess that was the last breaking news of the night, Redskins Nation.
That's crazy.
Cameron Curl is gone.
Damn.
Cameron Curl is gone to the Rams this year. He will not be in the Redskins jersey. Kendall Fuller, gone. Also gone. He will not be in the Redskins jersey. Curtis Samuel, gone. He will not be in the Redskins jersey. Sam Howell, gone. He will not be in the Redskins jersey. That's a lot to lose, in my opinion. That's a lot to lose on one day. In
I
one
do I
day.
do appreciate keeping Allen in pain then, man, to build around.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Cause that I don't know what I would have said with that. Just
yeah.
like at least,
And Crowder too.
yeah, yeah,
I think Crowder's going to be especially important now, especially with these receivers, because I'm confident with him in the slot, to be honest. And I know you're going to use him as a returner mainly, but I'm confident with him being on the. If you got to turn to him, I know Crowder. One other thing I know Crowder do is get separation on routes. So he's going to be open. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? He's going to be open. He's good for a young quarterback. If you're going to get a young quarterback, Crowder is someone who can be good for a young quarterback if you get opportunities. So he was good for Sam Howell when he got an opportunity to play last year. So it's shocking. It's shocking, especially the price tag on Cameron Curl. That was pretty shocking. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So we're gonna go ahead and let y'all go. Again, for everybody out there listening, it's a Nature Sports Podcast, man. Make sure y'all tune in to the YouTube, the Twitter, the Facebook, the Instagram. Make sure y'all get all of it in. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have some highlights from the week. Tomorrow we won't be on air, but we will go unless something else happens. And we might do an early show earlier tomorrow, maybe a primetime show or something to give y'all a chance, to give the people a chance who haven't been able to check us out, get a chance to check us out. So we'll discuss it and figure it all out. We're going to sign off. I'm signing off, ETA Money Row.
I'm about to tell Vito, man. Catch y'all later.
Catch y'all later. Yes, indeed.